Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents Wed to You, A Billionaire Marriage of Convenience, by Jenna Harte. Narrated by Ali Shea. Chapter 1. Chelsea Beamer checked her watch. 5 minutes until Caden Talbot's parent-teacher conference, just enough time for a quick snack. For some reason, most parents had picked Tuesday, the day before the last day of school, for their end-of-the-year meeting, which left Chelsea no time for a lunch break. And because she hadn't been to the grocery in a week, her only option for breakfast had been a spoonful of chocolate nuts bread. Tasty, but not enough to sustain her all day. At least she didn't have to work at the diner that night. She'd be able to pick up food on her way home after Caden's conference. She rummaged through her purse and found a stale granola bar. It would have to do. Taking it back to the table where she held her conferences, she opened the wrapper and bits of oats crumbled over Caden's folder. Chelsea brushed away the crumbs and opened it to Caden's test scores, report card, and certificate of promotion to the first grade. Chelsea loved all her students, but she had a soft spot for Caden. She didn't know much about his history except that he lived with Jagger Talbot, a Yankee transplant from New York. Jagger was acquainted with her close friends Mitch and Sydney McKenna, and he'd been friends with her brother, Brian, throughout Jagger's teenage summer visits. She'd had a crush on him during his last trip to Charlotte Tavern when he was 18 and she was 16. Jagger hadn't known she'd existed. Not then and not now. She'd had a brief chat with Jagger at Mitch and Sydney's wedding, which she thought was going well, until he left to get her a glass of wine and never returned. She hadn't seen him since, and neither Mitch nor Sydney mentioned him much. What she knew of Jagger's adult life she'd read in the tabloids over the years. He'd been a well-known playboy from one of the richest families in America until he left the party lifestyle last year and reopened the family's summer home in Charlotte Tavern, Virginia, and moved himself and Caden there full-time. She might know him better if he'd come to any of the parent-teacher conferences held during the year. Instead, Caden's nanny, Mrs. Stanton, came. While the nanny was attentive to Caden, Chelsea believed primary caretakers should be involved in their child's education. She took another bite of granola bar as the door to her classroom opened. "She's in here!" Caden, with his usual exuberance, bounded into the room. Chelsea stood, swallowing to avoid talking with her mouth full. "This is my class." Caden ran back toward the door, grabbing someone's hand and pulling it, along with a very compelling masculine body, into the room. Jagger Talbot. Chelsea's breath caught, as it always did when she saw him. She was sure he had that effect on all women, maybe even men, too. He had that je ne sais quoi that drew people to him. It was his presence, the way he carried himself, and his impossibly good looks that made people stop and notice him. He looked like the devil with combed-back jet-black hair that was short on the sides and longer on top, and eyes the most incredible shade of blue, for which Chelsea had yet to find an accurate label, made even more compelling by the dark brows and long lashes hooding them. But what really gave Jagger his mystique was the dark, groomed stubble she was sure Lucifer bore as well. A sexy devil. If Jagger hadn't been born rich and instead had to work, he'd have been the most successful male model ever. "I hope you love school this much when you're in junior high." Laughing, Jagger allowed Caden to lead him toward her. His gaze drifted to Chelsea, and he cocked his head to the side. "Well, now I see why you love school." "Hi, Miss Beamer. This is my nephew, Jagger." "Nephew?" It was the first time she was able to draw her gaze away from the phenomenon that was Jagger. She looked at Caden, who was still tugging on Jagger's hand. Jagger extended his other hand over the table. "It's a long story." Noticing Jagger's outstretched hand, Chelsea reached out to shake it. Although she'd never swooned in her life, she suspected Jagger might cause her to do so. It was annoying she hadn't outgrown her crush, and that her hormones didn't have the same sense as her brain. But because she knew they didn't, she prepared herself for his touch. His hand was warm as his fingers wrapped around hers. She couldn't stop her breath from hitching as tingles traveled from her hand through her body and made her heart do a loop-de-loo. Dumb hormones. Wanting to keep from melting into a puddle, She withdrew her hand and wished she had a bottle of water to douse the fire burning inside her body. She gestured for Jagger and Caden to sit across from her. "We've met before." Despite the tiny chair and table, Jagger sat in a way that retained his very masculine image. "Yes." Her throat was coarse like sandpaper, and she chastised herself for having a dry granola bar before her meeting, even though she was certain it wasn't responsible for her current state. "I wasn't sure you remembered." She would have laughed if she'd had her composure back. No one would forget Jagger Talbot. It would be like forgetting Brad Pitt or Ryan Gosling. "Yes. I wasn't sure if you remembered me." "Sure. I remember you hassling your brother about wanting to go with us and Mitch to the quarry to swim. You must have been Caden's age." She'd been closer to 10, but it didn't matter. Jagger remembered more than she'd expected, although apparently he'd forgotten how he'd dumped her at Mitch and Sydney's wedding 8 months earlier. Even so, she couldn't blame him. Compared to the women he'd been with before, Chelsea was unremarkable. So it wouldn't have mattered if she'd worn something more interesting than plain khaki crop pants and a white shirt, or wrangled her auburn mess into something other than a ponytail for school today. Jagger's face softened. "I was sorry to hear about Brian." Apparently he'd also forgotten their conversation at the wedding, because he'd expressed sympathy about her brother's death then, too. But she nodded and managed a "thank you," while working to keep her tears at bay. 5 years had passed since Brian had been killed in Iraq, but she still felt the loss keenly. "Who's Brian?" Caden looked up from the imaginary war game between his fingers to Jagger. "He was my brother." Caden turned his gaze to her. "Did he die?" "Caden." Jagger's voice was soft, but held censure. "No, it's okay." Chelsea loved how honest and unguarded children were. Caden was curious, and too young to know the social norms around talking about difficult subjects. "Yes. He was a soldier." "He died in war?" Chelsea nodded, but didn't go into details. Caden didn't need to know how her brother had been betrayed by the very men who should have protected him. "My dad died." "I'm sorry. It's sad to lose people you love." "He was old." Jagger shifted in his chair. Caden didn't have a lot of time with him. Chelsea understood Jagger was trying to explain Caden's apparent lack of emotion about his father's death, but she didn't need it. "He was Jagger's grandpa." Jagger laughed and ruffled Caden's hair. "That's right. My grandfather married Caden's mom." "I'm his uncle, but he's the boss of me until I'm bigger." "Ah." Chelsea did the mental gymnastics. Jagger's grandfather had married a younger woman and had Caden, which indeed made Caden Jagger's uncle. It made her think of the children's song, "I'm My Own Grandpa." "That's right, champ, as long as you passed kindergarten." Caden turned his large blue eyes, which looked so much like Jagger's, on her. "Did I?" "With flying colors." Chelsea passed the certificate of promotion to Caden. He picked it up. "This is me." He pointed at the calligraphy spelling out his name. "What does the rest say?" He showed the certificate to Jagger. "It says you have smarticles and you're going to 1st grade. Congratulations." "Yeah!" Both of Caden's arms shot into the air in victory. Chelsea studied the two Talbots. Her impression of Jagger up to this point had been that he was the shallow playboy depicted in the tabloids. Not that it swayed her reaction to him. That was involuntary, her hormones acting totally detached from her brain. But she'd never have guessed he'd be so fatherly, especially since he hadn't managed to make a single school function over the course of the year. 1st grade is different than kindergarten. He'll have a little homework, and there's less of a play element to learning. Jagger nodded. "I'm sure Big K here can handle it." Parental, guardian involvement becomes more important as he goes on in school. Jagger's gaze jerked from Caden's certificate to her. His laid-back expression tightened and his eyes narrowed. "You don't think I'm involved?" "I don't know. This is the first time I've seen you in regards to his education." Chelsea sat straight. her chin slightly lifted, proud she'd found her bearings around this compelling man and was finally being the teacher she was.
When I can't be here, he has very good care.
Mrs. Stanton, yes. But she's not his guardian. You are. Jagger sat back and studied her. After a moment, he leaned forward.
So none of the other kids in your class have families who need daycare?
She shifted in her seat as his gaze bore into her. Yes, but the daycare providers don't come to the parent-teacher conferences.
I see.
His eyes narrowed, making him really look like the devil now.
So what do the parents do when they can't come? Who do they send instead?
Chelsea swallowed as she realized what he was saying. Not all parents came to parent-teacher meetings. Some didn't care, but many couldn't make it. Apparently Jagger couldn't either, but he'd felt the meetings were important enough to send Caden's nanny.
You don't know me or my family. Caden gets more love and attention than most kids, from me and from Mrs. Stanton. She raised me. I'd thank God for it because my parents are as...
Jagger stopped. Caden looked up at him. Are you mad? Jagger took a deep breath and set a hand on Caden's back.
No.
Chelsea felt reprimanded and thought that perhaps she should. She'd made assumptions about Jagger based on what she knew about his playboy exploits and failure to show up to Caden's conferences. Still, he was Caden's guardian and needed to make more of an effort to participate in his education instead of pawning it off on the nanny. Chelsea considered telling him so, but her mother had long ago taught her to control the expression of her opinions. And if you have to say something, use a little tact, Chelsea, even if it tastes like vinegar rolling off the tongue. She bit her lip to hold back her thoughts and rearranged her words. I'm sorry if I offended you, Mr. Talbot. I can see Caden is well taken care of, but it's my job to make sure he gets what he needs educationally.
Are those his tests and grades?
Jagger nodded toward the folder. Yes.
Is there anything in there that suggests he's not getting the education he needs? Because I can send him to private school.
She knew he was poking at her, but she refused to take the bait. She was more interested in why he hadn't sent Caden to private school. Why didn't you? He leaned back, his furrowed brow suggesting he hadn't expected her question.
Because I want Caden to have a regular childhood. I want him to ride the bus to school and live in the real world with real people.
Real people? Weren't they real people?
Someday Caden is going to be very rich and expected to live as a Talbot. Until then, he deserves to just be a kid.
The mixture of determination and pain in Jagger's expression softened Chelsea, but didn't completely eliminate her criticism of him. She didn't know what he meant by expected to live as a Talbot, or what caused the sadness in his eyes, but she'd never put much stock in the idea of a poor little rich boy. It always amazed her to hear about rich people suffering. Not that they didn't have problems, but they had money to help solve those problems. Money might not buy happiness, but it could do a lot. It could allow a young man to go to graduate school instead of enlisting and dying in a foreign land. It might not cure cancer, but it could afford enough medical attention to prolong the life of a parent. For sure, it would keep away the creditors who were more interested in foreclosing on a home than renegotiating terms with the owner. Chelsea shook her head of her problems and refocused on Jagger. He seemed sincere and serious in his love for Caden, and he was clearly offended by her suggestion that he was otherwise. On the other hand, there had been plenty of times he could have come to a school event and he hadn't. The question was why. Was it because he was doing whatever was expected of a Talbot? Did he work? No, Jagger Talbot didn't have to work. His great-grandfather and grandfather made sure no Talbot would have to ever work again. It was more likely that Jagger missed school events because he was bored living in the quiet rural town of Charlotte Tavern and was spending time back in New York with women and wine. Except, wouldn't that have put him back in the tabloids? Thinking about it, she realized she hadn't seen anything about him in the media since his move south a year ago. The sleepy town and his domestic life must have been too boring for the paparazzi. So why hadn't he come to Caden's school events? Realizing he was waiting for her to respond, Chelsea managed to smile. I'm sorry if I offended you, Mr. Talbot. My intentions are good.
Yeah, well, you know what they say about the road to hell.
You swore. You owe me $1. Caden held out his hand to Jagger.
Put it on my tab.
Deciding it was time to get the meeting back on track, Chelsea pulled Caden's test scores from the file. Caden is a very good student and does well in all areas, although I'd encourage you to continue work on reading over the summer. I don't like reading. Caden scrunched his face.
We'll find stuff you like.
Jagger looked over Caden's scores. Jagger? Caden tugged on Jagger's sleeve.
Yeah?
Jagger turned his attention to Caden, scoring him a point with Chelsea. Many adults verbally responded to kids but didn't give them their full attention. Instead, they listened with one ear while distracted with something else. Caden stood, lifted himself up on his toes, and covered his mouth as he whispered in Jagger's ear. Jagger's gaze flicked to Chelsea as Caden spoke, then turned back to Caden.
Sure, if you want. Let's finish the meeting first.
You ask. Jagger shook his head.
It's your idea. You ask.
Caden looked at Chelsea, who lifted her brows, expecting a question.
Besides reading, is there anything else we need to be concerned with?
Jagger slid the test scores back to Chelsea. I don't anticipate he'll have any trouble in first grade as long as he keeps up on reading.
Looks like we're going to the library this weekend.
Jagger patted Caden on the back. Caden slumped back in his chair. You can go on many adventures in books. She put the paper back and closed the folder. Caden shrugged. Can I ask now? Jagger laughed.
Yeah, go ahead.
Jagger and I are going to Luigi's for pizza. Can you come? Chelsea wasn't sure what she'd expected Caden to ask, but going for pizza wasn't it. She glanced at Jagger. After all, he was annoyed at her, but he kept his expression impassive. She turned her attention back to Caden. Thank you, Caden, but it wouldn't be appropriate. Why?
Consider it his end-of-school-year gift.
Jagger nodded toward her desk, on which sat a variety of presents from her students.
Besides, after tomorrow he's not your student, and your grades are already in. What's the harm?
He was right. Wednesday was the last day of school. 3 days longer than originally planned because of the days lost due to snow in January. Tomorrow wasn't just the last day, but a half day. Then she'd have 2 days off before starting full-time at the diner for the summer. Of course, going out in public with Jagger, even with Caden in tow, would likely raise eyebrows. But she was sure it wouldn't get her in trouble at work. Please? Caden clasped his hands together and looked at her with pleading puppy dog eyes. She was hungry, and Luigi did make good pizza. She was pretty sure those thoughts were her hormones talking because they liked looking at Jagger, but her brain had to agree. She was hungry. I guess it would be all right. She glanced at Jagger again to make sure he was okay with it.
Great. I'm starving.
Jagger stood. Yay! Caden jumped from his chair. I like extra cheese and pepperoni. That sounds good. Let me get my purse and close up the classroom. I can meet you at Luigi's. Promise? Caden's eyes narrowed as if he didn't trust her to follow through. She smiled. I'll be there.
Come on, champ. Let's get a good table before it fills up.
Jagger reached out for Caden's hand. Don't forget, Caden called over his shoulder as Jagger led him toward the door. I won't. 20 minutes later, Chelsea walked into a packed Luigi's. She scanned the dining area until her gaze settled on Caden, who was standing in a booth waving his hands at her while Jagger reached toward him, presumably to make him sit. As she made her way to their table, she had a moment to wonder what people would think about her having dinner with Jagger and Caden. It wasn't a date, Chelsea reminded herself, but Charlotte Tavern was small, and its people loved to gossip and speculate. She scanned the room again, smiling and nodding at the few people she recognized. It was early enough in the evening that most of the people she recognized were older and only known to her as acquaintances or friends of her mother. "Sit here by me." Caden patted the booth next to him. "We ordered, but Jagger said we can get something else if you don't like it." "I'm sure whatever you ordered is fine. I've never met a pizza I didn't like." The waitress appeared, setting a glass of water in front of Chelsea. "Would you like something to drink?" She was unable to keep her gaze from drifting toward Jagger. Chelsea looked to what Jagger was drinking. Milk, the same as Caden. She'd have expected a beer, but maybe he didn't drink in front of the boy. "Water is fine." "Sure." The waitress ogled Jagger a moment longer before wandering off. "Jagger says he knew you when you were little." Caden looked up from beside her in the booth. She glanced quickly at Jagger, wondering what he'd told Caden, as if there was anything to tell. "Sort of. When he'd come here for the summer, he spent time with my brother and another friend of mine." "Mitch," Jagger said. "Mitch is a policeman. He carries a gun." Caden formed his fingers into the shape of a gun. "Yes, he does. Did you know he's like a big brother to me?" Chelsea said. "Because your brother's dead?" Chelsea tried to hide the sudden clench in her stomach from reaching her face. She nodded. "He and my brother were friends since they were your age, and his sister has been my best friend since I was little, too. Maybe you and Matthew Sanders will be best friends that long." Caden's eyes widened and turned to Jagger. "Will we be here that long?" "As long as you want, champ." The question reminded Chelsea that the last year had been a big change for both of them. "Do you like living down here?" Caden nodded. "Yes." He drew out the word as if it was obvious he liked living in Charlotte Tavern. "I get to play more." "You didn't get to play in New York?" Chelsea looked at Jagger for an explanation. "Our lives were much more dictated there. Here it's more relaxed." "I can play in the woods." "You like the woods?" Chelsea turned her attention back to Caden. "I like to hunt bugs." "Bugs are fun." She smiled at Caden, remembering her childhood roaming the woods. "What about you?" She took a sip of the water the waitress had brought. "I like bug hunting." Jagger winked at Caden. "It must be a lot different here than in New York." Jagger's smile faltered a little, replaced with a guarded, almost suspicious expression. "It is." She waited for him to say more, but he took a sip of his milk. "My friend Lexi's husband Drake is from New York. He says he likes Charlotte Tavern all right, but he misses New York pizza." "Well, that goes without saying." The tension in Jagger's jaw lessened. "Since Luigi is from New York, his comes close, but it's still not the same. What do you think, Caden? Luigi's or pizza in New York?" "New York." Caden didn't hesitate. "But there's other food here that's good." Jagger sat back as a small and a large pizza were set on the table. When the waitress left, he motioned for Chelsea to take a piece as he placed a slice on Caden's plate. "Lexi took me to pizza once when I was visiting her in New York." Chelsea pulled a large, floppy triangle onto her plate. "And?" "It was good." Jagger's eyes widened. "Good? She must not have taken you to one of the better spots, because New York pizza is spectacular." She laughed, because he was right. "I bet we have better barbecue." "You'd be right." Jagger handed Caden a napkin. "That's my new quest, to find the best barbecue in the area." "I can help with that." The words were out of her mouth before she could think better of it. She glanced up, hoping he hadn't thought she was being forward. He cocked his head. "You know where to find good barbecue?" She nodded. "I used to make it. Or helped my grandfather make it." "You made it?" Jagger's raised brows suggested he was dubious. Most people were. Barbecue was an art. There were cook-offs for barbecue like there were for chili, and with much of the same competitiveness. "It's an old family recipe." "I like barbecue, but Mrs. Danton always makes me wear a bib. I'm not a baby." Caden pouted. Chelsea laughed. "Barbecue sauce is messy." So was pizza. She held her peace with both hands, trying to keep everything from sliding off. Jagger frowned.
It's easier if you fold it. Like this.
He halved his pizza slice lengthwise, which gave it enough firmness to hold it in one hand. Chelsea shrugged and folded hers. They ate in silence for a few moments, but Chelsea's curiosity started to get the best of her. Now that you've been here a year, are you settled in? Does it feel like home? Jagger's head seesawed side to side.
More or less.
Do you miss New York? He set his pizza down and wiped his mouth with a napkin.
Sometimes.
She frowned at his short, curt answers. Was she asking something she shouldn't be? He sat back and studied her as if he was trying to assess her purpose for being curious. Then he leaned forward, resting his forearms on the table.
Southerners are nice, with all that hospitality, but only to a point.
He paused and then sat back.
But Caden seems to have fit in, and that's what matters most.
Chelsea felt a pang of guilt. She understood completely. In Charlotte Tavern, everyone showed good manners and was helpful, but outsiders were always outsiders. Someone like Jagger would always be apart, even though his family had owned a summer home in the area for decades. It was difficult to become a part of the community without someone on the inside bringing them in, as Lexi had done for her husband Drake, and Mitch had done for his wife, Sydney. Still, with his money and looks, there had to be women in town who wouldn't mind bringing Jagger into the community. You haven't made any friends? His laugh seemed to suggest he knew she was referring to lady friends. After all, he had a reputation.
I probably could.
Of course you could. A single rich man must be in want of a wife and all. His brows pulled together.
What?
She smiled and waved her hand. It's from Pride and Prejudice. Rich single men are usually popular in small towns in which mothers want to marry off their daughters.
I don't want that.
He picked up his slice and ate, but she noted the annoyance in his tone. You don't want to get married? He waited until he swallowed his pizza to answer.
Maybe. Someday. But I'd like a woman to love me, not my money.
She couldn't blame him for that. She'd begun to see there were aspects of being filthy rich that weren't great. Not that she'd rather stay on the cusp of losing everything, as she was now, but she supposed every situation had its pros and cons.
How about you?
He followed his question with a gulp of milk. I have the opposite problem. I have no time and no money. She reached for a piece of pizza at the same time as Jagger. Their knuckles bumped, and she was hit with a zap of awareness. And then she realized she was reaching for a third slice. It had been so long since she'd been out with a man she'd forgotten to curb her appetite. Men didn't think gluttons were attractive. Not that this was a date, but still. She pulled her hand back.
No, please.
Jagger turned the tray so the slice was closer to her, then grabbed another piece. She shook her head. I'm fine. Jagger rolled his eyes.
If you're hungry, eat it. For once, I'll come close to feeling like I got my money's worth when feeding a woman.
What's that supposed to mean? Heat rose in her cheeks.
It means that for some reason women won't eat in front of men. I should just buy them a carrot to save me the cost of dinner. If you're hungry, eat.
Well then, I better have two, Chelsea said, feeling surly. Jagger flashed a grin.
Absolutely.
She studied him for a moment. Or maybe she was just mesmerized again by his amused crystalline eyes and devilish smile. What she didn't see in his handsome face was judgment about how much she ate, or for snapping at him. Aren't you hungry? Caden's inquisitive blue eyes gazed at her. She was hungry, and this wasn't a date. She wasn't trying to impress Jagger. With a shrug, she took the pizza. I eat a lot because I'm growing. Caden set a piece of the crust next to the remains of the last slice he ate. You are growing. I think you may have grown since we've been here. Chelsea smiled at him. Really? His eyes rounded to saucers, and then he gave her a toothless grin. Pretty soon I'll be as big as you. Pretty soon.
I'm not sure you realize it, but that was a marriage proposal.
Jagger laughed. It wasn't unusual for her students to have crushes on her or call her mom. Chelsea thought it was sweet.
By the way, I know where all his food is going. Where do you put it?
His brows pulled together quizzically as he nodded toward her. Chelsea wasn't sure if he was teasing, but she decided to take the question at face value. I burn it. I chase after 5-year-olds all day, and many nights I work at the Dixie Diner. When I can, I like to play sports. Jagger grinned.
What kind of sports?
There was a subtle but visible twinkle in his eyes that made her think he had a different idea for potential sports activities. Even as her mind called him a pervert, her hormones sent a little thrilling chill through her body. I used to play a lot of rec sports like soccer. When I can, I like to play tennis.
That's right. You went to college on a soccer scholarship.
She jerked back, surprised he'd known. While she'd been able to pay for college, graduate school was another matter. Those loan payments were a month behind.
Brian was proud of you for that.
He told you? She knew Jagger and Brian hung out when Jagger was in the area, but she didn't think they were the type of friends that stayed in touch when they were apart or shared personal details of their lives. Jagger nodded.
The last time I saw him, he was in New York. Mitch was there too. I took them out for a night on the town.
For some strange reason, Chelsea was glad to hear her brother had a night of clubbing and possible debauchery before heading to the Middle East. We have a tennis court. Chelsea tore her gaze from Jagger to Caden. Do you play? Nah, I ride my bike or scooter on it. Do you ride bikes? I used to. I don't have one anymore. It was one of many things she'd sold to help cover her bills and living expenses. Caden's eyes widened in horror. You should get one. They're fun. The waitress arrived at the table. Can I get you anything else? Jagger looked to Chelsea and Caden.
Dessert?
Yeah! Caden clapped his hands together. I want a sundae. Turning to Chelsea, he said, We never get dessert. Chelsea turned her suspicious gaze on Jagger. Was he trying to get her to eat more? Feeling surly, she decided to poke back. I'll have the double chocolate brownie sundae. Oh, yeah, that's what I want, too. Can I?
2 brownie sundaes and a coffee.
He nodded questioningly to Chelsea. She nodded back.
2 coffees.
The waitress left, and Jagger returned his gaze to her. I wouldn't want you to not get your money's worth. She hoped she succeeded in exuding a bravado she didn't quite feel. He grinned that devilish smile, completing it with a wink. Again her hormones and brain warred. He was flirting, but she fought to think it meant he was attracted to her. Flirting was how men like Jagger related to women, wasn't it? Of course, knowing that his flirtations meant nothing didn't stop her heart from speeding up. Breaking away from his bewitching smile, she turned her attention to Caden. All she had to do was get through dessert and then go home. Caden, you said you didn't like to read, but I know some books you might like. Really? She nodded and reached into her purse for a pen and paper. I'm going to write them down so you can look for them at the library. One is about a little boy who's a pirate. I like pirates. And one is about a boy detective. What's a detective? He's a policeman that solves mysteries. She slid the paper to Caden. He looked at it and then handed it to Jagger. Can we get these?
This weekend, Big K.
Chelsea chanced to glance at Jagger. He was studying her as if he wasn't sure what to make of her. It was better than the devilish look he'd given her earlier, and yet it was still unnerving. Chelsea was filled with relief and disappointment as the evening came to an end and Jagger and Caden walked her to her car. Thank you for the pizza. Jagger smiled, and like always, it drew her in. Good golly, he was handsome. Are we still having a party tomorrow? Caden's voice broke through the hypnotic state Jagger had her in. With effort, she turned her attention to Caden. Of course. It's the last day of school. That's always a party. She opened her car door, reminding herself she needed to stop at the store for groceries and baking goods. Jagger held her door open, resting his arm on the top while the other hand held Caden's. Stepping between the door and her car brought her in close proximity to Jagger and to the zap that always surged through her body. Jagger's devilish grin suggested he knew his effect on her. Well, of course he would. He had that effect on the entire female gender.
Missy is making cupcakes.
Missy?
Miss Z. Her name is Mrs. Zhmievsky, but I can hardly say it, so it's no wonder Caden can't. We've both given up and call her Miss Z.
I see. His blue eyes, sapphire, drew her in. She was certain if he asked her to sell her soul, she'd do it. Stupid hormones.
She makes really good cookies, but tomorrow she's making cupcakes.
With effort and relief, Chelsea tore her gaze from Jagger's hypnotic eyes and looked at Caden. With a smile, she bent down to him. I'm bringing my special brownies.
I love brownies.
Caden grinned, and Chelsea felt a little pang of sadness that tomorrow was the last day she'd be his teacher. Caden was a great kid, and Chelsea knew some of the credit had to go to Jagger. It made him even more attractive. Thank goodness school was out and the odds of seeing Jagger up close and personal again were low. She wasn't sure how much more titillation her hormones could stand. Taking a deep breath, she steeled her nerves and looked at Jagger. I'm sorry for earlier, for questioning your parenting skills.
You're forgiven.
His words were soft, drifting around her. It gave her a chill. She stood, mesmerized again by his eyes. Cobalt? Before finally getting in her car.
Bye, Miss Beamer,
Caden waved. See you tomorrow. She winked at Caden and nodded toward Jagger, who shut her door. She started the car and pulled away, quickly glancing in the rearview mirror as she drove. Jagger and Caden stood, Caden waving furiously and Jagger simply watching. Those irrational hormones tugged on her heartstrings. They were an unconventional family, but they were a unit. It would be nice to be part of something like that. She turned her attention to merging into traffic, which effectively pushed away the image of family. As much as she wanted one, it wasn't in the cards for her. Even if she had the time to date between 2 jobs, unless she won the lottery, no one would want to take on her financial burden. So she drove toward the grocery store, determined to be content in the life she had. And if sometimes she fantasized about those wonderful blue eyes, Asher? Who could blame her? She wasn't the first woman to lust after Jagger Talbot, and she wouldn't be the last. Chapter 2. Jagger sat with his beer on the back patio, overlooking the rolling hills of the Virginia Piedmont as the sun made its final descent behind the Blue Ridge. Caden was hyped up after having dinner with his teacher crush, but Jagger had finally gotten him to bed with that promise that he could ask her for dinner again. Jagger laughed as he brought the beer to his lips. Caden certainly had good taste. Chelsea Beamer had grown into a beautiful woman. Of course, he'd already known that. He'd realized it 8 months earlier at Mitch and Sydney's wedding. He hadn't seen Chelsea since she was a teenager, so the contrast between the girl next door tomboy and the full-grown woman at the wedding had been significant. And after months of not finding anyone who piqued his interest in Charlotte Tavern, Chelsea had piqued him. Hard. Up until the wedding, and since then, the women he'd met in the small town were either leery of him, presumably because of his reputation, or worked too hard to gain his interest, probably because of his wealth. The worst experience was when he'd asked Dana Dalton, a single mother whose son was a friend of Caden's, to dinner. She'd met him at her door in a negligee. Jagger liked women and sex, but not with just anyone and everyone. Despite what society thought, he wasn't interested in betting anything with 2 legs and breasts. He didn't need a woman, but moving to Charlotte Tavern and raising Caden had made him rethink his life and priorities. He wanted a family, A functional, loving family. He desperately wanted Caden to have it. Something other than what he'd had growing up. He thought he was doing a good job so far, although Chelsea had questioned that. Caden had a nice home and routine. He played t-ball and soccer and explored the woods, all the things a 5-year-old should do. He was happy. Jagger was happy too. Or nearly there. He hadn't been exaggerating about his difficulties assimilating into the community. He'd always be somewhat of an outsider because he wasn't from there, but his reputation and wealth created an additional barrier. As a result, except for Mitch and Sydney, who were in the throes of newlywed life and didn't have much time for friends, Jagger didn't have anyone outside of Caden and his small staff. Mrs. Stanton, the nanny, Miss Z, the housekeeper and cook, and Mr. Grayson, the driver, butler, or whatever Jagger needed at the time. It wasn't from a lack of trying. He'd made efforts to join the community, but while the residents were polite, the distance persisted. He suspected living on a grand estate on the outskirts of town didn't help. There were other wealthy families with homes like his, but they didn't live full-time in Charlotte Tavern and never participated in the community when they were in residence. His family had been like that during the years his grandfather owned the estate. For a time, Jagger had considered buying a home in town, placing him and Caden in the center of things. He could still have the horse farm, but would close up the house like it had been years before. The idea appealed to him a lot. He was tired of his money and reputation keeping him from having a normal, traditional life. But he wasn't sure living in closer proximity to the residents would change their opinion of him. Once Caden started school, Jagger shelved the idea of moving into town. It didn't seem worth the effort, and the townsfolk might view him as outlandish for having 2 homes in one city. Still, he'd continued to seek ways to integrate into the community, especially for Caden's sake. Jagger took another swig of his beer as the memories of seeing Chelsea at Mitch and Sydney's wedding floated in his mind. Images of her sitting alone, her expression both happy and sad as she watched Mitch and Sydney share their first dance. Jagger thought he understood Chelsea's dual emotions. She and Mitch were close, like siblings. She had to be happy he'd found, or in this case, re-found love with Sydney. At the same time, she had to be thinking of her brother Brian, who couldn't be there, who wouldn't have love like Mitch. Jagger felt sad for her, which was initially why he sat with her at the table. Up close, she was even more stunning than he'd first thought. The streaks of gold in her long auburn hair shone in the sunlight. Her dark chocolate eyes were so deep it was a wonder he hadn't drowned in them. But by that time in his life, Jagger was interested in more than a woman's beauty and sex appeal. He liked women with a sense of humor, a willingness to speak her mind, and who were genuine, who weren't acting with guile or an agenda. On that front, Chelsea aroused his interest. She treated him like a regular guy, wasn't trying to impress or seduce him, and wasn't wary of his womanizing past. She was funny and authentic, and he discovered that the more he'd talked to her that day, the more he'd wanted to talk to her. When she mentioned she was out of wine, he'd been embarrassingly eager to get a new glass for her. As he reached the bar, Mitch approached him, questioning his intentions, and asked him to stay away from Chelsea. Jagger wanted to tell him no, but Mitch was his only friend in Charlotte Tavern. Chelsea had had enough pain in her life already. While Jagger wouldn't intentionally hurt her, relationships always held that possibility. As much as he wanted a life with a woman, he couldn't make that promise. And he couldn't do anything that would potentially hurt Caden. So instead of bringing her wine, he'd left. When he'd learned she was Caden's teacher, he knew he'd have to see her again, but he was embarrassed by his behavior and not certain he could abide by Mitch's wishes. So he'd sent Mrs. Stanton to all the school activities until today. It was so important to Caden that Jagger see his school, his classroom, and his teacher, that Jagger couldn't deny him. I wasn't sure you remembered me." Her words came back to him. She actually thought he'd forgotten how he'd left her alone at the wedding. His embarrassment and shame didn't allow him to bring it up, so he'd gone back further in their history, reminding her how he'd been friends with Brian. The whole evening with her was surreal. It was as if their meeting at the wedding had never occurred. Then she took him to task for missing Caden's school meetings. Jesus, if she only knew why. He rubbed a hand over his face. Even now, the memory of her wild, thick auburn hair pulled back in a messy ponytail, her plain khaki pants and crisp white shirt appealed to him. Why was it that the one woman he shouldn't have was the one that intrigued him? He downed the rest of his beer.
"Mr. Talbot."
Jacker turned his head toward his butler.
"Yes, Grayson." "Miss Z is done for the evening, as am I, unless there is anything else you need."
Jacker thought Grayson watched too much Downton Abbey. While he didn't have the British accent, his speech had become even more formal than when he'd worked for his grandfather.
"No, thank you, Grayson."
With a nod, Grayson left Jagger alone on the patio. Alone. He'd have thought he would be used to it by now. He'd always had someone around him. Mrs. Stanton, servants. Many were good people. But Jagger had never been able to shake the feeling of aloneness. Sure, he'd spent most of his 20s going to clubs and trying out women, but there wasn't an emotional connection. He'd begun to wonder if that sort of attachment, of feeling like a part of a group or belonging to someone, was a myth. Except he was pretty sure what he saw between Mitch and Sydney was real. He shook his head of his melancholy. He was the envy of many. No one would empathize with his frustrations, so why linger over them? He had Caden and was building a good life for him. Except for his seat on the board, he'd been able to extricate himself from the family business and start something new in Charlotte Tavern. He had nothing to be melancholy about. Standing, he headed back inside, checking that the door was locked so Miss Z wouldn't hassle him about it in the morning. Tossing his bottle in the recycling, he headed up to bed. There was nothing else to do at 9 at night in Charlotte Tavern except listen to the crickets.
I hope Miss Beamer likes the cupcakes.
Caden bounded down the steps of the house. His backpack hung, not quite as heavy as usual, on his back, and he carried a box of Miss Z's famous sour cream and chocolate cupcakes.
"I'm sure she will."
Jagger caught up with him, and they made their way up the quarter-mile drive to the road to meet the bus. It was the last part of their morning ritual. On cold or rainy days, Jagger drove him to the bus stop. But today was sunny. It was mid-May, so it was cool, and the promise of warmth hung in the air. The grass and trees were lush and green. Daffodils and tulips colored the landscape. The humidity hadn't arrived in full swing yet, making it one of the prettiest and most pleasant times of the year.
She said she's bringing brownies.
"Maybe you can steal one for me."
Caden grinned at him.
Stealing is wrong.
"Okay, maybe you can see if you can bring one home."
Jagger rustled Caden's hair.
"Here, give her one of these in return."
Jagger jogged over to the nearest oak tree where an explosion of bright-colored blooms grew. He picked a few tulips, knowing their time was coming to an end soon, and thereby reducing the risk the gardener would chew him out. He started to give them to Caden, but realized his hands were full.
"I'll put them in your backpack, but remember they're there so they don't get squished."
Okay.
Caden stopped to let Jagger slip the buds into his pack.
"Are you going to miss school?"
Jagger patted Caden's pack to let him know he was done, and they started toward the road again.
I'm going to miss Miss Beamer. When can we go get pizza again?
"I don't know. You'll have to ask her."
They arrived at the end of the drive, standing far enough back for safety, but close enough the bus driver could see they were there. The driver pulled up and opened the door.
"Have a great last day of school, Caden."
Okay.
Caden's little legs somehow made it up the tall steps of the bus. Jagger waved to Caden and the driver and watched as the bus pulled away and headed up the road. His life was good. He made his way back to the house, planning to have another cup of coffee before heading to the stables. A new horse arrived the other day from a farm raided by local animal law enforcement. It had broken his heart to see a magnificent animal reduced to skin wrapped around bones. Fortunately, his vet had assured him they could return the mare to health. Jagger hadn't set out to take in rescue horses. His grandfather had bought the farm during the 1970s when Secretariat was the rage. For a few years, his grandfather worked to produce a Triple Crown winner. By the time Jagger was born and old enough to visit during the summers, the farm was more known for breeding than training racehorses. As a boy and teenager, Jagger visited the farm with his grandfather and often on his own. He enjoyed the country and space. He enjoyed the horses. Once Jagger was a teenager, his interest in them had waned, and he spent most summers running around with Mitch and Brian. Eventually, Jagger's grandfather ran out of interest in the horses as well. While the house remained in the family, the horses had been sold. Then, last fall, needing something to keep him occupied while Caden was at school, Jagger decided to reopen the farm. He wasn't interested in training or breeding horses. Instead, he'd decided to focus on retired racehorses. He'd only taken in a couple of horses when word got out about his new project, and animal control started calling about horses they'd rescued from abuse. Although the Talbot family had the money to run such an operation, Jagger knew his father would work to put an end to what he'd see as frivolous and wasteful. So, 6 months ago, Jagger started a foundation to raise money that would not only help care for the rescue horses, but would also be available to other rescue centers. Jagger nearly made it to the front steps when he heard a car pulling up the drive. He turned to see a small, old, beat-up sedan coming toward him. Must be lost. He stepped back out into the drive, prepared to give the driver directions. When the car pulled closer and he was able to see the woman in the front seat, his insides went cold. She parked and stepped out of the car. "Hi, Jagger." He heard the tentativeness in her tone, but didn't care. The cold was now replaced by white-hot anger.
"What are you doing here, Tanya?"
I was hoping to talk with you." Jagger shook his head. She wasn't slurring her words, and her eyes were clear, so at least she'd shown up sober. But that didn't mean he'd give her any of his time.
"You're not welcome here."
She sighed. "I know you hate me, but I'm better now. I'm clean. I've been clean for nearly a year." Tanya had no right to be there, not after what she'd done to Caden.
"I don't care."
He contemplated physically putting her in her car, but wasn't sure he could do it without hurting her. "Please, Jagger, just hear me out."
"No. The only reason you can be here is to see Caden."
Thank God he was heading to school. He didn't need Caden seeing her.
"But you gave up that right when you chose to run off with your abusive drug-dealing boyfriend."
"I know." She looked down. Her remorse and shame appeared real, but he had no sympathy for her. She looked up at him again. "I messed up. You know what I was going through."
"It doesn't matter what you were going through. If you were any kind of mother, you'd have endured it and more. You abandoned him, choosing drugs instead. You left without a single thought."
"I knew you'd care for him."
"I have, and I'll continue to care for him. I'm his parent now, Tanya. So get in your heap and drive back to whatever hole you climbed out of, because I will not let you back in his life."
She bit her lip, her expression suggesting she was thinking of her next words. "I'm his mother, Jagger."
"No,
I am. I've been working hard to get myself together, and I want to make it right with you and Caden."
"You're 2 years too late. He doesn't even remember you."
Jagger wasn't sure if that was true, but if it got her to leave, he'd say it. He'd do whatever was necessary to keep her away. "I'm going to do this. If I have to get a lawyer, I will." Rage and terror roiled in Jagger's gut.
"I'll ruin you if you try." Don't think I won't make sure everyone knows every sordid detail of your life.
You're not perfect either. Her chin lifted in defiance, but her voice quivered.
No, but I don't use drugs or abandon my responsibilities, especially to family. Since the day Caden was born, I've been there.
He thumped his fist over his heart.
Since you abandoned him and his father died, I've been there. Biology doesn't make you a parent, Tanya.
I know I've made mistakes.
But I am his mother, and I will have him back.
His hands clenched at his sides as he stepped toward her. Her eyes widened and she scrambled into her car. She glared at him through the window as she started the engine. Dirt billowed as she drove off. Jagger watched for a moment as the anger dissipated into satisfaction at running her off. He hoped she'd headed out of town and never come back. I will have him back. Her words came to him, and with that, panic erupted. He grabbed his phone from his pocket, thankful he'd set an auto dial for Caden's school. While he called, he ran into the house. Grayson stood in the foyer.
Who was... my keys?
Jagger headed toward the kitchen, where he knew Grayson stored his keys.
I'll get them.
Thankfully, Grayson understood the gravity of the situation without needing an explanation.
Yes, this is Jagger Talbot.
He continued behind Grayson as the school secretary greeted him on the phone.
I need you to check on Caden Talbot and make sure no one besides me takes him.
Only people on the approved pickup list.
You don't understand. Someone, a woman, Tanya Gilson, she might say she's Tanya Talbot, may try to get him. Under no circumstances are you to let her have him.
I assure you, only people on the list.
She may not check in.
Good Christ, how could she not hear the desperation in his voice?
Someone needs to have eyes on him at all times.
Mr. Talbot. The sigh of annoyance set him on edge.
Put the principal on. I'll pull the car out.
Grayson jangled the keys and then headed to the garage. Jagger nodded and followed him out. She's...
You know what? I think I'll just call the police.
He was about to do it, too. But then the secretary acquiesced. There's no need for that. I'll get the principal. Jagger slipped into the Porsche Cayenne, barely giving Grayson time to get out. He'd always wanted to see just how far and fast he could push the luxury SUV, but he hadn't thought he'd do it trying to prevent Tanya from abducting Caden. He pulled the door shut and put the vehicle in gear, not bothering with his seatbelt. He bolted down the drive, barely stopping before pulling out onto the rural road. I understand there is a concern regarding Caden's safety. Jagger didn't let the principal finish.
I need someone to check on him now and keep eyes on him until I get there.
There's no need to come down, Mr. Talbot. I understand your concern. The buses are just arriving here at school and will make sure no one other than you...
I'm coming. Check on him now.
He hung up, not wanting to listen to more patronizing. The schools made such a big deal about safety and parent involvement, but boy did they make it hard sometimes. He made a circle around the school looking for Tanya and her car. Not seeing them didn't alleviate his dread. He parked and ran into the school, making a beeline to Caden's classroom. Mr. Talbot. A tall, lean, middle-aged woman in a navy dress stepped out from the office as he made his way past. She held out a paper. Caden is fine, but you'll need this visitor's pass to go to his class. He skidded to a halt long enough to grab the paper.
Thanks.
And he was thankful. She got it. She understood his fear and panic. He ran, not caring that he was breaking rules to Caden's classroom. He got himself under enough control to look through the door's window instead of bursting in like a lunatic. At first, the room looked empty, but as he scanned, he saw the children standing in a semicircle around Chelsea. They were making strange hand movements. He listened and realized they were singing and acting out a song. Scanning further, he saw Caden standing next to Chelsea. Relief came in a wave. As you can see, he's fine. Jagger turned his head. The woman who'd handed him the visitor's pass was standing next to him.
Thank you.
As the principal, I normally wouldn't allow a parent to go running through the halls, but it sounded as if you felt he was in danger. As a divorced parent myself, I can understand the type of fear that a potential abduction could evoke." He nodded, not bothering to correct her assumption that he'd been married to Tanya. He looked back in the classroom just to be sure Caden was still there. "But now you know he's okay, and I assure you we'll keep him safe. You can go and let him have his last day of school." On an intellectual level, Jagger understood what she was saying. However, deep in his gut, he knew there was no way he would let Caden out of his sight, not until he knew where Tanya was and what her intentions were. "I'm not leaving." "Mr. Talbot, you can't stand outside the door all day." "I'll volunteer." When the principal didn't answer, he turned to look at her. She was studying him. Granted, he wasn't Caden's parent. He was a spoiled rich former playboy, which he supposed detracted from his character. But he'd spent the last year raising Caden on his own, and before that, he'd spent much of his time helping with Caden's care. He was as much a parent as anyone. He certainly loved Caden as if he was his father. Apparently, the principal saw what she needed. "I'm sure Miss Beamer would appreciate the help since her aide called in sick today, but—" He reached for the door handle. "Pull yourself together. Children can sense fear and worry in the adults around them. I don't want you worrying Caden or the other children." He nodded, took a deep breath to steady his nerves, plastered on a smile, and opened the door. "Miss Beamer." The principal stepped in behind him. "Mr. Talbot has graciously agreed to help out today since Mrs. Gordon can't be here." Chelsea's eyes widened in surprise, but then she smiled. It was a warm, welcoming smile that made him feel he'd earned a point with her.
Jagger!
Caden ran to him, grabbing his hand and pulling him back to the group.
"We're singing."
"I saw you." Jagger let himself be drawn into the circle.
"Class, this is Mr. Talbot, Caden's—"
Chelsea frowned and looked to Jagger.
"He's my nephew," Caden told his class. "My dad was his grandpa."
While Jagger was sure the children didn't quite understand, they didn't seem to care either.
"Good morning, Mr. Talbot,"
they all chimed in a chorus.
"Good morning."
"We've just finished morning stretches and are getting ready to sit and share some of the things we liked about kindergarten. If you'd like to get a chair, Mr. Talbot, you can join us."
He picked up a chair and set it behind Caden, who, along with the other children, sat on the floor in a circle. When she smiled at him again, he regretted not coming sooner.
"So, who wants to start sharing one thing you liked best about kindergarten?"
He wasn't sure how she did it, but somehow she kept the kids organized and engaged as they sat taking turns sharing what they'd liked and learned. Jagger had put on a few birthday parties for Caden, and none had had any control. Could he hire Chelsea for Caden's next birthday?
"We're going to go to our seats and make a picture. This will be a special picture as it will be the cover of your kindergarten book."
Chelsea held up a stack of papers.
"I have put together most of your work over the year, from learning your ABCs and numbers to artwork, and even some of the pictures we've taken. You'll make the cover, and you'll have a book to remember kindergarten."
The children smiled. No wonder Caden was in love with her. She was gentle, kind, and genuine. Jagger was half in love himself.
"So, when I call your table, I want you to stand up, go to your cubby to get your art box and your art shirt, and go to your seat. Mr. Talbot and I will get more art supplies and bring them to you."
She scanned the group. They sat forward, anticipating which table she'd start with.
"Honeybees, you can start."
"Honeybees?"
Jagger glanced at Chelsea with one raised brow. She smiled at him, then turned her attention to the 5 children who stood and quietly went to a large storage area along the side wall. He was amazed at how orderly they were. How'd she do that? As the first group gathered their items, Chelsea called the second group, the Sharks, and Caden, along with 4 other boys, stood.
"No girls wanted to be a shark?"
"Girls aren't sharks," one boy said.
I don't know. I've met a few.
Chelsea sent him a warning glance, but her gaze held humor. Like the previous group, this set of 5 children quietly went to their storage cubbies and got their items. Caden put on his art shirt, making Jagger frown. Was that one of his old shirts? When did he send that to school? Within a few minutes, all the children were at their tables, waiting for their next task. Mr. Talbot, can you help me pass out the other art items? There are several boxes over here. You can put 1 box per table. Chelsea led Jagger to a storage area near her desk. There were several boxes filled with glue, glitter, beads, paint, and other art supplies.
You're just going to let them have at all this?
Jagger had done art with Caden before, the results of which were still smeared on Caden's bedroom wall. She smiled, and, for a moment, it distracted him. She was really beautiful. It's the last day of school. Her gaze slid over his body, and he realized he ran out of the house without considering what he was wearing. Not able to remember, he glanced down. Old faded jeans Miss Z kept trying to throw out, and a blue plaid button-down over a white t-shirt. Could be better. Could be worse. If you're worried about getting your clothes ruined, I have a smock you can wear.
I'd rather buy new clothes than wear a smock.
She nodded, her lips twitching into that coy smile, and then she turned her attention back to the children, whose noise level was rising. Remember, indoor voices. Mr. Talbot is going to give each table an art box. Don't forget your manners and take turns. There are enough art supplies for everyone. I'm going to give you each a piece of construction paper. You'll have your choice of color. She held up a large stack of construction paper. When I give you your paper, you can start. Jagger picked up the art boxes and set one on each table as instructed, while Chelsea handed out construction paper. Jagger, I chose green! Caden waved his paper in the air, nearly hitting the boy sitting next to him.
I like green. What are you going to put on it?
Caden set his paper on the table and rummaged through his art box. Me and you and Miss Beam are having pizza. Jagger cast a glance toward Chelsea. Her lips curved upward slightly, and a blush came to her cheeks as she turned her gaze to Jagger.
Interesting.
It seemed like hours that he and Chelsea checked on the kids and stopped glitter wars, which, in his estimate, he lost. Miss Z might get her wish with the jeans if the glitter didn't come off. Then Chelsea gave them a 5-minute warning that it was time to finish up. In a marvel Jagger wouldn't have believed if he hadn't seen it, the kids finished, and within 10 minutes of completing their work, all the supplies were stashed, the artwork sat along the window to dry, and the kids were back on the carpet waiting quietly. Mr. Talbot will read you a story while I finish cleaning up, and then we'll have our snack and party. There was a group, "Yay!" from the kids.
Story? I can clean if you'd...
I think Caden would enjoy you reading a story. The one about napping is his favorite. She nodded toward the shelf of books. Jagger blew out a breath, then scanned the shelf for said nap book. It's the blue one with the dog on the cover. The little girl nearest the shelf pointed.
Thanks.
Jagger picked up the book, sat in Chelsea's chair, and scanned the eager faces sitting around him. Caden sported a huge grin, which gave Jagger confidence to keep going. He opened the book and began to read about a puppy who did everything he could to avoid his nap. After each page, Jagger held up the book to show the pictures to the kids, who sat enthralled. He looked at Caden, whose eyes shone with delight and such happiness it stole away Jagger's breath.
Why didn't I come to school sooner? Is Chelsea right? Am I not involved enough?
He chanced to glance at her. She was wiping down a table, but her gaze lifted to his. He swore she was saying, "See how important this is?" Jagger finished the book, and the kids asked him to read more.
Maybe just one more. I have to set out all the party food.
Yay! The children cheered, but Jagger wasn't sure if it was for one more book or the party. Jagger read a second book, and by the time he was finished, Chelsea had set up for the kids to get their snacks, grab some treats, and head to their seats. Once the children were sitting and eating, she handed him a brownie. "Thank you for the flowers." She nodded to the sad-looking blooms wilting in a paper cup on her desk.
"They were in better shape when I picked them this morning."
He bit into the brownie and nearly groaned as the gooey goodness melted in his mouth. He'd never been much of a brownie fan. Usually they were dry and lacking in taste, but these were moist and rich.
"You made these?"
She nodded. "My mother's recipe."
"How many flowers do you need for me to order a whole batch?"
He popped the rest of the brownie in his mouth. She smiled, and, like the brownie, it dazed him a little bit. "You can have more for being my aide today."
"I should have come to help sooner."
He grinned, knowing his comment would annoy her. Her eyes narrowed, her expression similar to ones his teachers had given him when he was in school. It was amazing how one glare could convey so much. She gave the children 20 minutes for their party, which, along with snacks and goodies, included a few games they could play at their tables. It only took another 10 minutes for her to have them clean up their food mess, line up, and go out to the playground for recess. Although the area was fenced, Jagger's guard was back up. He scanned the perimeter in case Tanya was skulking around. It reminded him that he needed to call his lawyer to make sure his legal situation involving Caden was solid. "I didn't want to say anything with the kids around, but is everything all right? Mrs. Compton called the classroom this morning to make sure Caden was there, and then you showed up." Jagger did a quick check on Caden, who was playing basketball with a group of other children.
"It's a long story."
"And none of my business." Jagger tore his gaze away from Caden to look at Chelsea.
"No, that's not what I meant. It's a long story, and this isn't the place for me to tell it."
She nodded, but he got the impression she'd thought she'd been reprimanded for being nosy.
"His mother showed up this morning."
She jerked her gaze to his.
"After being gone for years, she just showed up. Thank God Caden was already on the bus."
"You think she might abduct him?"
"I don't know. Maybe. I know you think I'm just the playboy nephew, but I've cared for Caden since long before she left."
"You love him." She reached out, placing her hand on his arm. Her voice and touch soothed.
"Yes. And I'll do anything to protect him."
"Even work with glitter." She grinned as she patted away red glitter clinging to his shirt. He laughed.
"Whatever it takes."
Chapter 3. Caden swung in the tire swing Jagger had one of the farmhands put up in the large oak behind the house. Jagger should be at the stables checking on the horses, but he wasn't going to take his eyes off Caden until the situation with Tanya was settled. He didn't know where she was or what her plans were, and until he did, Caden would be kept close. She said she'd get a lawyer. He scoffed at that idea. First, unless something had changed, she was broke. She'd received nothing from Jagger's grandfather because she'd cheated, thereby forfeiting the substantial income she'd have received per the prenuptial agreement. Second, she was an ex-exotic dancer who'd gotten involved in drugs and eventually abandoned Caden to run off with her violent drug dealer. What judge would grant her custody? He could remember vividly the day she left. She'd planned to take Caden with her, but Jagger had caught her as she tried to sneak out of the house with a 3-year-old Caden. The fear that harm would come to Caden had gripped him hard then, too. Jagger had tried to help her navigate the toxicity of his family. He'd even tried to get her into rehab. But she'd refused, even after nearly dying twice. She could refuse all she wanted, but she wasn't going to take Caden. So Jagger told her that she could go, but he'd call the cops if she took Caden. There was a glazed, clouded look in her eyes. She swayed and slurred her words. She was stoned. He'd told her she'd be arrested and her rights terminated if she left. He reminded her that Talbot money would make sure she never saw Caden again. She didn't protest when he'd taken Caden from her arms and told her to go. She left, with barely a look back, which Jagger assumed meant that she had tried to take Caden to hurt his grandfather, not out of motherly love. When he learned his father had paid her to leave, He was convinced he'd done the right thing by keeping Caden. Now she was back, looking pretty good. She looked younger now than she had the day she left. She'd gained some weight, and her coloring was normal. She hadn't slurred or swayed. Nevertheless, that didn't mean she was completely off the drugs. Plus, what if she was still with her drug-selling boyfriend? Did she really want to be a mom, or had the money she'd taken from Jagger's father run out? Regardless, she said she was calling a lawyer, which meant he should too. If she really does have her life together, she might have a chance, Alexis Fairchild, Jagger's longtime friend and attorney in New York, explained.
She did drugs through most of his childhood and abandoned him. How is that possible?
Jagger pinched the bridge of his nose. The courts have a soft spot for moms. Even in today's enlightened society, the idea that children are better off with their biological moms is deeply ingrained.
Even drug-addicted ones?
If they quit and get their acts together, yes. It's not like you don't have a few skeletons yourself.
I never did drugs.
He'd been drunk before, but not in years, and as far as he knew, he'd never been photographed inebriated, which meant there was no proof.
I've always been able to care for Caden when he needed me.
Although Miss Beamer might not agree, at least when it came to Caden's education. My suggestion is, if she shows up again, see if you can work out a visitation. That would ensure you retain custody and control.
No. She gave up any right to be in his life when she chose her drug dealer and heroin over Caden.
I don't think he even remembers her. Maybe we don't have to worry about it. Maybe she's given up and left town.
What if she hasn't?
Jagger looked up as Caden called to him to watch how high he could swing. Jagger gave a thumbs up. Like I said, you might have a tough time keeping custody if she's got her life in order. You're a single man who isn't related.
I am related to him.
But you're not his father. You have your own past to contend with, and while living in Podunk, Virginia suggests you left that life behind, you're still unsettled.
So if I were married, I'd have a better chance?
Maybe. I don't know. Family law isn't my forte. Listen, let me hit up my network and see who's recommended in your area. It'll probably be someone in Richmond or Washington. I can't imagine I know someone who knows anywhere in the middle of nowhere, Virginia.
You know me.
Yes, but you're not a lawyer. Let me find someone who can help you with this. Jagger nodded.
I'd appreciate it.
Except for the part of the day Jagger spent in Caden's class, the day progressed as normal. Late in the afternoon, Jagger took Caden with him to the stables. Caden filled his pockets with carrots and was the most popular person among the horses. After dinner, they went for a walk in the woods. Jagger considered asking Caden what he remembered about his mother, but changed his mind. Or, more accurately, chickened out. Caden was Jagger's child as if he had fathered him. Like a son. He'd do whatever it took to protect him. They were just getting back from their walk when Grayson met them along the trail just outside the large grassy area. Grayson's stiff body and tense voice let Jagger know something was up.
You have company again, sir?
The again set Jagger on edge.
Where is she?
I wouldn't let her in the house. Rude, but good. Jagger nodded.
Will you watch Caden? Keep him back here?
Yes, sir. Caden, I've got to take care of something. You stay out here with Grayson. Maybe you can show him how fast you can run.
I'm fast.
So I'm told. Grayson put a protective arm around Caden that reassured Jagger. Blowing out a breath, Jagger headed into the house, through the kitchen and out to the foyer. He looked out the window, hoping Tanya had taken a hint and gone away. He saw her beat-up car, but not her.
No.
Irritation and panic snaked through Jagger. He yanked open the door.
Tanya!
He stepped out onto the front porch, looking right and left. She was walking along the house, getting ready to turn and head to the back.
Tanya!
She stopped and looked toward him, but didn't move to return to the front of the house.
You take another step onto my property and I'm calling the police.
Jagger, her tone pleaded with him to reconsider.
I'm serious. You're trespassing.
He pulled his phone from his pocket.
Get over here. She looked toward the back of the house, and he thought she was going to defy him. Apparently she thought better of it. With a shake of her head, she made her way back toward him. "I just want to see him. He's my son." "You had years to see him every day." She looked down in what appeared to be shame, but Jagger was determined not to be swayed by her. "I messed up. I was messed up, but I'm good now. I've been clean for a year. I'm ready to be a mom now." "Really? You think it works like that? You were a mom, and you selfishly abandoned him. You can't decide when and if you're ready to parent when you already have a child." I know. I can't change the past, but I can make it right now." He shook his head. "Too little, too late. He's mine." Her eyes flashed with anger. "He's not. I'm his mother. I've got papers that say he's mine. Legally. I'm serious about protecting him, and I will call the police if you don't leave now." "You can't just take him." Jagger laughed. "You're a piece of work, Tanya. I didn't take him." "You did. You took him from me when I was trying to leave." "You were high. I was protecting Caden. I offered to help you, but you loved your drugs and dealer more than Caden. Maybe if you'd shown up in court after GW died, you'd have had a chance. Maybe if you'd been there for his birthday or Christmas, he'd know who you are. But you didn't. And now he's mine." "I never heard about court." "That's not my fault." "You probably didn't try to tell them about me." Jagger shook his head at her stupidity. "The court knows there's a mother. The fact that they couldn't find you is your fault. You never told anyone where you were. And now it's time for you to leave again and never come back." Jagger held up his phone. "I'm calling the police now." He dialed. "Please." Tears streamed down her face, but Jagger wasn't swayed. "Hi, Mitch." Her eyes narrowed and hate was etched on her face. "I've already talked to a lawyer and I'm going to get him back." She stalked to her car and drove off. Chelsea walked up the front steps to Mitch and Sydney's craftsman-style home. Chelsea was happy for them, just as she was happy for Lexi and Drake. They'd all found their soulmates. She envied them as well. She longed for true love. A husband, a home, and kids. She knew it wasn't too late, but her need to always work to stay afloat financially made dating impossible. Even now she was on the cusp of losing the home her ancestors had built over 100 years ago. It had been mortgaged to pay medical bills for her mother. Had her mother lived, the financial burden would have been worth it. But her mother didn't respond to treatment. In hindsight, Chelsea knew she wouldn't. Brian's death, just a year before the cancer diagnosis, had weakened her mother's health and resolve. The official cause of death was cancer, but Chelsea knew it was really a broken heart. Shaking her head of her woes, Chelsea knocked on the door. "Hey, Chels." Mitch grinned at her. While her life was hard, it wasn't without its good things. Mitch was one of them. He'd taken Brian's place, and while she felt he took the big brother role a little too seriously, it was a comfort to know he was there. "I brought leftover goodies from my classroom party today." She held up the plastic container of cookies, cupcakes, and brownies. "And here are a few tulips from a student. They're a bit droopy now, but maybe with some water they'll perk up." "You survived another year." He opened the door to let her in. "I don't survive teaching. I love it. It's the diner I have to survive. But I took the rest of the week off before starting full-time over the summer." Mitch's expression was sympathetic, and for a minute she thought he'd offer to give her money again. Lexi had done the same. But Chelsea didn't want their money or pity. She was strong, and she'd find her way. Fortunately, Mitch seemed to know his offer was a lost cause, so instead, he smiled. "We're out back. Lex, Drake, and the babies are already here." Chelsea followed Mitch through the kitchen to the back deck. "Hey, Chels!" Lexi stood with one 5-month-old baby on her hip, and Drake held the other in his lap. Chelsea hadn't been surprised they'd had twins. After all, Drake was a twin.
Seeing Lexi so vibrant and radiant from the happiness of motherhood sent another tinge of jealousy through her chest. She pushed it aside to hug Lexi. "They're getting bigger every day." Chelsea reached out, and little Oliver wrapped a chubby hand around her finger. Lexi grinned. "They're finally sleeping at the same time, too. I just had my first full night of sleep." "Hello, Chelsea. Can I get you wine, lemonade, iced tea?" Sydney appeared from the back door. I said, "Wine would be wonderful." "Coming right up?" "So, how'd the last day of school go?" Lexi sat back in the chair. Chelsea found another and sat next to her. "It was different." "Different? How?" Lexi shifted Oliver so he could sit and play with a stuffed seahorse toy. "Jagger Talbot was my teacher's aide today." Mitch turned from the grill. Lexi's eyes widened. "Really? Why?" "I'd like to say he took my stern talk about being involved in Caden's education to heart, but I think he was worried. Caden's mom showed up today." "Why would he be worried about the mother?" Lexi bounced Oliver on her knees. "I don't have all the details, but rumor has it she had a drug addiction." Sydney reappeared and handed Chelsea a glass of wine. "I remember hearing a couple of years ago when I was still in New York that she left the baby and Jagger's grandfather for her dealer." "How could a mother do that?" Lexi pulled Oliver closer and kissed one of his chubby cheeks.
"I remember when GW married her."
Drake switched baby David from one knee to the other.
It was a cliché, but still surprising.
"Why?" Chelsea turned towards Drake.
First, she was about 50 years younger than GW, and second, she was a Vegas showgirl.
Lexi snorted. "Great day, that is cliché."
It got Jagger freaked.
Mitch turned back to his burgers, flipping them. "Why?" Chelsea turned her glass in her hands, hoping her eagerness to know about Jagger was viewed as curiosity and nothing more.
"She showed up again this afternoon. He called me to turn her in as a trespasser. She'd left by the time I arrived, but he's concerned."
"I think he was afraid she'd abduct Caden," Chelsea said.
"He's even more afraid she'll take him to court and win."
Mitch flipped one of the burgers. "Could she win?" Lexi's tone was horrified. "I mean, I know she's the mother, but a drug addict? Certainly a judge wouldn't give back a child to a mother like that. Isn't Jagger doing a good job taking care of the boy?"
"She says she's clean and ready to be a mom."
Mitch started putting cooked hamburgers on a plate. Lexi pulled her baby closer. "I can't imagine something like that. The possibility of losing a child." Drake reached over and rubbed her neck. Lexi leaned her head into his hand. It was a sweet gesture that caused a mixture of happiness and envy in Chelsea. "I wonder if we should have invited him and Caden." Sydney took the plate from Mitch and set it on the table. "It sounded like he's having a hard time assimilating." Chelsea started to feel guilty. It was hard to imagine a man with Jagger's looks, money, and charm having difficulty making friends, but small, old, traditional southern towns could be a tough place to fit in. "Really?" Lexi moved to the table to put Oliver in a high chair.
"He's a rich Yankee. That alone makes him suspect."
Mitch closed the grill lid. Lexi laughed. "Well, yeah, but Drake and Sydney have fared okay." "But they had you and Mitch." The guilt in Chelsea grew. "He made a comment about people staying away because of his reputation or getting close because of his money." Mitch stopped midway to the table.
"When did you get so chummy with Jagger?"
Chelsea shifted in her seat, although she didn't know why. She had nothing to hide. Still, the protective glare in Mitch's eyes made her hesitate. "Caden was in my class this year. I heard that Dana Dalton came on to Jagger and he turned her down." Lexi took baby David from Drake and set him in another high chair. "It's good to know he's discriminating," Chelsea murmured. "I've got one better. Jagger went out a couple of times with my former friend Julia." Sydney took the plate from Mitch and set it on the table. "The one that tried to kill you and Mitch?" Lexi said.
"Wish she'd mentioned how screwy she was earlier," Mitch ran a hand down Sydney's back. Chelsea sighed at the love she saw between them. Then Mitch turned his attention back to his guests. Normally, I'd have no problem inviting Jagger to one of our gatherings, but this is for family only.
Biologically, Chelsea wasn't family. But she'd known Lexi and Mitch since they were in diapers, and after the death of Brian, Mitch had taken on the role of big brother. So she was considered family. "Where are your parents?" Chelsea stood to go sit at the table. "They're off on one of their retreats." Lexi waggled her brows. It was common knowledge that the McKenna parents had a very active love life.
Before y'all sit, I want to make a toast.
Mitch picked up his beer. Everyone else held up their drinks. Sydney moved to stand with Mitch. There was a gleam, a happiness in his eyes that made Chelsea hold her breath. He nodded to Sydney, and after grinning up at him, she turned to her guests. "Mitch and I have some news." "Oh!" Lexi brought her hands to her heart while Drake smiled. "We're expecting." Tears sprung to Chelsea's eyes. She was so happy for them, but, as always, Mitch's happiness also brought feelings of grief. Brian would have been so thrilled for them. He was missing this. It was a reminder that he'd never have kids of his own. Mitch looked at Chelsea.
We've already decided. If it's a boy, we want to name him Brian. If that's okay.
The full waterworks sprung, and Chelsea launched herself into his arms, pulling Sydney into the hug, too. "I'm so sad he can't be here, but I'm so happy for you." Her voice filled with a bittersweet happiness for them. Mitch's arm tightened around her.
Me too.
The dinner commenced with a buzz of questions. When was the baby due? December. Had they been planning it? Yes. Chelsea watched her two closest friends who'd found what everyone wanted, true love and happiness. It didn't seem like she'd have that in her life, but she could witness it, live it vicariously. As they finished up their meals, Chelsea gathered plates and took them to the kitchen.
Since when are you so in the know about Jagger Talbot?
Mitch set plates on the countertop. There was no mistaking the disapproval in his tone. She wanted to remind him he wasn't her mother, or her brother. But she knew that would hurt him. Brian had asked him to look out for her, so he was. She couldn't take that away from him. "I told you. Caden was one of my students."
He was your student all year, but you've only mentioned it now.
She blew out a breath. "Great day, Mitch. He was at Caden's conference and helped me in class today. It's nothing. I don't know why you're having such a fit about it."
I'm not having a fit.
He stepped back, his face pinched in annoyance. "Who's having a fit?" Lexi came up beside him, setting more plates alongside the ones he'd brought in.
I'm not having a fit.
Mitch frowned at her. "You should go. We're going to have girl talk." Lexi pushed him toward the door. "Go get Oliver from Drake while Sid takes David. You'll need the practice." Still annoyed at Mitch, Chelsea turned back to doing the dishes. "So, what's up with you and Jagger?" Chelsea groaned. "Not you two." "No, not me too." Lexi sounded offended. "If Mitch is hassling you about it, it's because he's trying to protect you. Me? I think you deserve some fun and excitement, and Jagger seems like a guy who could give it to you." Chelsea laughed. She had no doubt Jagger could give her those things. Her hormones jumped in excitement at the thought. Her brain knew it wouldn't happen. And even if it were a possibility, she knew it wouldn't be wise. "There's nothing up." "That's a disappointment." Chelsea agreed. At least her hormones did. "He's got his hands full caring for Caden." "What if he didn't?" Lexi picked up a pot Chelsea had cleaned and started to dry it. "Didn't what?" Chelsea scrubbed a pan. "Didn't have his hands full?" Chelsea shrugged, not quite sure what Lexi was getting at. "What if he walked in here right now with that sexy, sinful smile of his and offered to give you a good time?" Chelsea snorted. Like that would happen.
Why wouldn't it?
Chelsea looked up from her scrubbing. You know why?
No, I don't.
Lexi set the pot on the counter. Look at me. Chelsea turned and held her hands out to the side. I'm short and frumpy, and I ate 3 pieces of pizza in front of him last night. Plus dessert. Chelsea shook her head and turned back to her scrubbing. You're not Wait. What? Last night? Chelsea winced, knowing her friend would read more into her dinner with Jagger and Caden than there was. Caden has a little crush on me, so he asked me to go to pizza with him and Jagger. Chelsea tried to remain nonchalant as she set the pan on the counter, but she swore she could feel Lexi's scrutinizing gaze boring into her. I bet you charmed him. It's not hard to charm 5-year-olds. Chelsea dove deep into the suds, wishing for more items to wash, but apparently she was done. I didn't mean him, I mean Jagger. Chelsea bit her lip. It was pizza legs. You still haven't answered my question. I'm pretty sure I did. If he walked in here and offered you a good time, would you take him up on it? It wouldn't happen. Pigs would fly first, and that would be a disappointment because it would mean less barbecue and bacon. Lexi rolled her eyes. If he offered me a good time, I'd say no. You know I'm not built like that. She wasn't a virgin, but she wasn't good time material. She'd never had a one-night stand or even a short-term affair. She'd only slept with the 2 men she'd been in a relationship with. What if he wanted to date you? Who wants to date you? Mitch appeared behind Lexi with another pan. No one. Chelsea took the pan from him. Get out! This is girl talk! Lexi pushed him toward the door. You're not talking about Jagger, are you? Mitch maneuvered out of Lexi's reach. None of your beeswax. Now go! You need to stay away from him. Why? Chelsea and Lexi asked in unison. It's Jagger Talbot. He rolled his eyes like the reason was obvious. Yeah, sexy, rich. And incapable of loving or committing to a woman, Mitch interrupted Lexi. There was a time people thought that about you. In fact, you thought that about you. She's right, Lexi nodded. Tell me you're not involved with Jagger. Great day, Mitch. What bee has buzzed up your butt? Lexi's green eyes flashed with annoyance. Chelsea didn't understand Mitch's dislike of Jagger either. I thought you were friends. We won't be if he's messing with you. First, you're not the boss of me. And second, there's no way Jagger would be interested in me. She knew that firsthand after he'd used the excuse of getting her a glass of wine to leave her at Mitch and Sydney's wedding. Just stay away from him. Chelsea turned back to the pan in the sink. Go away! Lexi shooed him out of the kitchen. By the way, you're wrong about being frumpy. You're just tired and don't try very hard, which is nice of you because all the women in Charlotte Tavern, including me, would have to hate you if you looked any prettier than you already are. Chelsea laughed, feeling grateful to have a friend like Lexi who could lift her spirits with a positive word even if it wasn't true. Well, I'd hate for y'all to hate me. There were a few minutes of silence, and Chelsea wondered if she was going to continue to push her about Jagger. Instead, Lexi picked up the final pan to dry. Now that school is out, are you picking up more hours at the diner? Yep, but I took off until the weekend, so I don't start full-time until Saturday. Chels. Chelsea knew that tone, the one that said Lexi pitied her and wanted to fix her life. I wish you'd let Drake and me help. We really want to. Chelsea set her hands on the side of the sink, inhaling deeply before turning to Lexi. I know you do, and I appreciate it. But I can't take your money. We've been through that. Great day, you're as stubborn as a mule, you know that? And you have too much pride. Chelsea bit her lower lip. Pride is all I've got, Lex. Oh. Lexi's eyes watered and she pulled Chelsea into a hug. I love you. I love you too. And thank you I just have to do this on my own. She wasn't sure how she'd do it, but she wouldn't stop until she succeeded or failed. Chelsea turned her car toward downtown Charlotte Tavern, where her home sat in the oldest neighborhood. She was glad to be able to get Mitch and Lexi off her case about Jagger and her financial woes. Of course, it wouldn't last. At least their continued offer to help her financially wouldn't. The Jagger issue would fade when they realized her contact with him was over now that Caden was off to the first grade. Thinking of Jagger brought concern. Jagger had called Mitch because Caden's mom made a second visit. While she thought Jagger could have done better to get involved in school activities, it was clear from what she saw in her class that day that he was a good guardian. He wasn't just committed to Caden. He truly loved him. He changed his entire life to give Caden a stable, normal home. He'd done it in a place that continued to hold preconceived notions about how Jagger lived his life. It made him an outsider who was unable to find acceptance. The thought of that renewed her guilt that she and her friends hadn't done more to bring him in. She, Mitch, and Lexi had known him from his summer visits during their teen years. He shouldn't have been an outsider to them. Chelsea jerked out of her thoughts as she realized she'd passed her home and was heading out toward Jagger's estate. With a shrug, she continued on. She was worried about him and wanted to help. She wasn't sure what she could do, except be a friend. As she turned up the long drive toward the Talbot estate, she felt like she was driving through history. Her home was old, but it sat near town, which had evidence of progress all around. Jagger's home stood at the end of a long, tree-lined drive. Lights burning in the house were the only indication that the area had entered the modern age. Because the home looked formal, she was surprised when Jagger opened the door instead of a butler. "Chelsea." His expression was startled, but not displeased or annoyed. "I'm sorry to drop in like this. I know it's rude."
"No, please. I'm happy for the company."
He opened the door and stepped back to let her in.
"Can I get you some wine? Seltzer water? Milk? I've got lots of milk."
She smiled. "Water would be nice."
"Come on in. I was just on the back terrace. It's my bubble of solitude."
"I don't want to disturb you in your bubble." She followed him, noting the clean, shiny white marble floors trimmed with black. Every doorway off the foyer was arched, the trim a crisp, bright white. The walls of the foyer were painted with murals of the Virginia countryside circa the mid-1800s. "Did you fix up the house?"
"Cleaned, mostly."
He stopped near the stairs, which technically were in a separate area from the foyer. Chelsea stood with him, looking at the hunter-green walls. She glanced up and realized the stairs continued beyond the second floor and were capped by a dome. Moonlight shone through the windows, circumnavigating the dome.
A few floors were refinished and walls painted. My grandmother had the home furnished back when they first bought it.
"It's beautiful."
We don't use the rooms up front too much. Back here is where Caden and I spend most of our time.
She followed him through another arched doorway into a living area. While the decor still said 19th century, there were clues that it was lived in. A large screen TV hung on one wall, with a series of gaming devices at the foot of it.
Missy always yells at us for leaving the games out, but we're just going to use them again.
Jagger grinned.
The kitchen is this way.
Chelsea was surprised that the kitchen felt more cramped than she expected, but it was still a lovely area. It was painted in a sunny yellow with light-colored wood cabinets and white countertops, giving it a country feel. Jagger opened the refrigerator and pulled out 2 bottles of sparkling water.
"I guess I'm supposed to offer to put it in a glass."
"The bottle is fine."
"Are you sure? I don't want to make a bad impression. Caden would kill me."
She laughed. "Where is Caden?"
"He's in bed. He'll be disappointed to know you stopped by. Maybe you can come over again sometime."
He watched her for a moment and then nodded toward the set of French doors near the eat-in section of the kitchen. She followed him out onto a terrace overlooking a grassy yard. Green trees and colorful plants trimmed the terrace. He motioned for her to sit in one of the bright white wicker chairs. "How much land do you have?" It was rude to blurt out questions like that, but she found herself enchanted by the home. Or maybe it was jealousy. Her home wasn't quite as old, but it was close. It could have the same beauty and charm if only she had the money to fix it up.
Over 500 acres. Over that rise there are the stables and pastures.
Jacker pointed with his water bottle toward the left side of the property.
And over there is the pool, and just beyond that are the tennis courts.
He pointed to the right. This is a lot for just you and Caden.
We make do.
I understand you've brought horses back. You've got a full plate.
I've got help, and I've got time when Caden's in school.
She nodded and sipped her water. They sat in the quiet for a moment. It was just long enough that Chelsea began to rethink her visit.
Why'd you stop by?
Now she really did wonder what had gotten into her to show up unannounced. I saw Mitch earlier, and he said he'd been out here this afternoon because Caden's mom showed up again. Jacker turned away from her, probably to hide his reaction. There was tension in his jaw and worry in his eyes when he turned back to her.
She says she's talking to a lawyer.
Concern grew in Chelsea, too. She didn't know Jagger's family, but she knew what he'd done to make a life for Caden. The idea of Jagger losing the little boy he clearly loved made her heart ache. Does your lawyer think she has a chance?
I'm told judges favor mothers if they've got their lives together, especially over a single former Playboy nephew.
He shook his head. Disgust and frustration were etched on his face. He was silent for a few moments, his gaze watching his fingers as they absently traced the outline of the tile on the table.
I was there when he was born.
In the room with his mother? He nodded.
It was about 3 in the morning, and my grandfather couldn't be bothered with it, so Tanya had the hospital call me.
Chelsea wondered about the relationship between Tanya and Jagger that she'd call him. She didn't necessarily expect that it was a romantic relationship, but Tanya had called him during one of the most important events of her life. But she kept her questions to herself, wanting Jagger to tell his story in his own way.
When I got the call, I was...
He laughed sheepishly.
Well, I think you can guess what I was doing. That was the height of my partying ways.
Chelsea nodded to let him know she understood he was with a woman.
She wasn't happy that I left to go help my step-grandmother have a baby.
For a long time, Chelsea had believed that rich people had the money and resources to make their lives easy. But as she learned more about Jagger's history, she realized life was messy and complicated for everyone. Jagger took a long drink of water.
When I got to the hospital, the nurses ushered me in and told me what to do. I remember feeling both annoyed and scared to death.
Scared? Chelsea couldn't stop from asking the question. He looked at her.
For the most part, I'd been able to avoid heavy, deep, and real situations. The birth of a baby is about as heavy, deep, and real as you can get.
Chelsea nodded.
But I was annoyed, too, at having to do what my grandfather should be doing. Tanya wasn't my responsibility. She and I got along all right, but she wasn't married to me or having my baby.
He shook his head.
Selfish, I know.
And appropriate, Chelsea thought. Jagger was judging himself for his negative feelings and not giving himself credit for being there when his grandfather wasn't.
So there I was, saying all the things I thought I was supposed to say to help Tanya, but on the inside wondering how long it was going to take and wondering if Jasmine would let me back in her place when I was done.
Jasmine. As ridiculous as it was, Chelsea felt jealous.
And then the doctor held Caden up and... something shifted inside. At first it was coming face to face with my own pettiness, because seeing this new life put everything in perspective. But then... I felt profound sadness for him.
Sadness? In Chelsea's world, the birth of a child was always seen as a gift, something to be joyful about. Jagger sat back in his chair and closed his eyes. Chelsea imagined he was back in that moment, because she could see the sorrow etched on his face. Finally, he opened his eyes and looked at her,
He was this perfect little person, but he was a Talbot, which meant eventually his soul would be crushed.
Wow. Chelsea was shocked at his strong words. She tried to keep her facial expression neutral, but wasn't sure she had, so she took a drink of her water.
My grandfather was already done with Tanya by the time Caden was born, so he wasn't going to be involved in raising him. My father and I are both examples of what an unloving home can do to a person.
What do you mean?
Jagger laughed derisively. My father is the most selfish, misogynistic narcissist you'll ever meet. My life was on that same path. Partying, women. There isn't much substance to us.
The hell there isn't! Her words burst forth in anger. Maybe Jagger had been shallow in the past, but the man sitting before her now, the one who'd changed his life for a little boy and was pouring out his soul to her, that man had substance. Jagger's wide-eyed surprise turned to amusement at her outburst. Chelsea huffed out a breath. You're none of those things.
Thanks to Caden. I thought Tanya would be a good mom, but I knew everyone else in his life would ruin him, so I vowed that day to keep it from happening. The world didn't need another Talbot playboy.
Chelsea felt her heart expand at the determination and commitment in Jagger's voice. She'd always been attracted to his good looks and affable personality, but now she admired him. You've always been in his life? Jagger nodded.
Tanya was able to keep it together the first year or so, but she complained a lot to my grandfather. He brought in Mrs. Stanton, who'd been my nanny, to take care of Caden, thinking if Tanya had more time and a bigger allowance, she'd entertain herself and not bother him. Unfortunately, with free time, she just got more depressed. And when one of the house staff offered her a little pick-me-up and a good time, she took him up on it.
I don't understand why people go that route. He shrugged.
It's fast and easy. But it's also dangerous and messes up your ability to be a good mom.
He took another drink of his beer.
She should be dead. Twice she OD'd. The second time I found her on the floor next to Caden's bed.
Chelsea shuddered.
I tried to get her help.
Jagger looked into Chelsea's eyes.
I really did. I never considered becoming his full-time guardian. But she wouldn't get help. So the more she used, the more I took over his care. Mrs. Stanton is great, but
He didn't finish his thought. You thought he needed family. He inhaled deeply and nodded.
When she left, she planned to take Caden, but there was no way I'd allow that. She didn't fight me very hard on it.
He shook his head.
I learned later that my father paid her $500,000 to leave.
What? Chelsea's stomach clenched. What kind of family was Jagger from?
She was supposed to take Caden and disappear. He wasn't happy to learn Caden hadn't gone.
Why? Doesn't your father like him? He laughed derisively.
My father doesn't like anyone but himself. But he especially doesn't like Caden because my father doesn't like sharing my grandfather's money. He had been trying to get at Caden's inheritance since the moment my grandfather died.
Jagger. She wasn't sure what to say.
It's possible she's back for Caden. But it's also possible she's back because she's blown through the money my father gave her. Either way, I'm going to fight.
He looked at her with determination.
I love that kid. I don't know what I'd do if I lost him.
He turned away, as if he was embarrassed he'd revealed so much of himself. She reached out, placing her hand over his. He looked down at her hand over his, then turned his over and clasped hers. She felt the heat of his touch, but it wasn't an electric zing like usual. Instead, it was a slow, flowing warmth that wrapped around her heart. He looked up from their joined hands.
She abandoned him even before she walked out. Not a single word for 2 years. Meanwhile, I'm the one who's cared for him when he's sick. I taught him how to throw a ball and ride a bike. I'm the one who takes him to T-ball and the dentist. I know you think it wasn't me, that I pawned off all the child-rearing to Mrs. Stanton, but you're wrong.
I didn't say anything.
Only the school stuff because... well, only the school stuff.
He turned away. Chelsea tilted her head. Why? He blew out a breath.
Because I couldn't face you.
Had she heard that right? I don't understand. He looked at her again.
Because of what happened at the wedding.
Oh. That. She sat back, pulling her hand free as her humiliation and embarrassment came to the surface again. I'm not surprised you ditched me, Jagger. His face pinched in a pained expression.
I didn't ditch. Well, I did, but I didn't want to. Mitch asked.
He didn't finish the statement. He didn't have to. Mitch. She should have guessed he'd intervened. Except it was his wedding. How had he been able to pull his attention away from Sydney long enough to notice Jagger talking with her? Do you always do what Mitch tells you? His lips twitched upward.
He carries a gun.
Then his expression turned serious.
He cares for you, looks out for you, and I couldn't tell him my intentions.
She snorted. Yeah, right. She couldn't imagine that Jagger would be romantically interested in a woman like her. Although maybe he thought she'd be an easy lay. She was single, unattached, and no matter how hard she tried, she could never stop herself from going a little gaga around him. Jagger's eyes narrowed questioningly.
I liked you. Do like you, Chelsea, but I couldn't guarantee him I wouldn't hurt you, and since you'd been through so much, I didn't want to take that chance.
So you just ditched me? He inhaled deeply and winced, as if the memory of what he'd done bothered him.
I did. Look, I don't deny I sowed my oats or that I can be a mean SOB at times, but I'm not a jerk.
She bit her lip, but couldn't stop her eye roll. He gritted his teeth.
I know what I did was a jerk thing to do, but I knew if I went back to your table to make my excuses, I wouldn't leave. And since Mitch is my friend, just about my only friend down here, I knew I had to go. I'm sorry if I hurt you.
More like humiliated me. She grimaced, wishing she hadn't let him know how much his abandoning her had hurt her. He let out a curse.
I'm sorry for that. And ashamed. I hope you can understand and forgive me.
Well, of course she could, because he was looking at her with those brilliant blue eyes. Electric blue. With remorse. Why would Mitch do that?
He cares about you. He takes his promise to Brian seriously. I can't imagine he hasn't also warned you away from me. I do have a reputation.
Mitch hadn't ever warned her away until that night. He hadn't said anything at the wedding or afterwards. I know he's protective of me, but not why he's so negative about you. Do I need to be warned? He smiled, but it had an air of mischief.
Do you want to be warned?
There was no reining in her hormones from that. An electric thrill ran the entire length of her body before settling in her chest, making her heart hammer. He cocked his head to the side.
No one ever worries about warning me.
About me? That was ridiculous.
Sure. Despite what some might say, I have a heart too.
Has it ever been broken?
Not yet.
His gaze held hers, studying her as if he was wondering if she'd be the one to give him a taste of heartbreak. That was even more ridiculous. For that to happen, he'd have to love her. No, he was just flirting in the way Jagger did with all women. Did he even realize it?
She stood.
I should probably go.
If Mitch finds out I'm here, you might get in trouble.
Except you came to me.
He stood and moved closer to her. He didn't touch her, but he didn't have to for her to feel the heat of him, for the scent of sexy devil to surround her.
I'm willing to risk it.
She bit her lower lip as she took a step back in retreat. She extended her bottle to him. Thank you, Jagger. He nodded at her, amusement dancing in his gaze.
You're welcome, Chelsea. Let me walk you out.
Chapter 4.
Mrs. Monroe, thank you so much for agreeing to come see me.
Jagger shook the stylish 50-ish woman's hand and then stepped out of the way to let her inside the house. Of course, I'm always happy to work within clients' needs. Jagger actually had wanted to go to Mrs. Monroe's office, as he felt that would help his chances of appearing less privileged and more a part of the community, but he didn't want to risk being away from Caden. So he'd called the local attorney and asked if she'd meet him at his home. Alexis Fairchild, his New York attorney, had encouraged him to go with a bigger firm out of Richmond or Washington, D.C., but Jagger felt his chances were better if he worked with a local lawyer. He led Mrs. Monroe out to the back terrace, where Miss Z had set up lemonade and cookies. "Well, isn't this lovely? I've always wondered what the Talbot home looked like." Jagger wasn't sure how to respond. Should he offer to give her a tour? "But we're not here on a social call, are we?" To the point. Jagger liked that. They sat at the table, and Jagger explained his custody situation. He gave her copies of his legal papers showing guardianship, as well as information from his grandfather's will that outlined his wishes for Caden's care. "Has the mother served you papers regarding her intent to regain custody?"
No. She said she's spoken with a lawyer, but I don't know how she'd pay for legal representation.
"She didn't get anything from your grandfather?" Jagger shook his head.
She ran off, and he divorced her before he died.
Mrs. Monroe scanned the papers, then set them down, removed her reading glasses, and gave Jagger a pointed look. "I'm going to be honest with you, Mr. Talbot." His heart sank at her tone. "This won't be an easy case if she files and is able to prove she's fit to be a mother." He swore under his breath, and then caught himself.
I'm sorry,
I know. This isn't my first rodeo. Custody cases are brutal on the emotions, and I'm not saying you don't have any chance. But it won't be easy."
Because she's the mother.
Mrs. Monroe nodded. "Yes. While courts are more open to placing custody with fathers, you're not the father. What you said paints a sorry picture of a mother, but I'm familiar enough about your history to know her attorney will bring up your shenanigans in court."
I was a single young man living in New York. Since I've taken over Caden's care, I haven't partied. In fact, I moved him down here. I want him to have a normal, stable life.
She nodded. "I know, and I'll certainly highlight that if we end up in court. The problem is, all these wonderful things you've done, and I admire all you've done for this child, can't compete with a blood relative, especially a mother. And while I'm sure your nanny is a good person, she's not his mother either." Jagger laughed derisively.
She was a mother to me. But I understand.
Courts like to see children in stable, loving environments, preferably with two parents, and it takes a great deal to make them side against a natural parent.
He wouldn't have two parents with Tanya. In fact, her choice of mates hasn't been good since she left my grandfather.
"Is she with anyone now?" He shrugged.
I don't know. I wouldn't be surprised.
"We'll find out all about that. But again, she has the advantage of being his natural mother." Jagger shook his head.
So what can I do?
"Anything that makes you appear like you're offering a stable, supportive, loving environment will help. There is a bias toward mothers and two caregivers. Whether what you offer can outweigh what the biological mother can depends on what she brings to the table."
This is...
Jagger was unable to articulate his frustration and deep fear.
She abandoned him. I was always there. Always.
Mrs. Monroe reached out and patted his hand. I know. Her eyes narrowed and took on a warrior's gaze. I think you have a good case. I can't promise anything, but I can see you're ready, willing, and able to fight for the well-being of this child. Jagger nodded. Have you considered returning to New York? I imagine your family has a lot of influence, and that's where your custody order is from. Jagger noted the emphasis on the word influence, as if the Talbots could buy judges. He didn't respond to it. Instead, he shook his head.
That's where I had all my shenanigans, he said, using her word. And I want Caden to have a normal childhood. That can't happen in New York.
Then, if she files, let's fight. The burden is on her to show her fitness and to overcome her past. That's in your favor. Once she files, the court will schedule an appearance, which is usually within a few weeks of her filing, but I'll see what I can do to move it up. Let's see if we can't get some control over this situation. We'll put her on the defensive.
Jagger nodded. Whatever it takes.
How is she financially? Do you know?
I know she doesn't have any of my grandfather's money. She forfeited it when she cheated on my grandfather. I don't know if she has a job. I don't even know where she's living. Her car's a heap, so I suspect money is tight.
Then we might want to see about drawing this custody battle out as long as possible. The longer it goes, the more she has to pay in attorney's fees.
Whatever it takes.
Jagger's gut clenched at the thought of losing Caden. You're in for a difficult time, Mr. Talbot. But if anyone can show their commitment to a child, it's clearly you.
Thank you, Mrs. Monroe. I appreciate it.
She stood. Right now, we wait and see what she does. If you're served papers, call me right away. Jagger rose and reached out his hand to shake hers.
I will.
After Jagger saw Mrs. Monroe to her car, he headed to the kitchen to refill his lemonade and then made his way back to the terrace. He'd chosen a lawyer who was sympathetic to his situation of being only a guardian, and she wasn't afraid to fight. The feisty attorney had given him hope. Even so, she was cautious about his chance of success.
I take it the meeting didn't go well.
Grayson stood in the doorway of the patio.
I think we'll give Tanya a hell of a fight if she files for custody, but a single nephew has little chance against a mother, apparently. Even after all the drugs and abandoning him. If she's got her life together now, yes. That's disappointing.
That's an understatement. What he needed to do was figure out a way to build up the positives of his side. What he had going for him was that he'd always been in Caden's life. He'd put Caden first when charged with his care, and he had the financial resources to care for him, although technically Caden's trust would care for him whoever he lived with. Jagger scowled. Was that what Tanya was after? Caden's money? It was something to look into. Tanya had a lot going against her, but being the mother apparently trumped all. What could Jagger do to defend against that? He wasn't Caden's father, but he could give Caden a family unit. What did Mrs. Monroe say? Courts like two-parent homes? Maybe he could give Caden that. He scoffed and shook his head. Although he hadn't put all his effort into it, the short time he'd been open to meeting a woman he could spend his life with hadn't gone well. The one who might have worked was now married to Mitch. The other one, Mitch told him to stay away from. But, with Caden's custody on the line, Jagger knew he needed to put his own wants and needs on the back burner. What he needed was a mother figure the court would like. Jagger! Caden ran out onto the patio. Hey, Big K. He scooped the boy into his lap. What you got? Can we put this on the wall? Caden held up his certificate of promotion to first grade.
Sure. We'll put it in a frame and hang it on the most prestigious place in the house.
What's
It's important. Everyone who comes to our house will see it.
Yay!
Maybe Miss Beamer can come see it.
Jagger sat back and smiled. Yes, maybe Miss Beamer.
Chelsea took advantage of the 2 days off before returning to the diner. They seemed like a luxury since, over the course of a year, she'd had a total of 5 days off. Since her mother's death, her life had been filled with teaching and working at the diner. She did both during the school year and worked at the diner full-time during the summer. The 2 days after school ended and 2 days before school started, plus the few holidays the diner was closed, were the only days she took off. She looked over her financial statements. Should she have worked the last 2 days after all? Not that 2 extra days of a diner income would make a big enough dent. She was drowning in debt. The mortgages taken on the house didn't cover her mother's medical bills, so along with a first and second mortgage, medical bills were piled on her kitchen table. It was becoming clear that her only way out was selling the house. The idea of it tore her in two. The house had been in her family since it was built in the 19th century. She didn't want to be the Beamer who lost the family home. But what else could she do? She'd sold everything else, including her bike. There were a few antiques left in the attic, but she'd resisted selling them because deep down she hoped to keep the house, and they'd make great pieces if she could ever get the house fixed up to its former glory. She looked over at her house book, a scrapbook filled with all her restoration and decorative ideas. Things she couldn't do because she couldn't afford them. As usual, tears burned her eyes at her failure. She was sure Brian and her mother would understand, but the house was the only thing she had left of her childhood with them. She blew out a breath, not wanting to dissolve into tears again. If she had a nickel for every tear she'd wept over her situation, she'd have enough to get out of debt and then some. What she needed was to find a new solution. What else could she do to generate the money she needed? She'd done a million internet searches about making money online. Some looked viable, but she hadn't had the time to figure them out, much less try them. Or she could accept Lexi and Drake's offer to help. In fact, Mitch and Sydney had offered as well, but Chelsea couldn't bring herself to take their money. For one, she was sure it would change their relationship. Not that they'd lord it over her, but she knew it would make her feel indebted to them, and she didn't want that. Second, she had her pride. She had to take care of this herself. She went over the bills again, wondering why she bothered. The numbers never changed. Her phone chirped, and she was eager for the distraction. "Hello?"
Chels? It's Jagger.
Jagger. Her heart flip-flopped as it always did when she heard his voice. Would her hormones ever stop lusting for him? "Hi, Jagger."
Caden and I are having a little lunch gathering and wanted to invite you.
Chelsea sank into her chair as questions swirled in her brain. Why was she being invited to lunch? It was a gathering, so maybe many people were invited. She didn't have anything to do that day, except lament over her financial situation. Still, she wasn't sure going to Jagger's house for lunch was wise.
Can you come? He's eager to share something with you.
Ah, so it wasn't Jagger who wanted her over. It was Caden. She felt a twinge of disappointment, and she chastised herself for it. It was sweet the way Jagger indulged Caden. Yes, I can come."
Excellent. We'll see you about 12:30 then.
"I'll be there." She looked at her watch, noting she had only an hour. "Is there a dress code?"
Yes, you should dress.
She smirked, until she realized he couldn't see her expression. Before she could respond verbally, he said,
Wear something comfortable. We'll be eating outside.
"Okay." She was about to hang up when Jagger said,
I'm looking forward to seeing you, Chelsea.
What did he mean by that? There was that little thrill again. She really needed to learn to calm it. Even if Jagger was flirting, she wasn't interested in being the next notch on his bedpost. Okay, it might be fun in the moment, but she didn't want to have that kind of fun only to be discarded when Jagger moved on to the next woman. She'd have to do better in taming her libido and hope to goodness that if he were flirting, she'd be able to keep a level head. At 12:30, Chelsea walked into the Talbot home. This time a butler answered and led her toward the back of the house as Jagger had done a few nights before.
"Miss Beamer!"
Caden came running around the corner and into her arms.
"You're here!"
"Yes, just in time."
"Come look."
He grabbed her hand and led her to a room off the hall. At the back, there were built-in floor-to-ceiling bookshelves. The room was painted hunter green with ornate white trim and wainscoting. Leather chairs, the same color as the walls, sat to one side, while a large, comfortable-looking chaise chair rested near a large window. The walls were decorated with pictures, except for the one frame Caden was excitedly pointing at. She studied it closer. "Your graduation certificate."
"Yes, it's in an important place."
"Prestigious."
Jagger's deep, mellow voice sounded behind her, causing a shiver over her nerve endings. "Yes, a great treat like this should be honored." Caden grinned at her.
"My friend Matthew is here too. We're having a sleepover."
"Wonderful." Chelsea couldn't stop wondering if Jagger ever had sleepovers.
"We're out back."
Jagger nodded his head toward the hall.
"Come on."
Caden took her hand and led her out to the back terrace where she'd had water with Jagger several nights before. During the day, she could better see the layout of the Talbot estate. It took her breath away. May in Virginia was always spectacular. The brown, cold deadness of winter was replaced by lush green trees with pops of colors from the blossoms. Flowers bloomed all around the patio. The trees surrounding the area gave it an intimate feel, as well as shade, but she could see the large grassy area she imagined Caden ran in. To one side, a tire swing swayed gently in the breeze. A path led to the right, where a pool and a tennis court sat. The path wandered along farther, where she imagined the horses' pastures blanketed the next hundreds of acres. Over to the left, a quaint 1.5-story Cape Cod-style house stood. It looked kept up. Did the farm's foreman live there? Or was it just a guest house?
"If you want, we can go for a walk and I'll show you the estate."
Chelsea shivered as Jagger's breath heated her neck. He was standing too close. She turned her head, looking straight into mischievous, deep blue eyes. He must have known his effect on her. That was annoying. She took a step away, telling herself it wasn't in retreat, but in fact a bold statement. He grinned.
"But first, lunch."
He motioned with his hand toward the table where a stout, older woman was putting down a platter of hot dogs.
"I hope you don't mind hot dogs. It's Caden's school celebration and he chose the menu."
"I like hot dogs. Oh, I brought you something." She reached into her purse and pulled out a jar of canned barbecue sauce. Jagger took the jar and read the label.
"Bo Beamer Barbecue."
He looked at Chelsea and grinned.
"This is yours?"
She nodded. "It's my granddaddy's recipe, but I made it." Jagger smiled, and his pleasure at the gift made her grin back at him.
"Thank you."
He leaned forward and kissed her on the cheek, sending all her nerve endings into a hot flurry. She resisted fanning herself.
"Look at this, Caden. Real honest-to-goodness barbecue sauce. Do you think it would go with hot dogs?"
Chelsea scrunched her nose. "It's made for shredded or ribbed pork."
"Then we'll save it."
The meal was filled with small talk and the boys' silliness. She'd had Matthew in her class, too, and they were as silly at home as they'd been in her class. Chelsea really wanted to ask Jagger about the situation with Caden's mother. It was clear Caden was a happy, well-adjusted child. As much as Chelsea thought mothers should have their children, she couldn't help but feel sad that Jagger might lose custody and that Caden's life might be turned upside down. While Jagger might have still felt distant from the Charlotte Tavern community, he had settled into the slower pace of life. The lunch lingered, and she even had a second helping. Jagger appeared relaxed as he asked her questions about growing up in a small southern town and how she liked teaching. Sure, her heart rate sped up whenever he grinned at her, but the afternoon was pleasant, and she determined she needed to do more to help both him and Caden assimilate into the community more fully.
"Shall we show Miss Beamer the horses?"
Jagger called out to the boys who had left the table and were wrestling on the lawn.
Yeah!
Caden jumped up and ran to Chelsea.
Come see the horses!
She smiled at Caden, enjoying his exuberance. It was too bad that life lost that sort of joy as one got older. Caden and Matthew ran ahead up the path while Jagger walked beside her. "Did you always plan to reopen the horse farm?" Chelsea took in the lush, rolling countryside, imagining that it probably hadn't changed much since the estate was built in the 19th century.
I wasn't sure what I'd do. With Caden in school, I had to do something to occupy my time, but I knew I didn't want to deal with race horses as my grandfather had.
You take in rescue horses, right?
Yes, and retired race horses. Some are pretty old and feeble, but a few are still ride-worthy as long as you don't push them too much.
I used to ride. Jagger slanted a look at her.
I know.
She smiled. Oh yeah, I exercised horses for your family the summer before they closed the farm. She'd been only 16, but she was athletic and daring. That had been one of her favorite summers. She often told herself it was because getting paid to ride was the perfect summer job, but a little voice inside reminded her it had also allowed her to see Jagger nearly every day. That was the last summer you came here, wasn't it? He nodded.
Pretty much. I visited a few times after that, but never stayed long.
Chelsea watched as Caden and Matthew climbed on the white clapboard fence, and Caden held out a carrot. A bay horse with a black mane trotted up to him and snatched the carrot from his hand. Chelsea winced, hoping Caden knew how to offer food without getting bit. He grinned when he jumped down. He's very happy. She glanced at Jagger, who watched Caden with a smile.
I hope to keep him that way. I talked to a lawyer this morning in case Tanya files for custody.
Chelsea's heart sank. Does your lawyer think she has a chance of winning?
If Tanya is able to prove she's gotten her life together, yes.
He looked at her.
Apparently the fact I've been the only constant in his life isn't good enough.
I'm sorry.
Well, I'm not going down without a fight. She has an uphill battle, and I don't plan to make it easy for her.
Does Caden know she's back?
Not yet. He's never talked about her, and I don't think he remembers her, which should say something about her as a mother.
It does. Caden and Matthew stopped and lined up to race. Go! They both shot up the hill. If there's anything I can do to help. Jagger stopped at the top of the hill. From there, Chelsea could see down the other side to the barn and more pastures.
Do you mean that?
She looked into his deep blue, piercing eyes. Yes, of course.
Would you marry me?
She blinked. The question was so out of left field, she thought she had to have heard it wrong. What? He set his hands on his hips and looked down the hill to where Caden and Matthew were petting a horse one of Jagger's farmhands had out. Then he looked back at her.
I'm told that if I were married, my chances of keeping Caden would improve.
Okay.
So I'm asking if you'll marry me.
The answer no should have traipsed easily off her tongue. Instead, she continued to stare. Was this a joke? Was he punking her?
Look, he started walking again, and Chelsea followed him. I know this is crazy. We don't know each other well. We're not in love. But I'll do anything to keep Caden with me. Not just for me, but because Tanya has a terrible history and I don't trust her to care for him. But she's his mother, which apparently is one notch down from being God and seems to allow her to get away with abandoning him. I want to strengthen my position. If you marry me, he'll have 2 caregivers. Plus, I can help you in a return.
How? Chelsea surprised herself with the question. Why wasn't she telling him no?
I know you're having financial challenges. I can fix them.
Her eyes narrowed, trying to hide her horror that he knew her money woes. How do you know that? He stopped walking and turned toward her.
For one, you work yourself to death in 2 jobs. Second, you said so the other night. And third, well, although I'm not privy to all that small-town gossip has to offer, I have heard that you might lose the house. I know it's not just any house, but a house that's been in your family for over 100 years. I can prevent that. I'll pay the mortgage. If you have other debts, I'll pay those too.
You don't know how much that is.
Doesn't matter.
It was so strange to meet someone for whom money was no object. Where she had to count every penny to go out to the grocery store, he could offer to pay off hundreds of thousands of dollars without blinking an eye. But his suggestion brought her back to the reason she hadn't accepted help from her friends. I can't take your money, Jagger. I appreciate your offer, but
I'm not giving it to you. It's not charity. Think of it as a business deal. You help me, I'll help you.
This was ridiculous. Don't you think people would figure this all out? It probably wouldn't go over well with the judge if he found out you entered into a marriage of convenience just to keep Caden.
No one will know that's what this is. But even if they did, it shows my level of commitment.
Her head dropped to the side and she pursed her lips in a "do you really believe that?" expression. How could they not know? We hardly know each other and all of a sudden we're getting married?
We could say we kept the relationship a secret because you were his teacher. It wouldn't be totally out of left field. People had to have seen us at pizza the other night.
You've thought this through.
I have. Caden is the most important thing in my life.
So why me? I'm sure you can find a wife that won't cost you a fortune in debt. He blew out a breath.
Probably. But I want someone local. Someone who would make a good mother figure for Caden.
Right. And who better than a kindergarten teacher? Now all his questions about her life at lunch made sense.
Yes. But it helps that we know each other, and that I like you. We need to pull off a deception that suggests we're in love. It's easier to do that if you like the other person.
She got hung up on the word deception. It doesn't bother you that this is unethical? Is it even legal?
Marrying for love is a fairly new concept in the world. Historically, marriage was a business relationship. Second, it's unethical that I won't get a fair shake at this simply because I'm not his father. I've done everything for that little boy, and none of it counts for anything against a mother, even though she abandoned him.
That did seem unfair, but it didn't completely overcome the big problems in his plan. How long would this marriage last? He shrugged.
As long as it takes.
Chelsea had had students in her class who'd been in custody disputes. Most of those cases went on for months, some over a year. A few continued to reoccur. So if she agreed to this, she would be committing to it for some time. You said you talked to a lawyer in case she filed, which means she hasn't yet. Shouldn't you wait until she does before entering into a marriage of convenience?
You said it would already look suspicious. I suspect it would be even more so if I did it after she filed.
What if she doesn't file?
Then your house is paid for and I dodged a bullet. But Tanya has gone out of her way to come here, which suggests she's serious. She told me she's talked to a lawyer, so it's probably only a matter of time before she files for custody.
He'd definitely been thinking long and hard about every detail of his situation, which then led to the next question of how this marriage would play out. Would we live here?
Yes.
So why would I need my house that you're so graciously going to pay off?
We'd keep it because it's your family's legacy. We could rent it out.
He really had thought of everything. So I'd have a room here? He shifted, his eyes narrowed.
No. You'd stay with me.
She cocked her head and lifted a brow, while simultaneously telling her hormones to cool it.
Look, everyone, including Caden and the people who work for me, would need to believe this is legit. To do that, you need to stay with me. I've got a big bed and promise not to touch you.
Chelsea couldn't stop the little sink of her heart at that, which was stupid. It must have shown on her face, because he added,
Unless you want me to.
Well, of course she wanted him to. She was a woman, after all. And he was Jagger Talbot, the epitome of sexy. But just because she was curious about what his soft lips tasted like, and how it would feel to have that dark, devilish stubble rub her skin, it didn't mean she'd actually do it. If Jagger's reputation was correct, he wasn't a man to go too long without indulging with a woman. She wondered how he'd managed it with Caden in the house. She hadn't heard any rumors about him with someone in Charlotte Tavern, so he must make return visits to New York. He probably had a few lady friends with benefits. So what would happen if she agreed to this arrangement and chose not to include sleeping with him? What if I never want to? His wicked grin faded slightly. She imagined he was wondering what was wrong with her. What woman wouldn't want Jagger Talbot to touch them? He'd probably never had a woman turn him down.
Then I won't.
She tilted her head and studied him, trying to gauge his sincerity. Even if this marriage lasts a year?
Even if.
She could hear the tightness in his voice. The thing is, if I do this, I'll end up being the woman who couldn't keep Jagger Talbot happy and have a divorce in my background. I don't also want to be the wife who was cheated on. She thought he might argue that it wouldn't be cheating because their emotions weren't involved. It would be a fake marriage.
I won't cheat.
How will you manage? He shook his head and then took a deep breath, as if he was steeling himself.
First, the fact that you're asking these questions means you're considering my proposal.
Damn, he was right.
Second, I'll do anything to keep Caden. And if I need to give up sex to do that, I will. I've got a strong hand.
His comment shook her, but at the same time she found the image of him pleasuring himself titillating.
On the other hand,
he stepped closer to her. He didn't touch her, but she felt the heat of him. The scent of him slid around her like a caress. His blue eyes held a sensuous gleam.
Maybe you'll grow to like and trust me. This may be a business deal, but that doesn't mean it can't include pleasure, too.
She tamped down on hormones that were screaming for her to start right then and there by launching herself into his arms. She clasped her hands behind her back to make sure she didn't do just that. Her brain, on the other hand, was waving all sorts of red flags. What if she liked him enough to include pleasure in the deal? What if, after Caden's custody issue was resolved, she was emotionally attached to Jagger? She might come out of this financially secure, but was it worth the emotional risk? Jagger, I see myself as a forever kind of gal. If I do this, I'll have to deal with the fact that it will end. It will be hard enough ending a marriage and leaving Caden, who I know I'll grow even more attached to. I'm not sure I can separate sex from affection, which means sleeping with you might lead to more than what you want. He stepped back.
I'm not looking for love, Chelsea. Not that I'm adverse to having a forever with someone someday, but...
I get it. She swallowed the lump of humiliation. I make a good wife on paper when custody is involved, but I'm not the type of woman you'd normally fall for. Because it was too hard to stand there and see the pity in his eyes, she started walking up the path toward the boys.
Chelsea.
His fingers curled around her arm to stop her, and then slid down to clasp her hand in both of his.
You're right about the first thing, that I want the court to see a good family. As far as the second, I can't think of that now. To be honest, I'm not even sure if I'm capable of that kind of love. I like you. I think you're smart and beautiful. This marriage could be fun, and we'd both come out of it with what we want most. You'd have your home free and clear.
She sighed. She'd already lost so much in her life. Her home was the only thing left. It contained all her memories of her mother and brother. Losing the home would be like losing them again. She'd feel like she let them down. But Jagger's idea was crazy. A marriage of convenience? Who did that except in romance novels? This is ridiculous. Chelsea started walking toward the boys again. She was stopped when Jagger took her arm and pulled her close. Too close. Her brain fogged, making it difficult to think when he stood near her.
I know what I'm asking is beyond crazy, but I love that boy. I want to keep him safe. I need your help to do that.
How could a woman's resolve stand up to that kind of impassioned, desperate plea?
Will you think about it at least? Caden and I are going to the Dogwood Fair tomorrow. We'll grab a spot near the river for a picnic. If you show up and join us, I'll know your answer is yes.
I have to work tomorrow. He smiled.
Not if you marry me.
Chapter 5. Marrying Jagger was a ridiculous idea. So why was she actually thinking about it? Because it was her only hope to get out from under her mountain of debt and ensure the house stayed in her family? She looked over the numbers on her legal pad again. They never worked out to equal financially secure, no matter how many times she tabulated them. She'd never be able to work enough hours or sell enough of her stuff to climb out of the hole. She'd always known it. But before, there was no alternative she felt comfortable with. All she could do was keep on keeping on. Now she had another option, and it was tempting in more ways than one. Not just because she would be able to breathe freely once her debt was paid, and not just because Jagger was a devastatingly handsome and sexy man. The resolve she'd seen in his blazing blue eyes, his fierce commitment to Caden, was pushing her toward his crazy plan. A man who'd do anything, even marry a woman he barely knew and didn't love in an effort to keep a child, was endearing. She found herself wanting to help him. Of course, there was the fact it felt unethical considering it involved a legal issue. Plus, when the marriage was done, she'd be divorced. Divorce was all too common. Though divorced people usually remarried, second marriage success rates were lower than those of first marriages. Would her marriage to Jagger really count as a first marriage, since it wasn't a traditional one? She'd always hoped that if she married, it would be for love. And for forever. Chelsea tore a page from her yellow legal pad and drew a line down the middle. On one side she wrote, pros, and on the other, cons. Starting with the cons, she listed, not marrying for love, will end in divorce, have to lie to friends, the town will talk, and having to leave Caden in the end. That was hard because she knew she'd grow more attached to Caden, and he might come to care for her more, too. It would be hard on her, and possibly harder on him to leave that relationship behind. She looked over at the pros section and wrote, "Pay off all debt, keep the house, and stop working at the diner." The pros list was shorter, but the pros themselves were powerful. She couldn't even imagine what it would feel like to be without debt and have the security of knowing she could keep the house. The house her ancestors had built and lived in. The house she'd grown up in with her mother and Brian. She glanced at the scrapbook sitting on the hutch in the dining room. Reaching over, she picked it up and set it on her list. Opening it, she looked at all the ideas she had for fixing up the house to its former glory. There were magazine cutouts of home decorating ideas, paint chips, cloth samples, and landscaping sketches. Each room in the house had its own page of ideas. None of it would be done, because she wouldn't ever be out from under her oppressive debt. In the end, she'd either lose the house or die a spinster, and the house would be lost to the Beamer family anyway. She looked around the dining area, remembering family meals with her mother and brother. They used to talk about their days, and their mother always asked them, "What one good thing did you do today?" Would marrying Jagger be considered a good thing? Chelsea stood and toured her home. She entered the kitchen she'd painted a crisp sky blue, which didn't mask how tired and worn it looked. The linoleum was about 20 years past needing replacement. The appliances were dated and dingy. She found much of the same in the family and living room, where the original pine floors were badly in need of refinishing, and the furniture needed replacing or upholstering. Upstairs wasn't much better. While she'd painted many of the rooms, a few of the walls could use a replastering, and the floors, like downstairs, refinishing. The bathroom had beautiful checkered tile that needed a deeper scrub than she'd been able to achieve. The clawfoot tub needed reglazing. Those were only the repairs she could see. She suspected there were hidden problems with the plumbing and electricity. The house was still on fuses, but she couldn't imagine she'd ever be able to afford to switch it over to circuit breakers. With Jagger's help, she might be able to achieve it. She could live on her teacher's salary alone and still have money to fix up the house little by little. She returned to the living room, looking over the framed photographs of her mother, and Brian. They ranged from baby pictures to until Brian left for Iraq. Once he died, there were no more pictures. In some ways, Chelsea was glad. The loss of Brian had been the beginning of the end for her mother, who died of cancer a year later. Chelsea wouldn't have wanted a photographic reminder of her mother during that time. The desolate look in her eyes, the gaunt features on her face. What should I do? She held the last picture the three of them had taken together. It was the Thanksgiving when Brian was home on leave before shipping off to Iraq. Her mother looked a little worn from all the cooking, but was beaming having her children with her. Chelsea studied their faces as if they could talk to her. She felt certain they'd say saving the house wasn't worth a marriage of convenience. They'd want her happiness to come above all else. Except her happiness was tied to the house. It was all she had left of them. Losing it would be like losing a piece of them, and a piece of herself. She let out a breath as she realized she'd already made her decision. She bit her lower lip. Maybe it wouldn't be so awkward. Jagger was kind, and it was hard not to like a man who was so dedicated to a child who wasn't his son. But even as she accepted her decision, new concerns crept up. She didn't know Caden's mother. What if she was a nice woman who had gotten her life together? Surely she deserved a second chance. Or what if Jagger lost his cause? Would he require her to repay the money? And what if spending so much time with him caused her infatuation to grow into something more? Chelsea wasn't interested in experiencing heartbreak on top of all the other loss she'd had in her life. She picked up the picture of her mother and brother again. It was up to her to keep the family home in the family, even if it meant moving out for a short time to live in a fake marriage. I'm going to do it. She laughed at herself for her foolishness, and then cursed herself at the insanity of her decision. Great day, I've gone off the deep end. On edge, she headed to the kitchen. Baking always calmed her, because it was something she associated with her mother. She knew a batch of cookies wouldn't completely settle her nerves, but at least she'd have something to bring to the picnic when she accepted Jagger's proposal. As she mixed the flour and sugar, she worked to rationalize her decision. When that didn't work, she reminded herself of how daring she'd once been, before the realities of death, loss, and debt had shrunk her world. As far as striving for an exciting life, marrying Jagger could be the most interesting adventure of them all. Chelsea blew out a breath as she walked from her car, making her way toward the river. She was late, partly because she couldn't decide what to wear, and also because marrying Jagger was the craziest idea she'd ever considered. Even as she walked toward the area Jagger said he'd be waiting at, she stopped several times and turned back to her car with the intention of going to work at the diner, because the alternative was idiotic. Each time she wavered, she ultimately continued forward toward this crazy, ridiculous plan. She saw Jagger and Caden sitting through the trees. Caden pointed toward the playground while Jagger handed him something. As she drew closer, she could see Jagger was trying to get him to eat before running off to play. He scanned the area, stopping as he saw her. At first, surprise flashed in his blue eyes. Then he smiled a wide, relieved smile. He stood and walked toward her. You came. She wasn't sure what to say, because the situation was so surreal. So she nodded. His hands went to her arms. He pulled her to him and dipped his head, his lips brushing her cheek as they made their way toward her ear. I'm so glad. Then he shocked her by capturing her lips with his. Immediately she was distracted by the warm and gentle, sensuous slide of his lips across hers that sent shockwaves of pleasure all the way to her toes. He tasted like lemonade and sin, her new favorite flavor. He pulled away abruptly, his brows knitting together as his eyes studied hers for a moment. Then a slow, knowing smile grew on his face, and he kissed her again with the same leisurely, sensuous brush of his lips over hers as his hands slid behind her back and held her tight against his firm body. His tongue slid across the seam of her lips, but didn't invade her mouth. He didn't have to for her body to heat, for desire to pool deep in her belly, for her mouth to part and invite him in. When he pulled away, he smiled, his gaze holding hers for a moment, before it lifted, and he peered over her, looking behind her. Then he returned his attention to her. Do you think they bought that? It was like a cold bucket of water had been poured over her, shocking her back to reality, and all the warm, sensual feelings evaporated. His actions were a part of the role he was playing. Well, of course they were. It was in that moment that Chelsea realized she was in over her head. She liked kissing Jagger. She liked the way he tasted, and the shivers his kisses sent coursing through her body. But it was dangerous to let herself go there. She couldn't fall for the man whose actions were a deception to keep custody of Caden. If her reaction to this short kiss was any indication, it would be all too easy to develop deeper feelings for him. What concerned her most was she might find it difficult to separate out the fiction from the reality if he continued to kiss her like that as part of his act. The lines might blur. Her hormones liked him. It would be too easy for her heart to follow them, to develop feelings deeper than this plan allowed. Since he was clear he didn't see love in their future, falling for him would be dangerous to her heart. She should change her mind right then and there, because she wasn't sure she was strong enough to be on guard and protecting her feelings and her heart 24/7. He took her hand and pulled her toward the blanket.
Caden and I were just about to eat. I brought extra, hoping you'd come.
He flashed her a smile. Not the devilish flirty one, but something worse. It was tender, grateful, making her heart warm to him. He pulled her hand up, brushing his lips over her knuckles. Danger, danger, went off like a siren in her mind. She started to pull away, but he stopped again and looked at her.
This means a lot to me, Chelsea. Caden is my life.
There was so much gratitude and relief in his gaze. And just like that, she was going to follow through. She nodded and was about to continue to the blanket when she decided to share another concern. Jagger, what if being married isn't enough either? What if Caden's mother He pressed a finger to her lips.
I refuse to think about that. I'm going to do all I can to make sure he stays.
For a moment, she wondered just how far he might go to keep Caden. She knew Jagger socially, but she didn't really know what he was capable of. She was starting to get a sense of it. He smiled, and the dazzle of it blinded her for a moment.
I promise. It'll be okay.
Feeling a bit helpless, she nodded. Miss Beamer! Caden jumped up and ran to her. Are you staying with us? She wondered if Jagger had talked to Caden about their arrangement. Well, not their arrangement, but the possibility of their getting married. Her heart did a little twist in her chest at the word marriage. She was completely nuts.
She's joining us for lunch.
Yay! Come sit with me. He sat on the large, thick blanket spread under a grove of trees and patted the spot next to him. Complying, she sat.
Miss Z packed our favorites.
Jagger sat across from them and reached into the large basket.
PB&J for Caden, roast beef for me. And one more of each so you have a choice.
No barbecue? Jagger grinned.
We haven't mastered that yet. Perhaps you'll be able to make some for us.
I'll have the roast beef. We also brought potato chips and carrots. Caden waved a baggie of carrot sticks. It's not a picnic if you don't have those things. She put an arm around Caden and gave him a little squeeze. I brought cookies. She reached into her oversized purse and pulled out a large plastic bag with chocolate chip cookies. Ooh, can I have one? Caden's bright blue eyes pleaded with her.
Eat your sandwich and carrot sticks first.
Jagger sat across from them.
After we eat, we can go down to the river. Caden likes to skip stones.
Do you skip stones? Caden pulled a carrot from his baggie. I do. I'm pretty good at it, too. Really? I'll show you. Once they'd eaten, they'd left their picnic items and made their way to the river. While Charlotte Tavern had some crime, most people felt safe leaving their doors unlocked and their picnic items unattended at the park. As they walked, Jagger took her hand as if it was the most normal thing in the world. Caden ran ahead, his arms out to his sides, pretending to be an airplane. Once again, second thoughts about their plan swirled through her mind.
Do you know your brain rattles when you think too much?
She glanced at Jagger, who bore an amused expression. There's a lot to think about. He turned his head, watching Caden disappear around the bend.
Hey, Caden. Wait where we can see you, buddy.
Caden reappeared, flying toward them. I can see the water.
Wait there to make sure it doesn't go anywhere.
Chelsea laughed. They caught up to Caden and then walked with him to the river's edge. "Will this rock skip?" Caden showed Chelsea a rock. "You want to find flat ones." He dropped the round rock and went on the hunt for another one. Chelsea scanned the ground, found a skipping rock, and picked it up. "Caden, here's one." He ran over to look at the gray stone sitting in her hand. "Will you skip it?" "Watch this." She moved to the water's edge, gripped the stone by its side, and threw it parallel to the water. It disappeared and then reappeared, skipping 4 times before getting lost in the water. "Wow, 4 skips!" Chelsea laughed. Sometimes it was so easy to impress children. She found another rock and handed it to him. "Hold it like this and throw it from the side." Caden's face scrunched into serious determination as he made his way to the river's edge. He threw the stone, which skipped once. Just one. All it takes is practice. She handed him a few more stones. She kept one, extending it to Jagger. "Do you want to try?" He took the stone, his fingers lightly brushing hers, sending little shocks through her skin. He stood by Caden and threw the stone. His stone only skipped once.
"I guess I need practice too."
He set a hand on Caden's shoulder, and she realized he'd muffed his throw on purpose.
"You keep working at it."
"Aren't you going to, too?"
"I'm going to help Chelsea find rocks."
Caden shrugged and went back to throwing rocks, every now and then distracted by a stone or stick sitting on the riverbank. Jagger returned to Chelsea's side, watching Caden play along the river. While this plot felt like a scam, she could see his love and determination were very real where Caden was concerned. He wasn't a bitter man wanting to get back at and hurt Caden's mother. He truly loved the boy. What she wasn't sure about was how she'd be able to keep their plan from her friends. Not only would they be hurt if they found out she'd lied, but Chelsea wasn't sure she could keep such a big secret. At the same time, she didn't want to tell them because she was sure they wouldn't take it well. First, it was a crazy idea, and second, they'd be offended she didn't accept their help instead. "Would it be okay if I let Lexi and Mitch know about this?" Jagger turned to her, adjusting his position so he could talk to her and still keep an eye on Caden.
"We can't tell anyone, Chelsea."
"Why?"
"Because if it got back to the judge, it would probably work against me."
"I trust my friends." He studied her for a moment.
"Then consider plausible deniability. It's possible there will be an investigation into our fitness to care for Caden. If your friends know the truth, you'll be asking them to lie to a court-appointed investigator."
He was right. Chelsea blew out a breath. "I don't want to put them in that position."
"I don't want to put my staff in that position either. So it's just between you and me. Okay?"
She nodded. "Yes. Okay." They stood together for a moment. "Do you think we should go over our story? Maybe learn a little bit about each other?" He gave her an amused smile, as if he thought she was overthinking the situation. But Chelsea knew her friends. They'd grill her, and if she didn't have a good response, they'd be suspicious. She already knew they were going to be surprised and probably worried. Especially Mitch.
"What do you want to know?"
"Well, since Mitch told you to stay away and you ditched me at his wedding," Jagger had the decency to wince at that. "How did we start dating?"
"That's easy."
Jagger picked up a rock, studied it, and then dropped it.
"We reconnected because Caden was in your class. We kept it on the down low because we didn't want to get you in trouble at school."
"And you in trouble with Mitch?"
"I can handle Mitch."
Her eyes narrowed. "Then why'd you ditch me?" He took a deep breath.
"At the time, I was respecting his wishes. I know he's like a big brother to you, and he takes that role seriously. Now it's different. We're getting married. I may not be what he wanted for you, but you could have done worse."
Chelsea couldn't imagine how she could do better. Except, of course, by marrying someone who loved her and whom she loved back. What about your family?
What about them?
There was a marked change in his tone, from light to dark. Well, what are they like? What was your childhood like?
People aren't going to ask you 20 questions. Besides, I think I've already told you all you need to know.
He walked several steps away. My friends might test me as a way to make sure I know what I'm getting into. She stood where she was, knowing Mitch in particular would push to find out how it was possible she was marrying Jagger when it seemed they hardly knew each other, especially when just days before she denied anything was going on between them. He turned his blazing blue eyes on her.
You'll let them?
What's the big deal, Jagger?
You want my family history?
He glanced back at Caden, then closed the steps between him and Chelsea again. He leaned closer and talked in a low voice filled with bitterness.
I come from a long line of playboys. Tanya was the last in a series of Mrs. G.W. Talbots. My father is working his way through several more Mrs. Talbots. Right now, he's on his 4th. I was an unplanned baby, which is why my father married my mother at the threat of disinheritance by my grandfather, who wouldn't have any bastard children in his family.
Chelsea winced and wondered if that was why Jagger's grandfather married Tanya, to legitimize Caden.
My mother took off a week after I was born with some rich baron or something. She's working her way through men as fast as my father works through women. My father was relieved my mother left. He got a vasectomy and resumed his womanizing. Neither of my parents wanted me, and each tried to pawn me off on the other.
Chelsea's heart lurched in her chest and then broke for the little boy unwanted by his parents. Who raised you?
Mrs. Stanton.
Jagger stared at her with hard eyes and then turned away as if he couldn't look at her. She suspected her face shone with pity and shock. Having been on the receiving end of such expressions, she knew it wasn't a good feeling. She adjusted her expression and stepped up next to him. How'd you end up being Caden's guardian? He sighed as he watched Caden swing a stick and wield it like a sword.
I told you about how she got involved in drugs and left. By that time, my grandfather was sick. That's when I went to him and made the arrangements for Caden's trust, guardianship, all of it. He's worth a lot of money, and I didn't want Tanya and my father fighting over him and his money.
So you got both? He nodded.
I'm just the executor of the trust. It's separate from the guardianship. If she's planning on getting at his money, she'll be sorely surprised.
He'd said Tanya initially had married for love, but eventually took money from Jagger's father to leave the Talbot family. Maybe she'd spent that money, and after living without it, she saw Caden as a source of income. Chelsea's first thought was how wrong it was. And then she felt sick as she realized she wasn't much different. After all, she was marrying Jagger for money. Wanting to lighten the mood a little, she moved on to a new series of questions. So, where does the name Jagger come from? He shook his head and rolled his eyes.
My mother liked soap operas. I was named after some biker character.
He stared at her as if he was daring her to laugh in response. She bit her lip to stop the laugh. And Caden?
Who the hell knows?
He scanned the area again. Are you looking for something?
I'm watching for Tanya. I wouldn't put it past her to show up here and try to see him.
Maybe she's given up. Which, of course, would make this marriage plot unneeded. He shook his head.
No. If she's clean, she'll follow through.
Is it possible to arrange a joint custody? Jagger whirled on her.
No. She abandoned him. Being a parent isn't something you do when you feel like it.
No, of course not. Still, she was Caden's mother, and Chelsea wondered if maybe she should be allowed access, if not for Tanya, then for Caden. Chelsea kept that thought to herself.
You think I'm being a hard-ass about this? You agree with society that biology is more important than who's been there?
Chelsea shook her head. No.
Are you sure? Because you don't look sure.
She sighed. I just thought Caden might want that relationship someday.
Well, someday, if he wants it, he can find it. Until then, she gave up her right to him.
There was a mixture of resolve and sadness that made Chelsea long to soothe him. She reached up and touched his face. He's lucky to have you. His eyes shone with surprise at her gesture.
I'm lucky to have him.
Hey, Miss Beamer, watch! She turned as Caden threw a rock into the water, where it appeared twice before disappearing. Hey, 2 skips. You did it. She forced excitement into her voice. Caden grinned.
Your turn,
Jagger said.
What's your story?
You know my story. I was born and raised here. My brother was killed in the war. My mother died a year later. Lexi and Mitch are my family.
What about your dad? I don't ever remember Brian mentioning him, and I'm sure you haven't.
Chelsea shrugged. I never met him. When I was a baby, he went fishing with friends one day and never came back.
What happened?
My parents were young, and apparently my father wasn't ready to settle down. Later I learned how disappointed and angry my grandparents, his parents, were. But they had me, Brian and Mom, move in with them into the house I have now. We were happy. I have no complaints about my childhood.
So you don't wonder about your dad? Where he might be?
She shook her head. I did a little when I was younger. My grandmother thought maybe he'd died because she was sure he'd eventually make contact.
No one looked for him?
I think maybe my grandfather might have tried when my grandmother had her first stroke. But my mom didn't. Her opinion was that if he didn't want to be with us, she didn't want him with us. Jagger studied her for a moment.
What if he showed up on your doorstep now?
He'd have to introduce himself because I wouldn't recognize him.
Would you let him in?
My house? Probably. My life? No.
You say that so matter-of-factly.
She sighed. I gave up caring about it a long time ago.
Really?
He didn't look convinced. My mom raised Brian and me to always look for the silver lining. So I didn't have my father. I had Pawpaw.
Pawpaw?
Jagger's lips twitched upward. Yes. Pawpaw and Meemaw. And Brian and my mom. I didn't need a dad. Jagger's features drew more serious.
Are you always able to find the silver lining?
Chelsea shook her head. Sometimes it's harder than others. Losing Brian and my mom. That's been hard. But I have Lexi and Mitch. I have my students. She glanced over at Caden. I know Brian and Mom would want me to make the most of life, so I focus on that. And I have some good moments.
Like what?
Like now. Skipping stones with the 2 cutest men in the county.
Cute.
One dark brow rose. Chelsea laughed as she nodded. Jagger accepted the compliment with a shrug and turned to walk back toward where Caden was poking the riverbank with a stick.
I want to get married soon. Next week.
Her head whipped around to him. People will think I'm expecting.
They'll be wrong.
I know Northerners, or maybe it's because you're rich, don't care what people think about them, but down here, what people think is important.
What people think isn't important anywhere. But if you're worried, we'll just say we've been together nearly a year and engaged since, I don't know, Valentine's Day? But only now that school is out are we saying anything.
I guess I just didn't think it would be so quick.
Tanya says she's getting a lawyer, and I believe her. It's only a matter of time before I'm served papers.
You don't think people will be suspicious?
They might. But if we stick to the story and act like it's true, we'll be fine.
Do you do this a lot?
Get married? No, I've never done it.
She rolled her eyes. No. I mean lie. Put on elaborate shams.
Everyone lies. But I've never done anything like this.
He rested his hands on her arms.
I can't tell you how important it is that he stay with me.
I know. His commitment to Caden and dedication to keeping him were the only things she was completely sure of. His eyes softened in understanding.
Look, I get that this isn't what you imagined when you thought about getting married. I'm probably not the kind of man you saw yourself with.
She frowned, wondering what he meant by that.
I know that even though you're getting the financial security you want, you're uneasy about the potential ramifications.
That about summed it up.
But it doesn't have to be awkward or uncomfortable. I like you, Chelsea.
His hand rose to palm her cheek.
If Mitch hadn't intervened, maybe this wouldn't be so out of left field.
Her eyes narrowed, partly because she didn't believe him, and partly because she thought it was mean of him to tease her like that. A man like Jagger didn't fall for a woman like her. He'd already said so when he proposed. You don't believe that. His head jerked back slightly. She stepped away from him and began walking along the bank.
The point is,
he caught up with her, walking beside her.
This doesn't have to be hard. At least it's not for me.
He took her hand and pulled her to a stop. I said I'll do it, and I will. She pulled her hand from his grip, not liking that his touch muddled her mind. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a ring, thrusting it at her. She looked at the ring, sitting in the palm of her hand, and her chest tightened. This engagement wasn't real, but still. It's pretty.
If you'd rather we make a big deal by shopping for one together, we can.
Gee, thank you, hung on her lips, but she bit her tongue. Of course this wasn't going to be a romantic proposal, but it was barely civil. Tears threatened, and she turned to look over to the river where Caden was making lightsaber noises while swinging a stick.
It's my grandmother's.
Her head whipped back to look at him. This was a fake marriage. She shouldn't taint an heirloom with that. Jagger, we can't use this. She held her hand out for him to take the ring back. I don't need a ring. Many women don't have engagement rings.
We need this to look real. This will do it. It's the only ring I have right now. If you don't like it, we can shop.
It's beautiful. But it should go to someone you love. He ran his fingers through his hair.
I have this ring instead of my father because my grandfather knew he'd never really love anyone or give it to someone worthy. At this point, I'm not certain I'll never find someone to love, but I'm sure you and this situation, keeping Caden, makes you worthy.
He plucked the ring from her hand and slipped it on her left ring finger. She looked at it, her heart hammering in her chest even as her head told her it was fake. Jagger held her hand in both of his and brought them over his heart.
I'd like to tell Caden, too.
A little dazed, she nodded.
You okay?
She looked into his crystalline blue eyes and mustered a smile. Yes. Can we go on the rides now? Caden ran up to them.
Sure thing, champ. Just one thing before we go get sick on the rides.
I won't get sick.
Here. Come sit with us.
Jagger took Caden's hand and led him to a fallen tree. He lifted Caden to sit on it, while he stood in front of him. He turned his head back, his brows lifting in a "join us" expression. Shaking the surrealness of the situation from her brain, she stood alongside Jagger, wondering how he was going to explain this to Caden.
What would you think if Miss Beamer came to live with us?
Really? Caden's eyes widened with joy. Jagger nodded.
Yes, she says she'll marry me and we can be like a family.
Caden looked from Jagger to Chelsea and back again. His blank expression suggested he didn't quite understand. Will she be my mom? Chelsea's breath hitched, feeling pleased and yet guilty at the idea. Caden had a mom who wanted him back.
Well, no, she'd be your niece. She'd be with us, like a family.
Caden nodded. Okay. Jagger studied Caden a moment and apparently decided that was all that needed to be said. He lifted his hand for a high five and said,
Let's go ride some coasters.
Yay! Caden jumped off the stump.
What about you?
Jagger turned his attention back to her.
Are you okay with this?
She knew he was letting her know it was time to play their parts. Going to the rides meant being in public. They'd need to act like a couple. An engaged couple. She swallowed the lump of worry in her throat and nodded. Come on! Caden took Jagger's hand on his left and Chelsea's on his right.
By the way, can you come to dinner tonight? I'd like you to be there when I tell Mrs. Stanton and the rest of my staff.
Jagger whispered over Caden's head as they walked back toward the fair. Can you come to dinner? Caden's blue eyes shone at her. She smiled. Yes. Yay! Chapter 6. Jagger took Chelsea's hand as they watched Caden ride along the small roller coaster track. When he'd seen her walking toward their picnic area, relief the size of a tidal wave washed through him. She was his best hope for retaining custody of Caden, and if she hadn't come, he wasn't sure what he'd do. Her showing up told him she was in on the ploy, and he decided to start right there by giving her a kiss. Not a kiss a friend would give, but one of a lover. Of a man in love. The minute his lips touched hers, another wave swept through him, although it wasn't relief. It was something different. Chelsea was the ideal choice for a wife in this situation because she was the girl next door. Wholesome. But there was something in her kiss that hinted at sensuality and daring. It had taken him off guard, just for a few seconds. And then he wanted more. So he kissed her again, this time not to start the show, but to discover more about what was hidden inside Chelsea Beamer. At first she seemed taken aback by his sudden display of affection, but almost immediately she'd sunken into the kiss, adding to the thrill of it. Her eyes were dreamy and dazed when he'd lifted his head to look at her. Pulling off this scam might not be so hard after all. He'd glanced around the area to see if anyone had noticed their interlude. He was sure they were convincing. At that point, something in her had changed. He'd promised not to touch her in the bedroom, but if they were to succeed, they'd need to look like a couple in public. People in love held hands, kissed, and showed affection, so she'd need to allow him that. He let go of her hand and instead put an arm around her as Caden's train started off. She looked at him again with surprise and wariness in her eyes. Do you think people are going to buy this?
Why wouldn't they?
He forced a smile. Because we're not a very likely couple. He released her so he could turn and look at her.
I get that I'm not good enough for you.
I never said that. Her eyes widened as if surprised by his statement. Is that what you think?
Yes. Don't you?
No. We're not a likely couple because you're a rich man from New York and I'm an average woman from the middle of Virginia. He frowned.
Is that what you think?
She nodded. It's the truth. He shook his head.
You don't think I'm good enough for you because I'm rich and from New York?
No, she gave an exasperated sigh. I think you're good enough. I just don't think I'm your type.
Back to that. Jagger wished he could go back to his 20-something self and warn him that seeing all those women would come back to haunt him. Why not?
She shrugged. I don't think I'm unattractive, Jagger, but I'm nothing like the women you've dated before. I'm not like Dana Dalton.
Jagger jerked back. How'd she know about Dana? God, did everyone know? He gathered his thoughts and leaned closer to her. You're clear on where we stand as far as bedroom games, so I know you're not like Dana.
Chelsea looked down as if she didn't want him to see her. He used the crook of his finger to lift her chin to look at him.
Thank God you're not like her.
She pulled her chin away from his touch. I get why I'm good for this situation. My family has been here forever. I'm a teacher. But if not for that, I'm not a woman you'd pursue.
That's not true. I was interested in getting to know you, but Mitch...
He didn't want to delve back into that conversation. Her deep brown eyes studied him, and he hoped to hell she saw something she liked. He needed her. She was the only one who could help him and Caden.
Chelsea, you're beautiful and smart.
She gave a snort of derision as she leaned forward conspiratorially. I know you're saying that for show. His brows pulled together in a mixture of annoyance and puzzlement.
No, I'm not. When I kissed you the first time and held your hand, that was for show. Right now it's just you and me. And I'm telling you, I think you're beautiful and smart. More than that, you're down to earth and genuine. Qualities I've come to appreciate because they're not that easy to find.
What we're doing isn't genuine. He swore under his breath and turned away, resting his hands on his hips. Jagger! Caden's train came around and he waved. Jagger mustered a smile and gave him a thumbs up. Then he turned his attention back to Chelsea.
Look, if you're having second thoughts, tell me now. I understand this is awkward, but not because you think we don't go together, or whatever you're thinking. Unless you have a problem with me, which is the more likely scenario. I mean, why would a nice girl like you be interested in a former vapid playboy who is raising his uncle and comes from a family that wouldn't know kindness or love if they were drowning in it?
Pain and anger roiled in his chest. For several years now, he'd tried to live the right kind of life. He'd protected Caden from Tanya and later from Jagger's father, who would stop at nothing to get his hands on Caden's trust. Jagger. Chelsea's dark brown eyes showed concern and kindness. I have no problem with you. She looked like she was going to say more, but she must have determined it was enough. And it was. Because he could see she meant it. Those few words wrapped around him like a warm blanket. It wasn't a feeling he was used to. Not many people made him feel safe and grounded. The feeling overwhelmed him for a moment. He rested his forehead against hers.
Then please, help me. Help us.
Well, look at this. Jagger lifted his head, disappointed, when Chelsea jerked away from him as if she didn't want to get caught kissing behind the bleachers. Lexi joined them. Speculation danced in her eyes as she stood, bouncing the baby snuggled in a baby carrier hanging from her chest. Drake stepped up beside her with a second baby attached to him.
Jagger.
Drake extended his hand. Jagger shook it and said hello. He'd known Drake in New York, not as friends, but as acquaintances that sometimes ran into each other at events. It had been a surprise to Jagger, as well as to most who knew Drake, when he'd left the Big Apple to marry Lexi. Jagger knew most felt the same about him leaving his life of partying to settle down in Virginia to raise Caden. I wasn't sure you'd be here. Lexi's words said one thing, while her eyes asked Chelsea another. After all, she'd found them in a very intimate situation. Chelsea hadn't answered his plea, and while she'd shown up at the fair, it was clear she was having second thoughts. So Jagger held back from putting on a show, waiting for Chelsea to make the first move. Jagger! Caden ran toward the roller coaster exit where they'd been watching and waiting. Can I go again, please? Jagger smiled. glad he could keep Caden occupied.
Sure, I'll take you.
I can do it. I go in right there.
Caden pointed to where the carny stood only a few yards away. Jagger scanned the area for Tanya and any other questionable-looking figures.
Okay.
He nodded as he pulled the strip of tickets they'd bought when they'd entered the fair from his pocket and handed Caden 5 of them.
Don't get sick, though.
I won't.
Caden grabbed the tickets and ran to the ride's entrance. Jagger watched until Caden was in the train.
He's grown.
Drake nodded toward Caden.
It goes fast.
So, you didn't have to work after all? Lexi brought the conversation back to what was ripe in her mind. Jagger inhaled as he waited for Chelsea's response. She looked at him, her eyes filled with uncertainty, and Jagger felt a sense of disappointment. I guess we don't have to hide it anymore. Chelsea turned her attention back to Lexi and Drake. Jagger and I have been seeing each other for some time now. For the second time that day, relief and gratitude washed through him. Chelsea put her arm through his. He covered the hand that rested on his arm with his other hand and gave a slight squeeze to let her know how appreciative he was. I know I told you differently before, but we were keeping it under wraps. Why? Jagger's relief continued as he saw pleasure at the news instead of concern in Lexi's features. Of course, she'd only told them they were seeing each other, not that they were engaged. It wasn't appropriate for me to date Jagger since Caden was in my class. So, nobody knows. Oh, they know now, Lexi laughed. Mrs. Crosby and old lady Macaulay made a point to tell me they saw you two in an intimate embrace, Lexi said using air quotes. Does Mitch know?
Do I know what?
Mitch and Sydney stepped up from behind Chelsea to join the group. Chelsea tensed, and Jagger hoped it was to steel herself to stand up to him. She inhaled. Jagger and I have been seeing each other. Dating. As expected, Mitch turned a dark gaze on Jagger that said, I told you to stay away. Oh, how nice, Sydney smiled. Either she didn't know or didn't hold her husband's opinion of Jagger. I thought so too. Lexi directed her comment toward Mitch.
Why the big secret?
Mitch couldn't hide his angry undertone. Not because we were trying to hide it from you. Chelsea exuded a bravado that made Jagger look at her in surprise. Don't think I don't know you tried to keep us apart, Mitch McKenna. I'm grateful for all that you've done for me, but I'd appreciate it if you'd stay out of my love life. The word love hung in the air. Lexi grinned while Drake and Sydney looked perplexed. Mitch's jaw tightened.
Are you happy?
Very. She said it with such conviction that for a moment Jagger believed her too. Jagger pulled her closer.
My intentions are sincere, Mitch.
Although Jagger found himself feeling guilty for saying so, he hadn't thought it would be so hard to pull off this deception, but now he understood the ramifications. They were lying. It had to be worse for her because these people were her closest friends, her surrogate family.
All I care about is her happiness.
Behind his words, spoken through clenched teeth, Mitch was saying, if you hurt her, we'll have problems. Jagger took a deep breath. He didn't want to hurt Chelsea, but when this ruse was over, they'd be divorced, and Mitch would hate him. As much as Jagger hated losing the one friendship he had in Charlotte Tavern, he'd do it in an instant to keep Caden safe with him. Well, good, because we're getting married. Even Jagger flinched at the way Chelsea blurted out their marital intentions into the world. Mitch turned a whole new shade of red. Lexi, who initially seemed pleased by their dating status, now pulled her brows together in a combination of worry and confusion. You're what? Lexi and Mitch asked in shock. Jagger and I are getting married. She held out her hand to show the ring he'd just given her. Lexi glanced at it before turning her sharp green eyes back on Chelsea. Mitch scowled at Jagger. You hardly know each other.
Lexi finally got out. That's not true. Jagger pressed a reassuring hand to Chelsea's back. We've known each other for years.
It's too fast. Lexi's eyes shone with concern. Seriously? Chelsea stared at Lexi with raised brows. How long did you know Drake before you agreed to marry him? Lexi rolled her eyes and pursed her lips. 2 weeks, Chelsea answered for her. How long after that before you were married? 1 day. Lexi studied her, and Jagger hoped they could keep up the pretense under her scrutiny. You saw Drake and me then? You saw the attraction. I even talked to you about it. I haven't seen you and Jagger. You never talk about him. Well, we couldn't. He was the guardian of one of my students. Lexi bounced her baby, who'd started fussing, but her gaze remained intense. You're my best friend. How could I not notice? Chelsea closed her eyes, and Jagger could only imagine the guilt she was feeling at lying to her friend, especially now that it appeared Lexi was feeling bad for not being a better friend. You have Drake and the babies filling your life. That's how it should be. Still, no, Lexi, you're a good friend. Chelsea reached out and touched Lexi's arm reassuringly. Jagger snuck a glance at Mitch and knew for sure if looks could kill, he'd be dead, or at least maimed. Well, congratulations. Sydney stepped forward, giving Chelsea and then Jagger a hug. What a surprise! But such a happy one, don't you think, Mitch? Mitch grunted. Chelsea put her arm through Jagger's, causing him to look at her. Her eyes were watery but defiant as they stared at him. He initially patted her hand, but it was too small of a gesture when she was clearly hurting. He leaned over and kissed her cheek. You'll be all right, he whispered in her ear. She surprised him by pressing her cheek against his, as if she needed the contact to strengthen her resolve. He'd thought her tears were out of remorse at lying to her friends, but now he wondered if she was hurt by their reaction. That was so fun! Caden ran out of the exit. Can we get ice cream? Mitch, who still said nothing, stepped back and the tension dropped a degree. Absolutely. Caden deserved ice cream as far as Jagger was concerned, since he'd interrupted what was proving to be an intense moment. Ice cream sounds good. Sydney put her hand in Mitch's and gave him a nearly imperceptible squeeze. Jagger wondered about that kind of communication between couples. He and Chelsea probably wouldn't develop it because it required a love and intimacy they didn't have. Mitch scowled at Jagger for another moment, before turning and smiling at his wife. Do you want pickles too? Jagger could see the love between them, and again, jealousy sharply speared his gut. He pushed it away. He'd tried to find love, but discovered his father had been right all along. Jagger wasn't a man worthy of what Mitch and Sydney had, or what Lexi and Drake had. Then Mitch's words finally got through his brain. Ice cream and pickles. That sounds like news. Sydney beamed as she affirmed his assumption. Yes, we're expecting in about 6 months. Congratulations. Jagger leaned over and gave her a kiss on the cheek. Like Drake, Jagger had known Sydney from New York. In fact, when he'd first moved to Charlotte Tavern, he'd tried to date Sydney. It was clear early on that she and Mitch were in love, even if the two of them hadn't realized it yet. So Jagger had stepped aside. To celebrate, I'll buy ice cream all around. Yay! Caden jumped for joy. Chelsea stood next to Jagger as they watched Caden fly by on the large swing. She inhaled the scent of kettle corn and used her exhale to push away the final bits of tension in her body. Telling Lexi and Mitch about her engagement had been more difficult than she'd anticipated. She hated lying to them, but knew she couldn't tell them the truth. She hadn't been surprised by Mitch's response to the news, but she'd been hurt by Lexi's. Chelsea knew she shouldn't be, since the whole situation was a lie. Still,
Lexi didn't know that, so her reaction stung. While they had ice cream, she could feel Lexi scrutinizing her and Jagger.
You okay?
Jagger's voice was soft, laced with concern. She looked over to him and noticed the tension around his eyes had lessened, suggesting he was relieved the ice cream social part of their day was over with as well. I'm glad telling Lexi and Mitch is out of the way.
You and me both. Although I would have liked some time to better prepare.
One auburn brow rose. I told you we needed to get our stories straight for them. He smiled.
You did. I just thought we might have them for dinner and plan our announcement as opposed to running into them and working off the cuff.
She agreed that would have been a better option. Jagger! Miss Beamer! Caden's hand waved as the swing circled above them. Chelsea waved back. How come we're not up there too? It looks like fun. Jagger gave her an amused smile.
Do you like carnival rides?
Absolutely. The more thrilling, the better.
Well then.
Jagger scanned the carnival.
How about that one?
Chelsea followed the direction of his nod toward the Death Drop, a ride that lifted passengers straight up and then dropped them in a free fall. That's a good one. However, she didn't need that ride to feel the rush of her stomach doing a loop-de-loo with Jagger grinning at her. But that's probably not a good one for Caden.
We'll watch you.
She cocked her head to the side. You wouldn't go with me? He looked over at the ride and winced as the seats dropped and screams tore over the park.
I'm not that brave.
The swings stopped and Caden rushed toward them. I want to go over there. He pointed across the way. They have toys. Chelsea looked to the games section of the fair.
You have to win those, buddy.
Jagger rested his hand on Caden's shoulder. I want to win one. Caden tugged on Jagger's hand. Can I? In Chelsea's experience, most carnival games were nearly impossible to win. But Jagger indulged Caden, paying for him to fish out a plastic shark and toss a ring around an old-fashioned milk bottle. It's too hard, Caden pouted. Maybe you should try. Chelsea smirked at Jagger. His brows rose.
Do I detect a hint of doubt in my carnival game ability?
No, not at all. Can you, Jagger? Can you win me something?
How about the basketball hoop?
Do you play basketball? Chelsea wondered if he'd played sports in school as she had.
I played lacrosse.
She rolled her eyes. Of course he had.
It's all hand-eye coordination, right?
Let's see what you've got, Michael Jordan. Chelsea laughed and took Caden's hand as they walked with Jagger to the basketball hoop game. $25 later, he'd won a $5 stuffed turtle for Caden. It only took him another $15 to win Chelsea a tiny stuffed bear. Can you win something, Miss Beamer? Caden asked as they left the basketball hoops. The only game I might be able to win is the target shooting. You can shoot a gun? Caden looked up at her with wide eyes. She nodded. Yes, I used to hunt with my brother. Did you kill animals? Chelsea was well aware that some people felt hunting was for boys and was cruel for killing animals for sport. For her family, as for many other rural families in the South, hunting wasn't a game. We hunted for food. I'm famous for my venison burgers.
Really?
Jagger's cocked brow hinted at intrigue.
Barbecue and now venison.
They reached the shooting game, and Chelsea set her money on the counter. She hadn't hunted since she was a teenager. Without Brian, it wasn't the same. Mitch invited her along when he went, but she declined. Since he was always bringing her ground venison, it seemed he hunted enough for both of them. She hit only 2 targets on the first try, but on the next 2 rounds won a stuffed tiger for Caden and a stuffed banana, which she gave to Jagger. 30 minutes later, Jagger carried a nearly sleeping Caden to the car. Chelsea walked with them, carrying their winnings. Jagger opened the door to his SUV and strapped Caden into his car seat. I want to go on rides. Caden's words were heavy with sleep, and his lids drooped.
We need to get ready for Miss Beamer to come to dinner tonight.
"'Kay."
His lids closed the rest of the way. Chelsea smiled. He wore himself out.
Me as well.
Jagger shut the door and then turned to her.
I may need a nap too.
He took the stuffed winnings, except her bear, and rounded the SUV to put them in the back. He shut the back hatch and then returned to the driver's side where Chelsea was watching Caden sleep. Today was nice. Despite the awkwardness of their picnic and dealing with Lexi and Mitch, Chelsea had enjoyed the day. Watching Jagger with Caden and witnessing his determination to retain custody had endeared him to her. He was attentive and loving, yet firm with boundaries when needed, which wasn't often as Caden was well behaved. Jagger smiled.
I'm glad you think so. It worked out as a first date.
She laughed. He was right. If this had been just the three of them enjoying the day and not the start of their ruse, it would have been a perfect first date.
I regret even more that I listened to Mitch.
Jagger reached out and gently tugged on a strand of her hair. Warmth spread through her body at his words and gesture, but Chelsea fought against it, reminding herself that it wasn't real. You managed him pretty well today.
He didn't shoot me.
Well, he didn't have his gun on him.
Would you have protected me if he did?
She cocked her head to the side and pressed a finger over her lips as if she was considering his question. For Caden's sake, yes. He laughed.
Speaking of which, I should take him home.
Of course. What time should I come tonight?
About 7.
I'll be there. He studied her for a moment, and then stepped closer, leaning his head toward her.
Thank you, Chelsea.
Up so close, his eyes seemed even bluer, his male scent even more masculine. It was all she could do to keep from sighing. His gaze dropped to her lips before lifting back to her eyes. For a moment, she thought he was going to kiss her. But then he straightened.
I'll see you at 7.
Chelsea swallowed her disappointment. 7. Chapter 7. Higher this time! Caden swam into Jagger's waiting arms. Jagger lifted and tossed Caden, who landed with a splash a few feet away, his water wings pulling him to the surface, where he emerged laughing. The time at the fair with Chelsea had been pleasant, if he ignored the scowls from Mitch. Once Chelsea's friends had gone their own way and it was just the three of them, the day had been nearly perfect. Initially, pretending to be in love had been awkward. He'd never been a hand-holder or someone who showed affection in public before, but as the day wore on, he didn't think about how to act. He simply did what came naturally, whether it was brushing his thumb across her lower lip to wipe off cotton candy, or tugging out a beautiful auburn curl blowing around her face. When it was time to say goodbye, he nearly carried natural instinct too far by kissing her. God, how he wanted to kiss her, especially since he teased himself earlier with her taste. Their agreement was to show affection only as a part of the ruse. He might have been able to get away with it in the parking lot, except there would have been nothing fake about it. At least on his end. Once they'd returned home, Caden napped while Jagger checked on the horses. They decided to swim before Chelsea came for dinner. Again! Caden paddled his arms back to Jagger.
You're going to grow gills.
Like a fish. No, a dolphin.
Jagger was pretty sure dolphins didn't have gills, but it didn't seem worth explaining. Not every minute had to be a learning moment. Would that be different with Chelsea there? As a teacher, would she seize every opportunity to impart knowledge as Caden's stepmom, or actually step-niece? Jagger laughed at the sound of that.
Mr. Talbot.
Grayson's voice broke through Jagger's thoughts, and Caden's splashing in the water.
Yes, Grayson. Detective McKenna is here. Of course he is. Bring him out here. See if he wants anything to drink.
Higher, Jagger!
This is the last time, sport.
Aww.
I've got to meet with Mitch, And you need to get cleaned up to see Miss Beamer.
Jagger wondered what he should have Caden call Chelsea now. It seemed a little too formal to call her Miss Beamer. He'd been in Virginia long enough to know that most children didn't call adults by their first name. He'd received some odd stares from people in town when Caden called him Jagger. So maybe she'd be Miss Chelsea.
"One more after this,"
Caden pleaded with wide eyes and a demure smile. Cuteness usually got Caden a lot, but not this time.
Last time. Are you ready? I'm going to throw you way up this time.
Jagger swore he could feel Caden's anticipation ripple through the water.
Ready?
"Ready."
Jagger lifted and threw Caden. He'd gone a little higher, but not too far. While Caden wore water wings and Jagger was in the pool with him, he still didn't want to take any risks. Caden sputtered to the surface.
"Again!"
"Sorry, champ.
We'll do it again tomorrow."
Caden swam toward him, and Jagger dragged him to the stairs. By the time they'd exited the pool, Mitch and his scowl were standing on the patio. Chelsea blew out a breath to steady her nerves and rapped on the door. She was relieved when Jagger opened it instead of his butler. He smiled, his blue eyes twinkling, and, as usual, they dazzled her into confusion.
"Come in."
He stepped back to give her room. She walked in and stood, feeling awkward. His hand snaked out, wrapped around her, and pulled her to him. He bent his head, pressing a kiss to her jaw, sending delicious spirals of sensation through her.
"Remember, we don't have to hide anymore."
He lifted his head, his gaze capturing hers in an expectant stare. She supposed he meant someone was watching and they needed to put on a show. She wasn't sure what compelled her to slide her hands around his neck, threading her fingers through his short hair, except maybe her desire to take back some control in this out-of-control situation. Or maybe it was that she couldn't stop thinking about tasting him after he'd pulled away from her in the parking lot. She pulled him to her and kissed him, long and hard. He groaned, and one of his hands tangled in her hair, pulling so her head tilted back farther and he could take the kiss deeper. And as he did, her control slipped away, replaced by an edgy need. When he finally came up for air, his expression was amused.
"We're out back."
He put his arm around her, guiding her on the same route they'd taken before. She didn't see anyone else along the route until they reached the terrace, making her wonder what the show in the foyer was all about. Caden sat on a porch swing, reading to Mrs. Stanton. The butler stood next to the swing, his features looking stern, making Chelsea wonder if it was a requirement of butlers. Not that she'd met many butlers, but on TV they'd always looked so serious and severe.
"Miss Beamer!"
Caden scooted off the swing and ran to her. She knelt, giving him a hug as he reached her arms.
"I was reading the book you said I should get. Mrs. Stanton got it at the bookstore for me."
He turned, ran back to the swing, plucking the book from Mrs. Stanton, and returned to Chelsea.
"See?"
"Yes, that's a good one. Are you enjoying it?"
"Some of the words are hard."
"You'll learn them, and then your brain will grow and grow." Caden's eyes widened and one hand went to his head.
"It won't grow out my ears, will it?"
Chelsea laughed. "No, your skull will grow too."
"Where's Miss Z?"
Jagger scanned the terrace.
"Finishing things for dinner?"
The butler nodded toward the French doors as a stout woman stepped out carrying a tray with a pitcher of lemonade and glasses toward a table set for 3. "I can help you." Chelsea made a move to assist, but the woman shot her an annoyed glare.
"I can do it."
Chelsea flinched and stepped back. Jagger's hand caressed her back.
"She's sensitive about her kitchen and duties."
He kissed her head and then turned to his staff.
"Chelsea, this is Grayson and Miss Z, and you know Mrs. Stanton."
"Hi." Chelsea lifted her hand in a hello gesture.
"Everyone, this is Miss Chelsea Beamer."
Miss C stopped fussing over the table settings and stood, with her hands clasped in front of her just like Mr. Grayson.
"She was my teacher."
Caden took her hand and swung it with excitement. Miss C and Grayson nodded their acknowledgments. A prickle of unease formed in her belly. She was going to live in this house with these cold, distant people. It made her think of the movies in which an ordinary girl went to live with rich people and never fit in because she didn't know the rules of polite society.
While you're all here, I have an announcement to make. Chelsea and I are getting married.
Mrs. Stanton's brows shot up, disappearing into her hairline. Grayson's face remained impassive, but he shifted slightly. Miss Z's frown drew tauter. Not good.
We want to get married as soon as possible, next weekend before the trip to New York. Any help you can give us with that will be appreciated. More importantly, I expect you to include Chelsea as part of the family.
Gazes shifted from her to Jagger and then to each other, but there was still no congratulations or outward signs of response. Chelsea's prickle was quickly morphing into indigestion. It was clear no one knew what to make of the announcement. "I'm not pregnant," Chelsea blurted. Jagger flinched next to her. She looked into a surprised but amused expression. "It's all so sudden that they might think I'm with child, but... well, I thought they should know we're doing this because we want to, not because we have to." His hand rubbed her back, and he winked before turning back to his staff.
She's right. We're getting married because we're in love. I know it's a surprise, shock even, but I know you're happy for us.
The last part had force behind it, as if he was giving a command. "Well, congratulations." Mrs. Stanton stood, giving Jagger and then Chelsea a hug. "How wonderful." Chelsea hoped she was better at pretending she and Jagger were in love than Mrs. Stanton was at pretending she was happy for them.
"Congratulations."
Grayson extended his hand to Jagger.
"Welcome to the family."
He reached out to shake Chelsea's hand. She took it, but like Mrs. Stanton, it seemed like he was only going through the motions. "A week? I can't even plan the menu in a week. How will I have the food prepared and served by then?" Jagger laughed, giving Miss Z a hug.
"I'll hire extra help that you can boss around."
"Humph!" She pursed at Jagger. "Married? Who'd have thought? So you gonna eat or what?" Chelsea sat with Jagger on the back terrace of his estate, she with a glass of wine and he with a beer. They'd had a nice dinner of spaghetti and garlic bread with Caden. Mrs. Z might be a hard woman, but she knew how to make garlic bread, and Chelsea indulged in more than one piece. After dinner, they'd gone for a walk to the stables, and then Mrs. Stanton had taken Caden to put him to bed. Now they were alone, discussing the logistics of their plan. What's the trip to New York? Chelsea had been so preoccupied with the response of his staff to their marriage that she'd nearly missed his comment about going to New York.
"I go about once a month, usually by myself, but this time we'll all go. I'll need to work on Talbot business for a day or two, but it will also be a good cover for a honeymoon."
Honeymoon? They had to fake that, too? "I don't need a honeymoon. If you need to work, I'm happy to stay behind." He frowned.
"If this were a real wedding, would you want a honeymoon?"
Since marriage was so out of the realm of possibility, she hadn't thought about it much. When she was younger, a honeymoon, usually somewhere secluded, was definitely a part of the plan. "I guess I would." He had that annoyed expression again as he leaned closer and spoke in a quieter voice.
"I promised I wouldn't touch you, and I won't. But this marriage needs to look real, including a honeymoon. I can't have my staff or Mitch questioning this."
She nodded. "I'm sorry about Mitch." He sat back and waved her apology away.
"It's not your fault. I knew he'd confront me."
Chelsea didn't understand where Mitch's animosity toward Jagger came from, but Jagger seemed to have his own issues with Mitch as well. "You two used to be friends." He took a sip of his beer.
"That was before I asked Sydney out, and he accused me of attacking her."
Chelsea gaped. "You asked her out?" Well, of course he had. Sydney was closer to being the type of woman Jagger would be interested in. Although she was less glitzy, she was from his big city money world. His brows drew together in irritation.
That's what you got out of what I said?
With a slight shake of his head, he turned his gaze to the darkness of the night. Well, I know you didn't attack her.
I didn't go out with her either. I asked her out after he said I could.
Mitch said it was okay to go out with Sydney? That didn't seem right, although Mitch hadn't been very welcoming to Sydney when she first arrived in Charlotte Tavern. Jagger looked back at Chelsea.
Yes.
He just doesn't want me to get hurt. He'd be like that with anyone.
Chels, you okay with this? Are you having second thoughts?
She shook her head. I said I'll do this and I will. He studied her. She worked to keep her face resolute, even though inside she was afraid she was making a gargantuan mistake. He turned his gaze away, taking a gulp of his beer. When he turned back, there was heat in his blue eyes.
I don't want to hurt you, and I'm going to do whatever I can to make this as comfortable and not awkward as I can. I know what you're giving up and that you're worried about your friends, about deceiving them. I also know I'm not the man you'd pick for a husband. So, if there is something else you need to make this more palatable, you let me know.
There was a terseness in his tone she didn't understand, especially when he said the word palatable. It was almost as if he thought she was repulsed by him. I don't know if you're the man I'd pick for my husband because I don't know you, and we've never dated. His jaw tensed.
I know I'm not right for you, so you have to know too.
He was saying he wasn't right for her, but the truth was, she wasn't right for him either.
I'm desperate, and I'm grateful for your help. Caden is all I have without him.
He shrugged. Her eyes narrowed, curious at the mercurial state he was in. Did he get like this often? I think what you're willing to do for Caden is extraordinary. I wish you were given more credit for how you've been there for him when others couldn't or wouldn't. He lifted his beer to his lips.
Maybe you can mention that to the judge.
She stared at him, wishing she knew what to say or do to help him. He shook his head.
I'm sorry. I'm ruining the end of what was a lovely day.
She sent him a wan smile. I know the situation with Caden's mom is hard for you.
It is. I don't know what I'll do if I lose him.
Her heart ached at the agony in his voice. Unable to stop herself, she stood, walked over to him, and leaned over to hug him. Let's hope you never have to find out. Initially, he stiffened at her touch. But then he relaxed, resting his head against her. She held him for a moment, then straightened and smiled down on him. I should probably go. He set his beer on the table next to her wine and stood.
I'll show you out.
They walked in silence through the house and out the front door. He opened her car door. She lifted her hand to his face. You're a good man, Jagger. That's why I'm willing to do this. His eyes flashed with surprise, and then narrowed as his gaze swept down her face, hovering over her lips. When his lips touched hers, sparks radiated through her body, causing all neurons to fire. Just as she was about to give in, he pulled away, his piercing blue gaze watching her. How long would it be before her reaction to him waned? It was maddening how he inflamed her libido and then just as quickly doused it. Was someone watching? He shook his head.
No. That was for me.
Chapter 8. This isn't what we agreed to. Chelsea pushed the legal papers back toward Jagger and his New York lawyer, Alexis Fairchild. They were sitting on the back terrace of Jagger's home, 4 days before the wedding.
You want more? Alexis's dark eyes narrowed. Chelsea got the feeling her relationship with Jagger was deeper than that of lawyer and client. There was a protectiveness emanating from Alexis. Why doesn't he marry her? Clearly they had a history, and she was a better match for Jagger. She was tall, slim, and gorgeous in an expensive-looking black and white summer dress. I don't want any of it. Chelsea understood she had to sign a prenuptial agreement, but she'd expected it to say she didn't get anything in a divorce. She didn't need him paying thousands of dollars a month in alimony until she married again. Alexis turned to Jagger, her brows furrowed and her mouth quirked to the side in confusion. Or maybe she thought Chelsea was an idiot. "Can we have a minute?" Jagger nodded to Alexis. "Sure thing." Alexis stood and headed back inside. Jagger's smile bordered on amusement. Why was her refusing his money so funny? "Chelsea, this isn't a lot of money, especially when I think about how you're helping me. More importantly, if I don't offer anything, people will be suspicious. Remember, this has to look like we plan to be married forever." She sank back in her chair. Getting married, even a fake marriage, was much more complicated than she'd thought. Had Lexi and Mitch signed prenups when marrying their rich New Yorkers? "Can't you just say you'll pay off my house like we agreed to?" He shook his head. "Just sign this. When things end, we can look at terminating it at that time if you still don't want it." "If I decided I did want it, you'd be okay with it?" He nodded. "It's not that much." She closed her eyes because, in her world, it was a fortune. It served to show just how incompatible they were. "Please sign it." She blew out a breath, picked up the pen, and signed. "Thank you." "You're welcome." A few moments later, Alexis reappeared, carrying a large glass of white wine. "It's signed. Excellent. Now it's your turn to get scarce, Jagger. I want to get to know your fiancé." Chelsea hoped he understood her expression was saying, "Don't leave me." Either he didn't get it, or he didn't care. "Be nice." Once he'd left, Alexis turned to Chelsea, her dark eyes scrutinizing her until Chelsea thought she might blurt out the truth. "I'm just trying to get a sense of the woman who finally stole Jagger's heart." "I know. Hard to believe he'd fall for a gal like me." Alexis sat back in her seat. "Oh, no, it's not hard at all." "Really?" You seem surprised by that. She lifted the goblet of wine to her lips. "I'm not like the other women he's dated." "Thank God for that." Alexis lifted her glass as if toasting God. "For the record, Jagger's never really dated. At least not in the traditional sense." "What does that mean?" Alexis cocked her head to the side, studying Chelsea again. Chelsea worried she was missing something she should know. "I guess it's not weird you don't know this. Jagger's kind of sensitive about his past. But since college, he's never been in a relationship. I'm not sure he's ever really been in love. Until you, of course." There was something about that made Chelsea sad. Granted, love and relationships were hard and often ended in heartache, but they could be sweet and wonderful, too. "I think I see what he likes about you." "You do?" Chelsea couldn't imagine what that was. "Sure. You're pretty. I'm sure he digs the red hair. It's gorgeous, by the way. Is it yours?" Chelsea nodded. "You're shorter than I expected, but you've got the curves." "So far you think he loves me because I'm a leprechaun?" Alexis threw back her head and laughed. "You're funny. Jagger loves a woman with a sense of humor. And you don't want his money. I'm not sure he's been with any woman that didn't see dollar signs when she looked at him. By the way, you're a fool not to have your lawyer look at that prenup and ask for more." "Like you said, I don't want his money." Alexis leaned forward. "I imagine what he loves most is that you love Caden. Jagger is crazy for that kid." Chelsea smiled.
That was one thing she could agree on. You seem to know him well.
Jagger and I go way back.
Alexis leaned forward, setting her forearms on the table and looking at Chelsea with intention in her eyes.
He's a terrific guy who's had a lot of crap in his life. He deserves happiness.
There was a threat in her tone. Chelsea imagined it was the same tone Mitch used with Jagger, although Mitch would have outlined the world of hurt he'd bring on Jagger if he broke Chelsea's heart. Alexis was subtle, which surprised Chelsea as she'd always thought New Yorkers were blunt. I'll do everything I can to make him happy.
Jagger is a good and giving man, unless you betray him.
Chelsea swallowed as once again she realized just how little she knew about Jagger.
I tell you this because Jagger has longed to be loved his whole life, and the woman who makes him feel that way will have the world at her feet. But if she messes that up, well, that's to say he's unforgiving, and if you get in his way, you'll be sorry. Tanya could cure cancer and bring about world peace, and Jagger still wouldn't forgive her abandoning Caden.
Chelsea knew she should be focused on the warning in Alexis's words, but instead, she was more interested in the comment that Jagger longed to be loved. She'd always seen him as a playboy. They didn't want love. They wanted fun and excitement. She shook her head as she reminded herself they weren't in love. This was all for show. Still, she ached in the knowledge that he'd never experienced love, except, of course, with Caden. His unwavering, nearly obsessive dedication to the child now made even more sense. No one gave pure, unconditional love like a child, and there was no love as sweet and fulfilling as one for a child. The French doors opened, and Caden bounded out. "Miss Chelsea!" "Hey, Caden." She hugged him and pulled him onto her lap. "Jagger says I can carry the pillow with the rings when you get married." "Well, of course. No one else can do that job. When I get bigger, you can marry me and Jagger can carry the rings." Chelsea laughed. "When you get bigger, you might want to marry someone else." "Nah." He rested his head on Chelsea's shoulder. God, how she wanted this. A family, a child to cuddle with. Not something fake, but a real family.
Sounds like he's trying to steal my woman.
Jagger stood behind Alexis, staring at Chelsea, holding Caden. He looked happy, content. For a split second, it all seemed real. But it wasn't. She needed to remember that. She looked away, pulling her senses together and pushing her emotions down. This was all a ruse. Every act of affection and word of endearment from Jagger was part of the plan to make everyone think they were in love. She needed to do better guarding against the warm feelings his actions evoked. 2 days before the wedding, Jagger worked alone in Chelsea's dining room, helping her pack up the house. He put the pictures of Chelsea's mother and brother from the hutch into a box. She hadn't asked him to pack the pictures, but he thought she'd probably want them. He wanted to make her as comfortable and happy in his home as he could. The problem was, he wasn't sure he could. Over the course of their short engagement, when they were alone, they got along fine. But ever since the day she signed the prenup, she appeared uncomfortable by his displays of affection. It was as if she'd built a wall and wanted to keep him out. The frustrating part was that as much as she shied away from his touch, he still desired to keep touching her. That made no sense. He wasn't the type of man to be attracted to what he couldn't have. Although it didn't happen very often, the few times a woman hadn't shown interest, he let it go. Being with a woman was much better when she was into him, too. When she wasn't flinching away from him, she was witty and real. Around her, he could be himself. He didn't feel the need to be guarded or wary. When the thought of losing Caden overwhelmed him, she was always able to calm him. So why was she so skittish? He blew out a breath to push the irritation away.
Despite her reaction to him, she was moving forward with the plan. They were nearly finished packing up the things she wanted to bring with her and preparing her home to be closed for a while. All the furniture was covered with sheets, except the kitchen and dining area. She was upstairs packing her clothes while he worked in the dining room. The table and hutch remained uncovered until the last minute. Because they were nearly finished, he'd ordered pizza to be delivered, hoping she'd enjoy a final meal in her home until she returned at the end of this marriage scheme. The pizza would be there in 30 minutes, so he packed up the last items in the dining room area. He was working on the hutch filled with china and figurines. He wasn't an expert, but the items looked old, and he suspected they'd been in her family for generations, just as the house had. A stack of papers and a scrapbook sat on the counter of the hutch. He rifled through the papers, realizing they were her bills. He felt guilty looking at them. People's finances were extremely personal, but his part of the deal was to pay them. As he studied each, he realized that the deal only paid off her mortgages and student loans. These statements included bills for medical care and credit cards. He looked over his shoulder to make sure she wasn't watching. Then he put the remaining bills under his coat, which was lying on a nearby chair. He'd moved them to his coat pocket when he left. Then he readjusted the stack of papers on the hutch. Next to the papers sat a scrapbook. He opened it to determine if it was something he could pack up too. Instead of family pictures, as he expected, he saw magazine cutouts of furniture and decorative items, paint chips, and drawings of rooms. He studied the pages and realized they were rooms in her home, and the book contained her ideas for how to fix up the place. Chelsea's home had good bones and great potential, but he suspected the house needed much more than floor refinishing and a paint job. Some of the lights in the house flickered, suggesting it could use new wiring. The moaning in the walls when the water was running indicated the home could probably use new plumbing. Living only on a teacher's salary, even without debt, it would probably be a challenge to fix it all. He put the book in the box with the photos and made plans to talk to Denny, the foreman at the farm, about hiring a reliable contractor. The house was going to be empty, making it the perfect time to deal with some of these projects. The stairs squeaked, letting him know Chelsea was coming. She hefted a large suitcase that looked older than his father. He rushed toward her. "Let me help you." "Thanks." He lifted the case and nearly toppled over. "What do you have in here, rocks?" She laughed, and he took it in. She didn't laugh very often. "Close. It's books." Her smile stayed on her face, but it didn't quite reach her eyes, and once again he could feel her hesitate. He set the suitcase by the door and turned to her, setting his hands on his waist. "Are you going to be okay with this?" Her brows drew together. "Great day, Jagger. Are you annoying? You've asked that 1,000,000 times, and I've told you yes." He nodded. "Your mouth says yes, but everything else about you says no." She turned away, heading to the kitchen. "What I say is what matters." "The hell it does." He reached out, wanting to stop her so they could talk. She worked her arm free from his hand and stepped back. Confirmation that while she said yes to this arrangement, everything else about her was saying no to him. "I'm sorry." He held his arms up in surrender. "In order for this to work, people need to believe we're in love." "I know." "Every time I touch you, you pull away. Granted, it might be my arrogance talking here, but I've usually had pretty good luck with women. But your reaction to me is a real ego killer. It's almost like I repulse you, which makes me feel like I'm forcing myself on you each time I touch you." Her eyes widened, and then she scoffed. "I'm not repulsed by you, Jagger." She turned away again and continued to the kitchen. "Then what is it? Because I'm pretty good at reading women, and your reaction says you don't like me." "I like you fine." "You always pull away when I touch you." She waved his comment away over her shoulder. "It's just weird, because it's not like that between us." Jagger let out a curse under his breath. The truth was, usually there was a moment when he first touched or kissed her that he thought she liked it. I promised I wouldn't touch you when we were alone, and I won't. But I have to touch you in public if people are going to think we're really in love. It would help if you didn't act like I was a grotesque troll.
She turned to him with a slight shake of her head and roll of her eyes that made him feel even more pathetic than he already did. You're not a grotesque troll. You know you're God's gift to women.
You're a woman and you don't think so.
There was a flash of heat in her eyes one instant, and then the next she had her fingers through his hair and her lips were searing his. His arms wrapped around her as the momentum of her crashing into him knocked him back. Once her taste penetrated his lips, he wasn't steadying her. He was holding her to him in a desperate attempt to keep her from getting away. Her lips slanted over his, nibbling, and unable to help himself, he slid his tongue out. She opened and allowed him in. His blood pounded in his ears, making him a little dizzy. He picked her up and pushed her back until she sat on the counter, and he maneuvered himself between her thighs. Her body cradled his erection, which grew from the moment her fingers laced through his hair, and he couldn't stop himself from groaning as he rubbed against her. His brain worked only enough to wonder what was going on. She wasn't repulsed after all, but what did this mean? Why was she all of a sudden open to his touch, and in private, of all places? His libido told his brain to shut up and just go with it. So he did, his hand sliding under her t-shirt, along smooth, silky skin he longed to run his lips over. Her hand slid under his shirt, her fingers scraping over his nipples, eliciting a hiss from him. While one hand remained under her shirt, he brought the other to her neck, his thumb tilting her head back so he could dive deeper into the kiss. Need consumed him. He burned from the inside out, and only she could contain the fire. He ground against her again, tasting her groan, and was thrilled by her response to him. It ratcheted up his need. He put both his hands on her backside, squeezed and pulled her against him, wishing more than anything their clothes would evaporate and he could bury himself in her sweetness. The desire was so acute, he swore he heard ringing in his ears. "Jagger,
Don't talk."
he ground against her again, and he thought he might just come right there. He hadn't come from a dry hump since he was a teenager, but he was quickly veering toward a release he couldn't control. "Jagger, the doorbell." Chelsea's hands cupped his face and pushed him back. Her breath was harsh, her eyes a bit dazed. "Someone's at the door." It took him a minute to register what was happening. Then he heard it too. The doorbell. He let out an expletive.
It's the pizza.
He didn't move. Didn't dare move. If he did, the spell might be broken. She was the one who moved. She pushed him back again and slid from the counter, not looking at him. He swore and pulled his wallet from his jeans back pocket. He put his hand on Chelsea's shoulder as she took the pizza from the young man and passed him $30.
Keep it.
"Thanks, sir." With a grin, the delivery boy ambled back to his car. Jagger kept his hand on her shoulder, as if the contact would somehow maintain their connection. She dipped her shoulder and maneuvered around him toward the dining area. "This smells delicious." Jagger took a calming breath.
Chelsea.
He followed her to the dining area. She set the pizza on the table and disappeared into the kitchen. He thought about following her and resuming their interlude, but the distance between them was already back in place. She returned, setting a stack of napkins on the table. "If we use these, we don't have to wash plates." He nodded, but stood, glowering. She sat and finally looked at him. He didn't say anything. Why should he have to? It had to be clear to her that she needed to tell him what the hell was going on. She sighed. "I don't think you're a grotesque troll."
I got that much when you kissed me and ran your hands over my chest.
She winced, and he figured she wished she hadn't done those things.
You're attracted to me but don't want to be. Why?
She took a deep breath. When she looked at him again, her expression was serious. This is a business relationship. Adding sex just confuses that. He frowned.
Or it makes it more fun.
I can't do that.
Then why are we here? I've been very clear about what's expected.
Sleeping together isn't expected. I'll do better when we're in public to be more accepting of your affection, but that's as far as it can go. He couldn't wrap his brain around it. He was attracted to her, and she to him. What was the big deal?
It would be easier to pull off the idea we're in love if you didn't have an on-off button.
She sighed. I need the on-off button or I can't do it. Can you respect that?
It was disappointing, but he'd already agreed to it. It would mean a lot of cold showers, or maybe hot showers alone with just him in his hand. But ultimately, this was about Caden. So he nodded. I can respect that.
She opened the pizza box. Let's enjoy the Last Supper in my house. She frowned. That sounds daunting, doesn't it? He nodded and sat across from her.
Perhaps we can use the Yankee term and call it the last dinner.
She managed to smile. Last dinner. Chapter 9. How the hell did I get here? Chelsea stood at the end of the aisle, looking to where Jagger stood devilishly handsome in his white suit. She wore a white tea-length dress that, even off the rack from a boutique in Richmond, cost more than her monthly salary as a teacher. The wedding was small, intimate, and filled with flowers. It was exactly what she'd always thought she'd have, with a few exceptions, the most notable of which was the fact she and her husband weren't in love. Sure, there was attraction and a boatload of lust. The way she'd thrown herself at him in her kitchen just a few nights before was proof of that. She still couldn't believe she'd done that, and was even more surprised she'd put the kibosh on it because kissing Jagger was delicious. His hands on her were divine. The feel of him between her thighs was spectacular. But it wasn't smart. The trouble was, her impulsive leap into his arms proved that sticking to her rules was going to be harder than she thought. When Jagger first confronted her about the way she distanced herself from him when he touched her in public, she initially thought he was operating from ego that her aloofness had bruised. As he continued to talk, and she looked into his eyes, she realized he was hurt. Added to what he'd told her about his parents, who hadn't wanted him, and later the revelation from Alexis that Jagger had never felt loved or been in love, Chelsea realized he'd taken her rejection personally, as if she thought something was wrong with him as a person. The need to let him know he was wrong overpowered her, resulting in an unwise, yet very enjoyable make-out session in her kitchen. Thank goodness the pizza boy showed up, because she was pretty sure she wouldn't have stopped him if he'd taken the interlude to the next level. The interruption pulled her from Jagger's magnetism, so she was able to gather her wits and put an end to the idea that sex would be included in this marriage deal. Thankfully, he agreed to heed her wishes. That didn't stop her libido from wanting to tackle the man and make him touch her in all the ways she'd imagined. She had a good imagination. She scanned the setting. A beautiful, warm, clear May day. Perfect for an outdoor wedding. Her closest friends occupied both sides of the aisle, since only Jagger's staff and his lawyer Alexis Fairchild attended on his side. Apparently he had no other local friends except Mitch, if you could call their relationship a friendship. The only thing that kept her from feeling sorry for Jagger was the fact that this was a fake wedding. It was possible he didn't want his friends or family attending. "Come on, Miss Chelsea." Caden stood next to Jagger, making a come motion with his arm, the pillow holding their rings nearly tipping out of his other hand. Chelsea mustered a smile and reminded herself she was helping Jagger retain custody of Caden and saving her house. She stepped forward, moving down the aisle toward Jagger, who smiled in encouragement. The week leading up to the big event was a whirlwind of activity, which had to be the reason she found herself walking up the aisle even as her brain was telling her to run. She'd been distracted by the shopping and planning. Jagger had let her plan the intimate affair, while he footed the bill and made things happen when vendors told her no. Turned out, money not only brought gourmet food, but also seemingly impossible wedding services. He'd paid for and flown in a string quartet from New York, and the flowers, too. Miss Z took charge of the food, but, true to his word, Jagger hired help, also flown in from New York, to cook and serve. The wedding was thrown together in days, and yet it looked like a real wedding. It was breathtaking in the lush green of Jagger's backyard. Chelsea made it to Jagger, who reached out and took her hand, giving it a squeeze. She smiled, but she imagined she looked a little pale. Or green. She had committed herself to this plan, but she still couldn't believe she was following through. It was amazing what determination and a pile of money could do. The minister smiled, his round cheeks rosy with the heat of the day, and possibly wine.
Dearly beloved, we are gathered here today in the sight of God and this company to witness and celebrate one of life's greatest moments, to give recognition to the worth and beauty of love, and to add our best wishes and blessings to the union of Chelsea Deanna Beamer and Jagger William Talbot.
Chelsea's heart thundered as reality slammed into her like a freight train. She was getting married. To a man she didn't love. Yes, he was a nice man. Yes, he was handsome as all get out. But married? He squeezed her hand again, and she looked into Jagger's inquiring blue eyes. I do. Were they at that part already? Jagger cocked his head to the side, and she knew she probably didn't look like a blushing bride. She mustered a smile. Jagger slid a platinum band next to the family engagement ring he'd given her only a week before. She took the band from the pillow held by Caden and slid it on his finger.
I now pronounce you husband and wife. You may kiss your bride.
Jagger leaned forward, and, with her head back in the game, Chelsea met him halfway. His soft, delicious lips slid across hers, and despite her brain's concerns over this wedding, her hormones danced. His lips drifted along her jaw and toward her ear.
Thank you, Chelsea.
She lifted a hand, pressing it to the side of his face to hold him to her cheek. He took her hand, kissed her palm, and then turned them both to face the small gathering.
May I present Mr. and Mrs. Talbot?
Their guests clapped. All smiled except Mitch, who made an attempt to look happy, but whose smile didn't reach his eyes. Chelsea sat at the vanity table in the large bedroom. Nerves skittered through her body. She'd made it through the wedding and reception. Now it was bedtime. She'd agreed to stay with him in his room to maintain the ruse, but now that the night was here, she was nervous. He'd promised he wouldn't touch her, and she believed him. The difficulty was that her insides always went warm and gooey around him. She wasn't sure she could resist touching him.
I have something for you.
She looked at Jagger through the reflection in the mirror. He waved a manila envelope. She turned in the chair, and he handed her the package. She glanced at him in curiosity before opening it. Several sheets of paper slid out. Shuffling through them, most had big red stamps saying, "Paid in full" across the top. Her mortgage was paid. Her student debt was paid. In fact, there were more bills paid than she'd given him. "You paid it all?" He nodded.
I said I would. You met your part of the deal. That was mine.
"But I didn't give you all my bills." He knelt in front of her.
No, but I told you I'd pay them all.
"How'd you even know about these others?" He smiled.
I'm resourceful.
He took her hands.
Chelsea, you're debt-free.
It felt like an anvil had been lifted off her chest, replaced with a lightness, a giddiness that even the reality of a fake marriage couldn't ruin. She looked into Jagger's dazzling blue eyes through her own watery ones. "Thank you. Thank you." She threw her arms around him, letting the happiness and relief wash over her.
You're welcome.
His arms held her and his face nuzzled her neck. She pulled back. "I didn't realize how amazing this would feel." Her words came out in a rush, and she followed them by pressing her lips to his. Once their mouths touched, happiness morphed into desire. Her lips parted and invited him in. He accepted her invitation, and his tongue, hot and wet, danced with hers. He tasted divine, like champagne and Jagger. His hands slid over her nightshirt and cupped her breasts, letting his thumb brush over the already hardened peaks. She moaned and arched to him. Even as the warning flags waved in her brain, she couldn't push him away.
Tell me you want this.
His voice was harsh, nearly a growl as he pulled her tight against him so she could feel how badly he wanted her pressed against her belly. Yes. Her hormones screamed louder than her common sense. A loud knock sounded on the door. "Jagger?"
Go to bed, Caden.
Jagger resumed kissing her while lifting her and making his way to the bed. "I want to come in." Jagger growled and pulled away, stalking to the door. Chelsea shook her head out of its daze.
You're supposed to be in bed.
Caden peeked around Jagger. "I wanted to see Miss Chelsea. Can I have a sleepover with you?"
No.
Caden looked at Jagger, his eyes wide at Jagger's terseness. Jagger let out a breath.
You have your own room.
In the few seconds away from Jagger's skillful lips and hands, Chelsea's senses returned. The ramifications of what had nearly happened hit her full force, and she sank to the bed. Once again, she had nearly let herself have sex with Jagger. After she told herself she wouldn't, even though she wanted to. Really badly. If it weren't for the marriage, she wouldn't be sleeping with him. So she needed to stay firm. "Why don't you let him stay?" Jagger shot her an annoyed glare. "It's our first night as a family. He's part of it." She hoped he understood she meant Caden was the whole reason she was there. He let out a breath.
One night.
"Yay!" Caden ran, throwing himself on the bed. "I get the middle." Chelsea chanced a glance at Jagger.
I'll be right back.
He stalked into the bathroom, and she heard the shower go on. She smiled, imagining he was having a cold shower. Then she chastised herself. She wasn't supposed to get Jagger hot and bothered for her. Still, it did her ego good to know he was. Chelsea hovered between sleep and wakefulness, trying to orient herself to her surroundings. Where was she? The bed felt more comfortable than hers.
Wanna play?
Jagger's seductive masculine voice made her skin heat. He was spooned behind her, but not pressed to her. She turned her head back to find his blue eyes shining in amusement.
Tennis. Wanna play tennis this morning?
He was enjoying teasing her, and while her hormones liked it too, her brain was warning her to keep up her resolve. A game of tennis would be a great way to release all the sexual energy he was charging in her. Sure. He grinned. Let's go then. He swatted her hip and rolled away from her. She watched him over her shoulder. He was wearing a t-shirt and sweatpants. At least he hadn't expected her to give in to him. "Where's Caden?"
"He's having breakfast."
Jagger disappeared into the bathroom. Chelsea stretched and then exited the bed. She found her robe and put it on. She made her way to the dresser she was assigned and found a pair of shorts, a sports bra, and an exercise tank top.
"All yours."
Jagger came out of the bathroom. He was still in his t-shirt and sweatpants. He headed to his dresser and began pulling out clothes. With a wink to her, he grabbed his shirt from over his head to disrobe. Realizing he wasn't modest and he was going to undress in front of her, she scurried to the bathroom. She swore she could hear him laugh as she shut the door. She changed into her tennis clothes, brushed her teeth, washed her face, and pulled her auburn tresses into a ponytail. She peeked through the doorway to make sure he was decent, but he was gone. Trying not to be disappointed, she went back to her dresser for a pair of socks and found her tennis shoes in the massive closet. The house had been built long before large closets were a thing, so she wondered what room had been given up to create the space. A nursery, maybe. Once dressed, she left the bedroom to go downstairs. As she made her way down the hall to the stairs, she grew uncomfortable, as if she was walking through a stranger's house. She inhaled a calming breath, reminding herself this was her home, at least for as long as she and Jagger were married. Once down the stairs, she retraced the steps from her previous visits toward the kitchen. She heard Jagger and Caden talking as she approached.
"Miss Beam, Chelsea."
Caden's eyes lit up, and it lifted her spirits.
"I'm having chocolate pancakes. You want some?"
"Sounds delicious." Jagger stood and met her as she entered the kitchen. With a hand on her arm, he leaned over and kissed her cheek.
"Good morning."
"Good morning."
"You can have pancakes, or Miss Z makes a wicked omelet."
"Actually, I only need coffee." "No breakfast?" Miss C frowned at her. "Not until after I beat Jagger at tennis. Then a wicked omelet and chocolate pancakes sounds perfect."
"A challenge. I like it."
He winked at her.
"Miss Z, can you hold my breakfast too?"
She made a disapproving noise that apparently Jagger took as a yes.
"Let's go play."
Jagger beat Chelsea in tennis, but it was close. He knew without a doubt that had she been playing recently, she'd have beat him. She was fast, strong, and sexy as hell running across the court. She released a small grunt each time she hit the ball, and it made him wonder what noises she'd make from his touch. He was dying to find out. As they walked back into the house, he hoped he could convince her to let him discover her secrets right now.
"Mrs. Stanton, can you entertain Caden a little longer?"
Mrs. Stanton gave him a knowing smile and nodded. He and Chelsea were newlyweds, after all. "Caden, let's go outside for a bit. Stretch those legs before our flight to New York later today."
"'Kay."
Jagger followed Chelsea up the stairs, admiring her strong legs and perfectly rounded backside. His hands itched to touch her, to finish what they'd started the night before. Once in the room, she headed for her dresser. "What am I supposed to wear?" Chelsea rummaged through one of the drawers.
"Nothing at the moment."
Her head jerked up, her eyes wide at first, and then narrow. "That's not happening." She turned back to her search. Undaunted, Jagger made his way to her. He stood behind her but didn't touch her.
"Why not? You were interested last night."
"No, I wasn't." The flash of heat in those dark brown eyes betrayed her words. He arched one dark brow.
"Liar. In fact, each time we got hot and heavy, it's because you started it."
She huffed. "I was interested, but we've been through this. It's not a good idea. My mind gets a little foggy when you're so close." She pushed him away and he acquiesced, but only a step back. Enough that he couldn't touch her, but not so far he couldn't smell her. Honeysuckle mixed with sun and exertion.
"Why are you denying yourself? You've been doing that for years. Now you don't have to."
"It's just not a good idea to muddy the waters."
"Are you a virgin?"
She gaped. No, but I've always been in a relationship with the men I've slept with.
A flash of jealousy balled in his gut at the idea of other men. He pushed it aside. We're in a relationship. We're married.
She rolled her eyes. Only on paper. Being together like that involves more than just bodies, and that's not what we agreed to.
It doesn't have to involve more than bodies. It is possible to have sex simply for the enjoyment of it. You played tennis with me. Sex can be just another game.
She studied him, and her scrutiny had him shifting between his feet. You're comparing sex to tennis.
Sure. Both are done with friends. They involve exercise and fun.
Sex is more intimate, don't you think?
Physically, yes. But it doesn't have to be emotionally.
She looked down, and he didn't like the feeling that maybe he'd hurt her. He used the crook of his finger to lift her chin.
I'm attracted to you, Chelsea. Clearly, you are to me as well. Yes, we've agreed to a marriage of convenience. We can do the same with sex.
Sex is a business deal? I think that's illegal. Her words made him angry, though he wasn't sure why.
It's more than that. We're friends. We're together for the time being, and I want to make the best of it. I enjoy your company in daily life, on the tennis court, and I'm sure I will in bed.
Once again, she simply stared at him with those gorgeous brown eyes. For a minute, he thought she was going to give in. He was about to suggest they start in the shower, but she shook her head. I'm sorry, Jagger. I just can't. He bit back a curse, knowing it would make him seem like a world-class jerk. Instead, he lifted his hands in surrender and stepped back from her.
I won't bring it up again.
She smirked, as if she didn't believe him. That annoyed him as well. He'd done a good job sticking to their deal so far. She could trust him to continue to do so.
Do you mind if I take the first shower?
He supposed she'd think he needed a cold one to tamp down his libido, as he had the night before. But she'd effectively extinguished his desire. She nodded. Yes, of course. Chapter 10. Chelsea blew out a breath as Jagger stalked to the shower. She hated turning him down. Not only because he'd been right. She was very interested in discovering the pleasure he could give her. Just the thought of what those capable hands and sublime lips could do sent a shiver through her. Even more than causing her own disappointment, she hated seeing his. What she saw in his blue eyes wasn't just annoyance. She swore he took her no as a personal rejection, like he thought she believed he wasn't worthy. She considered changing her mind and joining him in the shower. The thought of him wet and sleek made her body heat hotter than the sun and exertion of their tennis match. But it wasn't a good idea. At least not for her. Still, he was right. They were married and in this situation until Tanya made whatever move she was going to make. Chelsea enjoyed his company as well. He was funny, kind, and extremely generous. He'd started off easy with her on the tennis court, but once she'd found her groove and started to beat him, he hadn't held back. She liked that about him. That he didn't feel the need to let her win. He won, but it was close. A few more matches, and she'd win. He probably knew it, but apparently didn't feel threatened by it. That was appealing as well. Could she have sex with him and treat it like a tennis game? Just a fun activity. She never had before. She had always thought it was, and should be, an expression of love. She thought back to several years ago when Lexi had spent the day at her house after a one-night stand with Drake. Of course, they'd ended up married, but at the time, Lexi had gone willingly and eagerly into the brief affair. Could Chelsea do that too?
All yours.
Jagger exited the bathroom. He wore a robe and made a beeline to the closet. Chelsea sighed. Why did life and relationships have to be so complicated? She scoffed at herself because she was the one complicating things. She returned to the task of finding something to wear, struggling because she knew they were going to New York later in the day and she had no idea what clothes to pick from her meager collection. Jagger emerged from the closet wearing jeans and a t-shirt. Are you wearing that to New York? He nodded.
It's just a plane ride, and we'll go straight to the penthouse.
Okay.
I'm going to get Caden. I'll take him with me to the stables to check on the horses. Grayson will be in to pack for us. If you don't trust him, you can stick around and let him know what you'll want to bring.
Someone was going to pack for her? Once again, she felt like she'd fallen through the looking glass. She'd always done everything for herself. Now she didn't have to work during the summer, nor did she have to cook, clean, do laundry, or any of the other things she'd always done. It was so odd. And frustrating, because chores would be a great way to distract her from the never-ending attraction to Jagger. The evening was a whirlwind of activity. Once Grayson had her and Jagger's bags packed, Chelsea, Jagger, and Caden loaded up in one cab, while Grayson, Mrs. Stanton, and Miss Z climbed in another. Flying private wasn't a totally new experience for Chelsea. She'd flown with Lexi a few times to New York, and they'd laughed like schoolgirls. Who'd have thought either of them, both small-town Southern gals, would ever end up in a world that involved flying private? Lexi had. And now Chelsea was, at least for the time being. The plane lifted off. The lush green of the Blue Ridge dropped away, and a few hours later they dropped down at Teterboro Airport, just outside of Manhattan. 2 cars waited, and just like in Charlotte Tavern, Chelsea, Jagger, and Caden rode in one, while the staff rode in the other. It felt darker in New York at 7 p.m. than at home, but Chelsea decided that had to do with the tall buildings. Still, she enjoyed seeing the lights and the hustle and bustle of the city. It was such a contrast to Charlotte Tavern that she couldn't help but wonder again if Jagger missed it. Chelsea had yet to master the areas of the city from her visits with Lexi, but Jagger said their New York home was in Central Park West. The car pulled up in front of an older Art Deco-style building that made her think of The Great Gatsby. Across the street was Central Park. Jagger helped her from the car, and, with his arm around her and his other hand holding Caden's, they walked to the entrance.
"Welcome back, Mr. Talbot."
The white-gloved doorman held the door for him.
"Thank you."
Jagger escorted them to the elevator, where another white-gloved doorman assisted them and took them up to the apartment.
"Welcome home."
Jagger swung the door open, letting Caden and Chelsea enter first. Her only experience in rich apartments in New York had been the few times she'd visited the city with Lexi. While Drake's place was beautiful, Jagger's apartment stole her breath away. High ceilings and large arched windows overlooking Central Park gave the room an open and light feeling. The decor was minimal, clean and crisp, and yet lived in. On the coffee table, where she might have expected large books on art, lay several news magazines and coloring books. Signs that a family lived there. "It's good to be back." Miss C, followed by Mrs. Stanton and Mr. Grayson, entered the apartment.
"Mrs. Stanton, can you take Caden to get ready for bed? I'll give Chelsea a tour of the place."
"I want to give a tour." Caden rushed over and took Chelsea's hand. "You heard him. Let's get ready for bed. Then you can show Miss Chelsea your room." Mrs. Stanton held out her hand toward Caden. "No, I want to." Chelsea realized she'd never seen Caden act out. Overall, he was a well-behaved child. All children occasionally misbehaved, and she was curious how Jagger or Mrs. Stanton dealt with Caden's defiance.
"Caden."
Jagger's voice was firm, nearly a warning.
"Get ready for bed."
"No!" He tugged on Chelsea's hand. She considered saying something, but wasn't sure if she should. Yes, she was married to Jagger and taking on a parental role with Caden, but she and Jagger had never discussed how much of a role she'd have.
"Get ready for bed now, or you won't be able to show Miss Chelsea your room until tomorrow."
That's not fair.
Jagger shook his head as he picked up Caden. Caden whined and flailed, but Jagger remained silent. Mrs. Stanton followed them.
Mr. Talbot usually enjoys an evening drink on the terrace. Will you be joining him?
Miss Z asked in her clipped tone. Chelsea nodded, only because she couldn't imagine what else she would do, or could do, except follow Jagger's lead.
I'll get the terrace ready.
Grayson headed toward a set of glass doors, leaving Chelsea alone in the room. Not wanting to look like a goof, standing by herself doing nothing, she ventured to the windows to check out the view.
Sorry about that. He's usually a good kid, but every now and then...
Jagger joined her at the window. All kids fuss every now and then. Still, she had to admit, Jagger handled the situation well. He hadn't continued to argue with Caden, but instead took control of the situation. When Caden continued to fuss and flail, Jagger ignored it. It made Chelsea wonder if he'd taken a parenting class, or maybe he'd learned it from Mrs. Stanton.
Looks like Grayson is setting up the terrace. Want to join me for a drink? Then I can give you the tour.
Chelsea nodded. Jagger frowned at her.
You all right?
Just a little overwhelmed by everything. His hand rubbed her back.
You'll settle in. This is your home now. Miss Z, Grayson, and Mrs. Stanton work for you, too.
He might think so, but Chelsea wasn't sure they knew that. She didn't feel comfortable taking on that role. Not yet, anyway. Maybe not ever. After all, this was a fake marriage. Jagger led her out to the terrace. A wrought iron fence surrounded it, and pots of green plants and colorful blooms decorated the area. Grayson set cushions on the outdoor furniture.
Miss Z is getting your drinks. Thank you, Grayson.
Jagger took Chelsea's hand and led her to a two-person seat, sitting next to her. A breeze cooled the air, sending a shiver through Chelsea. Jagger put an arm around her.
Cold?
She had a little chill, but she wasn't cold, especially with Jagger sitting so close. She could be in the Arctic, and Jagger's nearness would be enough to keep her warm.
I know this isn't your usual, but you're newly married, and this is your bride's first trip here, so it seemed like the ideal time for champagne.
Miss C set a bucket of ice in which a bottle of champagne cooled on the little table in front of them.
I'll be right back with the flutes.
2 minutes later, she had the glasses and poured the golden bubbly. Thank you, Miss C. Chelsea took her glass and waited for Jagger to get his.
Do you need anything else?
Jagger shook his head.
No, thank you, Miss C.
She nodded and left them alone on the terrace. Jagger turned to her, holding up his flute.
Cheers.
Chelsea clinked her glass with his. Cheers. She sipped, the bubbles tickling her nose.
You seem uncomfortable.
Jagger tugged on one of the flyaway strands of her hair. This lifestyle is all foreign to me.
You'll get used to it.
She wasn't sure she wanted to. After all, it was temporary. But she nodded. Your home is beautiful. He looked over the terrace.
It was my grandfather's. I inherited it from him. He gave Caden and me the house in Charlotte Tavern.
Caden is lucky to have you to look out for his interests. Jagger's brows drew together in a scowl.
My father works hard to get at Caden's assets. Mine too. Fortunately, I'm smarter than him.
He turned to her.
I know I'm seen as a shallow millionaire playboy, but really that's my father. I lived that lifestyle for a few years, but I like to think there's more to me than that.
Chelsea pressed a hand to his cheek. There is more. You're kind and generous. You're a great father. Jagger turned away as if he couldn't take the compliment.
I'm his nephew.
Technically, but you're his parent. And you're good at it. He looked at her again.
You seem surprised. Well, I guess you would be with my background.
She wanted to contradict him, but couldn't. He was right. Do you think you'll marry and have more kids once this thing is done? He shook his head.
I don't think so.
Really? Why?
He laughed. You sound horrified by the idea. Not everyone is suited for love and ever after.
You don't think you are?
I know I'm not.
He finished off his champagne and poured himself more. He held the bottle to her, but she shook her head. Why not? He shrugged.
I'm just not.
She frowned. That's not an answer.
Well, what makes you think I am?
The memory of Alexis's conversation about how Jagger had never been loved came back to Chelsea. Her heart ached for him, not just because he hadn't been loved, but because he seemed to believe he wasn't worthy of it. You're kind and loving and patient. Someday a woman is going to love you for that, and not just for all this. Chelsea motioned to the expansive view only money could obtain.
What about you, Chelsea? You're not impressed by all this, but I don't see you falling head over heels for me.
She swallowed back her surprise. Well, it's a two-way street, right? Someone needs to love you, but you need to love them too. His eyes narrowed and stared into hers. Unable to stand the scrutiny, she looked down and took a sip of her champagne.
You don't think I'm capable of love?
She whipped her head to look at him. Yes. I see it when you look at Caden.
No, I mean romantic love.
I'm sure you're capable of that if you find the right woman. He laughed, but there was a hint of derision in it. A part of her wanted to ask him about it, but she kept her mouth shut. Mrs. Stanton appeared in the doorway.
Caden is ready for bed.
Jagger set his glass on the table.
Shall we go say goodnight?
Jagger adjusted the knot on his tie and then turned toward her. Her breath caught at the sight of him. She's seen him in a suit for their wedding, but it had been white. Today, he wore a black shirt and suit with a black tie, making him look more like the devil than he ever had. In all that black, his blue eyes blazed hot and intense. He was the sexiest man she'd ever seen. She had an impulse to strip him of his dark suit and take advantage of his hot body. She wanted to run her tongue over him and feel that soft facial scruff on all her most intimate spots. He cleared his throat, taking her out of her sexual daydream. He was staring at her with a smirk, suggesting he knew exactly what had been running through her mind.
You like what you see?
I think if this business thing doesn't work out, you could make a living as a male model.
I modeled for an art class once.
She nearly groaned as the image of him hot, hard, and naked posing for an art class seared her brain.
I went out with a bohemian woman who was an art major.
You dated a bohemian type? He flashed her a grin.
We went out a few times. Sort of friends with benefits. Artistic types are very creative.
She wasn't artistic or creative in or outside the bedroom, which was a reminder why she should stick to her no-touch rule. Did she get extra credit for bringing you as the model for class? He laughed.
You'll have to ask her. It's Alexis.
Her jaw dropped. Your lawyer? Chelsea couldn't decide what was stranger, that the high-class, sophisticated woman in the $5,000 dress had once been a bohemian type, or that Jagger was still friends with her. Did their friendship still include the benefits?
No, Jagger shook his head. Alexis and I don't engage in bedroom art anymore.
How'd he know what she'd been thinking?
I'd be happy to pose for you, though, if you wanted.
He waggled his brows. I'm not artistic. He grinned.
But you're athletic.
He bit his lower lip as his gaze blatantly took inventory of her body. Every nerve ending in her body fired with a desire so acute she nearly launched herself into his arms. When he stepped toward her, She thought he was going to save her the effort. Oh, Lordy, did he look sexy, his eyes blazing with heat as he leaned forward and kissed her cheek.
I have to go. Maybe we can discuss indoor exercise when I get back.
She blinked and wondered how she wasn't in a gelatinous heap on the floor. With a wink, he exited the bedroom. She shook her head to gather her wits and followed him to the main living area of the penthouse.
Don't let your father get under your skin, Jagger.
Mrs. Stanton straightened his tie, a move that caused a tinge of annoyance in Chelsea. She was his wife. Shouldn't she be the one making sure he was put together and giving him a pep talk? It was a reminder she wasn't a part of his world.
I don't plan to be long. Alexis is coming over this afternoon to take care of some business.
We'll be ready. He pushed Mrs. Stanton's hands away and headed out the door. Chelsea felt awkward. What was she supposed to do now? "Can we go to the park now?" Caden called from where he sat at the table eating his breakfast. "Let me get my sweater." Mrs. Stanton made her way to her room. "Can I tag along?" Mrs. Stanton stopped. She stared at Chelsea and then Caden.
"Maybe you want to take him since you're his... well, you know."
"I don't know the area." "We'll go together then." Chelsea nodded. It was the first time she'd felt like Mrs. Stanton had recognized her place in the family. "Are you coming too, Miss Chelsea?" "If that's okay." "Yay!" Caden jumped down from his chair and ran to her. "I'm going to show you how high I can swing." "I can't wait." Jagger may have felt isolated and alone in Virginia, but at least he didn't feel like an anvil was crushing his chest as he did when in New York. As his car approached the Talbot building, that weight pressed harder and deeper until he could barely breathe.
"It's only once a month," ran like a mantra through his mind as he rode the elevator up to the 50th floor.
He'd been fortunate to escape his family's expectations as the next in line to run Talbot International. From his birth, he had been groomed for the job, and he'd towed the line, starting in the mailroom in high school and working his way up during college and following graduate school. He'd been miserable the entire time. Only when his grandfather had gotten sick and began to make important decisions about his money and assets did Jagger have the opportunity to redesign his life. Wanting a better childhood for Caden, Jagger's grandfather had made provisions, allowing Jagger and Caden to escape to Virginia. Jagger's only commitment to the family business now was a monthly meeting with the board of directors. His grandfather had ensured him a spot on the board. Jagger might have been flattered his grandfather felt he had the business acumen, but Jagger knew he was really there to keep his father in check. He followed through because the business was responsible for over 20,000 employees. For them, Jagger did his duty. He let out a breath and rolled his shoulders as the doors opened. He made a beeline to the conference room, nodding acknowledgments from the staff that greeted him. When he entered the room, he was glad that not many people had arrived yet, including his father. It would give him a minute to psych himself up for the meeting. "Jagger, how are you?" Marlena Anderson greeted him.
"Marlena?"
He took her hand and leaned in to kiss the stylish, 60-ish woman on the cheek. "You're looking well. That southern air must be doing you good."
"It is. Thank you."
She patted his hand and then looked at it. "Is that a ring?" Jagger followed her gaze to the platinum band on his finger.
"Yes."
For the first time since he and Chelsea had married, he felt awkward. Nervous, even. Was that how Chelsea was feeling? "My goodness! When did this happen? Who is she?" He managed to smile, but his chest compressed even more as he prepared to lie. Why it was different now than it had been in Virginia, he didn't know. Maybe because these were his people. Because they knew him and would question his actions.
"It's recent, and she's not from here. Not a money family."
"Really?" Marlena's pulled brows showed intrigue. Feeling pressure to justify his marriage, Jagger added,
"She's a smart, beautiful, regular person. And she's terrific with Caden."
Marlena patted his hand again.
That's wonderful.
I'm glad.
Is she here in New York with you?
He nodded.
She's with Caden now.
You'll have to bring her to my place tonight. I'm having a little party.
I don't know.
His uncomfortable feeling grew.
We're actually still on our honeymoon.
That is recent. Please. I want to meet the woman who stole Jagger Talbot's heart. Come tonight.
Yes, you should come. What's this I hear about your heart?
Jagger flinched at the sound of his father's disingenuous voice. His father always knew what to say and do. But it was lip service. Jagger suspected his father was actually a sociopath who could act the part, but never really cared about people. At the very least, he was a narcissist. Jagger turned and shook his father's hand.
Dad? So, who's this woman?
They're married. Jagger winced at Marlena's statement. His father's well-groomed brows pulled together on his fake tanned face.
Married? Since when? To whom?
You wouldn't know her or her family. It's recent. Jagger was glad Chelsea wasn't there. No doubt she'd be hurt by the unemotional, business-like manner in which he was sharing his recent marriage. Jagger had learned early in life that emotions revealed weakness that his father never failed to exploit. There was no way he'd let his father near Chelsea. He also knew Caden was a sore spot with his father. After all, Caden had taken a large portion of what Jagger's father thought was his inheritance.
She's with Caden right now.
Jagger's father covered his sneer with a fake smile, but not before Jagger saw it.
Surely you can bring her to Marlena's party tonight. We should meet this woman.
Jagger understood that in most families meeting new spouses was a celebration. His father didn't care about family. He cared about money, and odds were he was racking his brain to figure out how much Chelsea was going to cost him. Of course, she didn't cost him anything. One thing Jagger's grandfather had done very well was divide the money. His father had his own pot and the company. Jagger's and Caden's trusts were well protected from his father's greedy hands. That didn't stop his father from trying to access the money. Chelsea would be seen as one more person in his way to getting it. One more person he had to share with.
Surely you can take her out for a nice evening. They can't possibly have extravagances like we do in New York. Women like to be spoiled, dressed up, and taken out on the town.
Jagger willed his eyes not to roll at his father's misogynistic comment. Of course he'd think that about women, because his women were like that. Not wanting to get into it with his father, Jagger said,
I'll see what we have on the schedule tonight.
Excellent! His father slapped him on the arm.
Let's get this meeting started. How much money can we make today?
That time Jagger did roll his eyes, but he waited until his father had turned away. Jagger worked to roll the tension from his shoulders as he made his way from the elevator to the penthouse. He'd survived another round with his father, but remnants of anger and annoyance remained, mostly because he wasn't done. While he might be able to avoid Marlena's party that night, he wouldn't be able to keep his father from meeting Chelsea at some point, if this problem with Tanya continued. He cringed at the idea. Chelsea was good and sweet, and while she was strong, Jagger knew his father would hurt her. She didn't deserve that, which was a reminder of how selfish he'd been to involve her in this fake marriage. Rolling his shoulders once more and working a smile on his face, he opened the door and entered the apartment. Jagger's back! Caden slid from his chair at the dining table and ran toward Jagger. Jagger scooped him up, savoring the feeling of being part of something good. Something his father would gladly spoil.
What you doing?
Me and Miss Chelsea are having lunch.
You need to finish yours. Mrs. Stanton entered the room, her hawkish eyes scanning his and narrowing, a sure sign he hadn't been able to push away the negative energy from his father. Jagger set Caden down. Oh, let Miss C know you're ready to eat. Jagger nodded and followed Caden to the table.
Miss Fairchild called. She'll be here in about 30 minutes,
Grayson announced from behind Jagger. Jagger nodded.
Thank you, Grayson.
He went to sit at the table, and then remembered he was a newlywed. He stepped to where Chelsea sat, quiet but observant. Holding his tie to his chest, he bent over to kiss her cheek. Her head turned, and his lips met hers, sending a sweet rush of desire through him. Her hand pressed to his cheek, warm and tender. His tension subsided, replaced by calm. He wanted to stay there forever in Chelsea's sweet warmth. He pulled away a few inches, curious about her actions. She'd slowly come to accept his touch or kiss, but this time she'd kissed him.
You okay? You look a little worn.
He mustered a smile.
Nothing a little time with my wife and Caden can't cure.
She flinched slightly at the word wife, which annoyed him again. He had no right to be irritated by her reaction, or take it as a rejection. This was a business arrangement. But each time she checked herself, mentally reminded herself that this was fake, he felt a pinch in his chest. Shaking his head to rid himself of the ridiculous thoughts, he smiled and went to his chair to eat the pasta salad Miss Z placed in front of him. Chapter 11. Chelsea sat on the terrace overlooking Central Park, still trying to get her bearings straight. It had been an adjustment moving with Jagger into his Virginia estate with staff to take care of every need, but she'd still been surrounded by the Blue Ridge Mountains she knew so well. Now, sitting 20-something stories up with the noise of the city, she felt like she was in the Twilight Zone. How'd I get here? She felt like an awkward teenage girl bumping into everything and saying stupid things. She didn't fit. The staff didn't help. Grayson had a way of talking to her like she was a child. Miss Z rolled her eyes a lot, especially when Chelsea took a second helping during a meal. Only Mrs. Stanton tried to be helpful, but there were times Chelsea thought Mrs. Stanton was unhappy about Chelsea stepping in, especially around Caden's care. Chelsea supposed the woman who'd raised Jagger and Caden would feel threatened by a new mother figure. Still, she'd been helpful, explaining their usual routines and favorite haunts in New York. At the park, she'd shared stories of taking Jagger there to play when he was a boy. Although she'd known intellectually that Mrs. Stanton was a mother figure to Jagger and Caden, it had become abundantly clear as she told their stories she wasn't just a nanny. She loved both of her boys. Although Chelsea had only heard a few stories about Jagger's father, she suspected Mrs. Stanton was the reason Jagger hadn't completely lost his soul and become the philanderer his father had. Mrs. Stanton was the one who understood the toll seeing his father took on Jagger. When Jagger entered the apartment that afternoon after meeting with his father, his eyes looked dull and lost, as if maybe he had lost a piece of himself. Chelsea wanted to reach out and hug him, to let him know he had people who cared for him. That had to be the reason that instead of taking his kiss on the cheek, she'd turned her head and kissed him warm and full on the lips, and held his cheek close to hers. Almost immediately, discomfort arose inside her. It was too hard to be near him and keep up the barrier that stopped her from wanting more. When she kissed him, she thought he might smirk or get that sensual glimmer in his eyes that promised sweet delights if she'd allow him to touch her. Instead, she saw surprise, and maybe even relief or gratitude, as if she'd given him something he needed. As soon as it was there, it was gone, and they were back to pretending to be a happy family. Good. That was how it needed to be, even though her heart ached to give him more. Not just sex, but love. She wanted to soothe away the lost and hurt look in his eyes. Instead, she sat on the terrace reading a novel while Caden played a video game and Jagger met with Alexis Fairchild. Chelsea pushed away the image of Jagger sprawling naked on a platform as Alexis painted him in art class. Instead, she focused on her book, wanting to enjoy it, because it had been years since she'd had the time or mental energy to read. What a beautiful day. Alexis's voice came from behind Chelsea.
May in New York is just about perfect.
Jagger stepped out onto the terrace. He pressed a hand to Chelsea's shoulder, which she knew was part of the act. She smiled at him. Did the meeting go well?
All is bright and shiny in Jagger's future.
Alexis, in a tailored white suit that fit snug around all her curves and looking nothing like a bohemian, sat on the couch across from Chelsea's chaise lounge. Jagger sat in a chair next to Chelsea. Miss Z brought out 2 glasses of wine, holding them to Alexis and Jagger. "Would you like a glass, Mrs. Talbot? Or more iced tea?" It took Chelsea a minute to remember she was Mrs. Talbot. No, thank you, Miss Z." With a nod, Miss Z headed back into the penthouse. "Marlena is having a party tonight. You should go." Alexis leaned back on the couch, sipping her wine.
"No."
The bite in Jagger's tone caused Chelsea to look at him.
"Why not?"
Alexis asked.
"Did Marlena call you? Or my father?"
"Jagger, people want to meet Chelsea."
"I don't want people to meet her or her to meet people."
Chelsea jerked back as hurt and anger flushed through her body. Her brain told her she shouldn't be surprised. Not even a fancy dress and shoes would be able to cover up the fact that she wasn't a part of this world. She wasn't glamorous or sophisticated. "Jagger?" Alexis's clipped voice chastised him, and then she looked at Chelsea, her features apologetic. "No, it's okay. I wouldn't have anything to wear anyway." Chelsea stood, intending to go inside. She felt precariously close to crying and didn't need an audience.
"Chelsea."
Jagger reached out a hand. "I'm getting a little too much sun. Red hair and too much sun isn't a good mix. It was good to see you again, Miss Fairchild." "Please, call me Alexis." With a nod, Chelsea rushed into the penthouse to her and Jagger's master bathroom. Closing the door, she sat in the large tub and cried. She wasn't quite sure why. She was normally a strong woman, but Jagger's vehemence had struck a nerve. When she'd run through her pros and cons list of what marrying Jagger would mean, she hadn't considered how unfit she was in his world. She didn't think about having to come to New York as a corporate wife. She wasn't a complete hick, but her accent would automatically make people assume she was. Although the Central Virginian Southern accent wasn't as strong as those in Southwestern Virginia or in the more southern states, there was no doubt she spoke with an accent. While she was educated, she was ignorant of the social norms and rules of people of Jagger's socioeconomic status. She'd heard about them from Lexi, who on occasion had to attend functions with Drake, but she was out of her element here. Still, she'd agreed to this marriage, and even if she hadn't anticipated feeling like a frumpy outsider, she had to suck it up and do the best she could. That meant she needed to pull herself together. She wiped her tears and exited the tub. She washed her face, studying it in the mirror. "You're a hot mess." A little embarrassed by her outburst, she gave herself a pep talk about being strong.
"Chelsea?"
Jagger's voice proceeded to knock on the door. She took a deep breath, mustered a smile, and opened the door. "Everything all right?" His blue eyes narrowed as they studied her face.
"I was going to ask you the same question."
"I'm fine." She started to push past him, but he blocked her, backing her into the bathroom and closing the door behind her.
"I didn't mean what I said."
She raised one eyebrow but said nothing. He winced.
"Well, I did, but not because I think there's something wrong with you, which Alexis thinks you heard."
Chelsea shrugged his comment away. "It's okay, Jagger. I know I don't fit in your world." She made another attempt to escape, But he put his hands on her shoulders, gently maneuvering her against the vanity.
Let me talk to you.
The only problem was, when he was close like this, her senses went haywire.
I've told you about my father and his wife. They're mean, Chelsea. They'll hurt you, or embarrass you, or both.
For some reason, that didn't make her feel better. I understand. There's a lot of material for them to work with. He frowned.
What does that mean?
She blew out a breath. My accent, my lack of sophistication. He was shaking his head before she finished the long list of traits with which his family would easily find fault.
It's not you, Chelsea, it's them. You could be the Queen of England and they'd hurt you.
His hands rubbed her shoulders.
You're sweet and kind, and I don't want them anywhere near you because I can't bear the idea of them causing you pain.
Warmth spread through her chest. I'm stronger than I look. She wasn't sure why she said that. She'd just had a crying jag in the tub that suggested otherwise. Besides, she didn't want to go to the party. Even if everyone was nice, she'd feel like an old shoe in a department store of designer Jimmy Choos. But she didn't want him thinking she was a delicate southern flower either. He nodded.
I know. As much as I don't want to go, I think we should. It will help make this marriage look real, especially if it ends up on page 6.
Page 6?
It's the gossip section of the newspaper. I know that's not what you signed up for, but it could help prove this marriage is real in case Tanya sues for custody of Caden.
Chelsea couldn't see how a piece of gossip in a newspaper no one in Virginia would see could help his case. But she didn't understand his world, so she didn't respond.
Most people at this party will be outwardly friendly, but my father won't, so...
He shook his head.
You know what? Never mind, I can't subject you to that.
She now understood Jagger wasn't worried about her lack of social graces, but instead about his father's cruelty. Still, a part of her didn't like him, thinking she wasn't a strong woman. If you need to go, and if you need me to be with you, I can do it. I don't have a dress, and I can't hide the fact I speak with an accent, but I know how to smile and be charming. He surprised her by flashing a grin, but as soon as it was there, it faded. His blue eyes studied her. For what, she didn't know. He stepped closer, and she was unable to move back because the vanity blocked her.
I don't deserve you.
A mixture of confusion and hope swirled in her belly. His words hinted that their relationship was more than a business deal of a marriage. The concept of deserving someone went beyond a simple arrangement. She pressed her hand to his chest, wanting to tell him he was worthy of her. She felt the beat of his heart, until he flinched and stepped back.
What I mean is, this isn't what you signed up for.
She swallowed her hurt and stupidity. If it helps people believe in this marriage, and your effort to keep Caden, that is what I signed up for.
I don't want to do this, but I can't see a way out of it.
So we'll go. He stepped toward her again, but didn't touch her.
Promise me that if my father says anything hurtful or offensive to you, you'll call him out on it. Don't just take it.
Isn't it better to ignore bullies? Jagger shook his head.
It doesn't matter what you do. He'll never change. I don't want you to think you have to take it.
She nodded. Okay. There's still one problem. I didn't bring anything for a party. Not that she had anything suitable for a New York party that she could have brought. He pulled his wallet from his pocket.
Alexis said she could take you shopping.
He handed her a gold credit card. Jagger, I can't let you buy me a dress.
Why not? Dresses are expensive in New York, and the only reason you're getting it is because of me. It seems like I should pay.
She felt like a charity case, but knew he was probably right. A dress suitable for a posh party in New York was probably beyond her financial ability, even with all her debts paid. She took the card, looking at it with unease.
And have fun. Buy whatever you want.
She looked into his stunning blue eyes. He smiled.
I want you to enjoy this. This shopping, that is. You deserve it.
She didn't deserve it, but she'd get a dress that would help her fit in and go to this party because it was important to Jagger.
I promised I'd take Caden out for ice cream this afternoon.
Jagger opened the bathroom door.
I'll see you back here later.
She nodded. When he left, she studied herself in the mirror, wondering how she'd be able to turn the country girl into the elegant wife of Jagger Talbot. Chelsea felt like Cinderella going to the ball in the shimmery hunter green halter cocktail dress Alexis insisted she buy. The mile-high stilts looked great, too, except when she tried to walk in them. Jagger may just decide to keep you home in that. You look hot. That green is fabulous with your hair. She did look good. After help from Alexis with makeup and hair, Jagger's sexy smile suggested he agreed. He, as usual, looked fantastic in his dark suit and freshly groomed stubble. But Jagger's good-natured mood morphed into broodiness the closer they got to the party.
God, Chelsea, I hope you don't leave me after this.
They were riding up the elevator to Marlena Anderson's apartment. It'll be okay. She said the words, even though Jagger's concern suggested she had no idea what she was getting into. The elevator doors opened, and they stepped out. They were greeted by a butler who showed them to a large room filled with people in fancy dresses. It looked like something Chelsea had seen on TV. Only it was real. Great day, sat on the tip of her tongue, but she held it back. Gawking would ruin her attempt to fit in.
Ah, the man and woman of the hour.
A woman with short silver hair and a matching silver dress approached.
She's beautiful, Jagger. Marlena.
Jagger kissed the woman on the cheek.
Chelsea, this is Marlena Anderson, our hostess. This is Chelsea B. Talbot, my wife.
Chelsea took the woman's hand and shook it. It's lovely to meet you. Oh, the accent. It's darling. Chelsea's smile faltered as she assessed whether or not Marlena was truly charmed by her accent or being patronizing. It's so wonderful to meet the woman who finally stole Jagger's heart. Well, actually, I'm fortunate he gave it to me, and that he took mine, too.
I'm romantic, too, you lucky dog. Yes, I think so.
He lifted and kissed Chelsea's hand. Are you enjoying New York? Yes, ma'am. It's like visiting a different world. One silver brow arched, and Marlena looked from Chelsea to Jagger. Did I say something wrong? Chelsea glanced at Jagger.
Ma'am?
Marlena turned her attention back to Chelsea. Jagger laughed.
They still have manners down in Virginia.
Really? Do you call everyone ma'am? Chelsea wasn't sure why Marlena sounded offended. Not everyone. I use sir for men. Colin will love that. Jagger stiffened next to Chelsea, making her wonder who Colin was.
You don't have to call me ma'am. It makes me feel old.
Yes, ma'am. Okay. Your father's over there if you want to avoid him, although I doubt you'll be able to. Marlena nodded to one side of the room.
We'll start over here.
Jagger guided her away from where Marlena had motioned.
Want a drink?
Yes. A strong one.
You and me both.
On the way to the bar, several people stopped and, like Marlena, were surprised by his marriage and thought Chelsea's accent was darling. Chelsea tried not to be self-conscious, even though everyone was looking at Jagger, wondering about the woman he married. She smiled, until she laid eyes on Lonnie Kane, a supermodel who had once been photographed with Jagger at a celebrity event. Looking at the beautiful waif who was giving Jagger a sensuous smile, Chelsea once again felt like a southern frump. Lonnie probably had never eaten 3 pieces of pizza in her life, much less at one meal. Chelsea glanced at Jagger, but his eyes were focused on the bar.
Scotch and...
He turned to Chelsea. Deciding she needed to keep her wits about her to avoid losing control of her tongue, she opted not to have hard liquor. Wine. Chelsea bit her lip and tried not to roll her eyes when the woman near the bar asked the bartender if he had moonshine for the genuine Southern Belle. When they had their drinks, Jagger steered her towards a corner, away from his father and Lonnie Kane. She scanned the rest of the party, noticing a celebutante and another model she'd once seen in the tabloids with Jagger. He leaned toward her and whispered in her ear,
"Don't be self-conscious."
"That's easier said than done." He took her chin in his thumb and forefinger.
"You're as beautiful as any woman here."
She would have snorted, except she was at a posh party. She reminded herself that she had a role to play, loving wife to Jagger. So she plastered on a smile, and he rewarded her with a quick kiss.
"I know you're not avoiding me."
A deep voice sounded behind Chelsea. She looked up to Jagger, his eyes wary.
"Of course not."
Jagger pulled her next to him. His arm was tight around her, and she wondered if it was for her sake or his.
"Chelsea, this is my father, Colin Talbot, and his wife, Gabrielle. This is my wife, Chelsea."
Chelsea's first impression of Jagger's father was that he ate too much beta-carotene. She had never seen anyone so orange. He had jet-black hair that sat on his head like a helmet. Did he ever worry about it blowing away? His wife was elegant, as Chelsea had expected, except Chelsea couldn't read her bland yet smooth facial expression. Then she remembered Lexi explaining how Botox made it impossible to show expression. "It's so nice to meet you, Mr. Talbot." Colin Talbot took her hand in both of his and leaned forward with a smarmy twinkle in his eye.
"She's not your usual type."
Chelsea jerked back. "I think that's why he married me." Colin threw his head back in a hearty laugh.
"Oh, she's fiery. All that red hair, I guess. I bet she's a feisty one in bed." "Stop."
Jagger stiffened next to her.
"For once in your life, can you pretend to have manners?"
Colin rolled his eyes. Then he leaned toward Chelsea again with a conspiratorial gleam in his eyes.
"If you ever want to know what it's like with a real Talbot man, you let me know."
Chelsea couldn't stop from gaping. She looked to Gabrielle, who, if she was bothered by her husband propositioning his daughter-in-law, didn't show it. She looked to Jagger, who had his eyes closed as if he was trying to calm himself, or maybe he was wishing he was anywhere but there. Chelsea turned back to Colin, who stared at her with a smug expression, amused with himself. "Great day, ain't that something? He thinks he can show me a better time than you, sugar." Then she reached out and patted Colin on the arm. "Well, bless your heart." This time Jagger barked out a laugh. He even pulled the handkerchief from his coat pocket to wipe his eyes.
"Jesus, is it any wonder I married you?"
Colin jerked back, his brows furrowed in confusion. He was the butt of a joke, and didn't know it. Well, bless his heart again.
"Come on, Chels. You deserve another drink." "Jagger."
His father's stern voice stopped Jagger.
"We need to talk."
"Not now. I'm on my honeymoon."
"It's important."
Jagger was about to brush him off again, but Colin added,
"It's about Caden."
Chelsea realized that while she might be a target for Colin Talbot's misogynistic, narcissistic behavior, Caden was the weapon he used to control Jagger. Jagger's amusement fell away, and Chelsea hated Colin for it.
"Give me a minute. Go find Marlena. She's safe."
She wanted to offer to stay, but Jagger clearly wanted to deal with his father alone. "All right." The minute Jagger had asked for turned into 30. But Chelsea, with Marlena as her ally, felt she did all right. Yes, she was a bit of a novelty because of her accent, especially when she realized how much they liked it, and she allowed for a little more of the color and colloquialism of Southern language into her conversation. A few of the guests she was talking to shared the peculiarities of their own regional dialects. In New York, they say get online, not to mean the internet, but to stand in a line. I'm from California, and it took me forever to realize they weren't talking about computers. Really? People say New Yorkers have an accent, but I don't hear it, the woman standing next to Marlena said. Many people from New York and New Jersey retire in my area, and we can hear the accent. Chelsea sipped her wine. Well, New Jersey, yeah. Chelsea. Jagger took her arm. Oh, hey, Sugar. Sugar, that's darling. I'll have to use that, the woman next to Marlena said. Chelsea's smile fell when she saw Jagger's face. It reminded her of when he'd arrived home earlier that day, as if all of the happiness in life had been sucked out of him. Before he could say anything, she pressed close to him. I know we only just got here, but I'm not used to fancy parties. I'm a little tired. He stared at her for a moment, and she swore she saw only emptiness in his eyes. Didn't he get that she was giving him an excuse to leave? He gave his head a quick shake. Yes, of course. He looked to the ladies Chelsea had been talking to. It is our honeymoon. Aww, the ladies said in unison. Thank y'all for such a lovely time. Chelsea shook their hands. It was our pleasure. Jagger, she's a doll. Be nice to her. Jagger nodded, but didn't say anything as he guided Chelsea out the door, down the elevator, and out to the waiting limo. Chelsea stepped into the limo and took a seat. She hadn't been in a limo since prom, and never in one where the seats ran sidelong in the car. Just drive around the city, George. Jagger got in behind her. Yes, sir. George got into the driver's seat, and shortly after they pulled away from the curb. Moving sideways in the car took getting used to, but she sat back and let the tension melt the farther away they got from Jagger's father. He was right. His dad was an A1 douchebag. She glanced at Jagger and knew he was holding in his anger. It radiated in waves off his body from the moment his father approached them. It seemed even worse now, making her wonder what his father had said. She wanted to ask, but she wasn't sure how to deal with Jagger in this mood. Maybe he just needed a few minutes to himself. Brian had been like that. When he was in a stink, he brooded for a bit and then was fine. On the other hand, maybe Jagger was brooding because he hadn't ever had anyone to talk to. Are you okay? I need a minute. His voice was terse and irritated as if he were talking to a child. She didn't like his tone and had a few choice things to say about it, but decided it would be like putting salt on his wound. Let him brood. She could address his ill manners later. Can I have a drink or something? He nodded, still looking away from her. She moved toward him and closer to the fridge. If she were taller, she might have been able to open it and get a drink while sitting in her seat. But she wasn't taller, so with a sigh, she pushed off the seat onto her knees and opened the fridge. Do you want me to get it? She shook her head. No, you take a minute. She winced at the terseness of her words. She might not like his dark mood, but after meeting his father, she understood why he'd have it and didn't want to add to it. Chelsea. I'm okay. She pulled out a mini bottle, reading the label. Vodka. While she could use a stiff drink, she didn't want to go through the hassle of figuring out how to mix one in a limo. Rummaging around, she found a demi-bottle of champagne. They weren't in a celebratory mood, but it didn't require mixing. She popped the top and quickly put the mouth of the bottle to her lips to avoid spilling. The bubbles exploded in her mouth. With an apologetic smile toward Jagger for her uncouth action, she wiped her mouth. He was watching her with those intense blue,
Ice. Ice. She held the bottle to him.
Maybe this will help?
It would take a tanker of booze to help deal with him.
Sitting back on her heels, she nodded. I can see that. But he's not here now. So, what's the problem?
One dark brow rose. It's not something I can let go of easily.
Why not? She took another drink, waiting for the slight lightheadedness that came from champagne. She always wondered if it was the bubbles or the booze. Maybe it was the combination of both.
Because he has that effect on me.
She studied him. You should learn to let it go.
Just like that?
Well, sometimes it takes a little more than that, but yeah. Holding on to it just lets him win. He's not even here now, and he's winning. His jaw tightened.
You can just let things go.
She nodded. If I was one to hold on to stuff, I'd still be mad about you ditching me at Mitch and Sydney's wedding.
The fact that you've just brought it up suggests that maybe you are.
Nah. I'm letting you make it up to me. It was one of the perks of getting married, remember? You know, when Brian used to get all bent out of shape, my mom...
You say that like I'm being unreasonable.
No, you have every right to be angry. But like I said, you need to let it go. Be in the moment.
In this moment, I have my father threatening to go to court over Caden's trust and my grandfather's will, and Caden's mom trying to take him away from me.
No. In this moment, there is me and you in the back of a limo in New York City. His expression suggested he thought she couldn't understand. But she did. I know angst and tension and grief. He sighed and pinched the bridge of his nose, maybe because her tone had turned angry. My brother was killed by his own colleagues. My mother died of cancer a year later. I could barely afford to pay my bills and carried the burden of being the beamer who might lose the family house. Don't think I haven't felt utter despair. But what did the worry and anger and bitterness get me? Nothing. In fact, it kept me from having what I want. So, I did the best I could, and I've worked to be grateful for what I've got.
My father insulted you in the worst possible way.
So what? Don't you think everyone at that party knows he's heinous? They admire you and what you've done to turn your life around and what you've done for Caden.
How do you know?
Because I talked to them. His lips twitched upward, but the smile they hinted at didn't reach his amazing eyes. Here. She put the champagne down and climbed up next to him on the seat. Outside, bright lights rushed by, but she ignored them. She maneuvered onto her knees, her kneecaps lightly brushing his thigh. She leaned toward him, pressing the first 2 fingers of each hand on either side of his temple. He eyed her with wary confusion. When my mom had a bad day, I massaged her temples. She said it helped. She continued to rub his temples in slow circles. He let out an expletive. Just close your eyes and take deep breaths. He did as she asked, but his jaw remained clenched. Chels, you need to relax.
I can't.
His voice was tight as he lifted his head and took her wrists in his hands.
I'm still tense, but now it's because of you.
Hurt. She tried to pull away, but he held her in place.
You're making me tense.
His gaze dropped. She followed the direction of his gaze and discovered her breast nearly plastered in his face. She jerked her head back up to look into his face.
You either have to release the tension or go sit over there.
She swallowed. He wasn't angry tense. He was aroused tense. Immediately, liquid fire flooded her bloodstream. Instantly, the air in the car heated, crackled with erotic electricity that zapped over her skin. His blue eyes blazed with wicked heat.
If you're going to release the tension, My head isn't the place to start.
Oh, Lordy. That was a dare. There was no doubt she wanted to rip their clothes off and make good on that dare. She wanted to touch and taste every part of him until he was a wet noodle unable to move. There was just one nagging issue that by taking the next step, it would be harder than it already was to remember this marriage was a fake. Sure, Jagger liked her, but he didn't love her. His desire to touch her didn't stem from wanting to show her the depth of his feelings. It was just sex with the woman who was pretending to be his wife. Well, she was his real wife, but only on paper. He let go of her wrists, and the gleam in his eyes dimmed slightly. He was letting her go, taking her non-action as her answer. But she wanted him, even if it was pretend and only for a short time. She'd done the right thing all her life. She'd worked hard to keep her head afloat. And now she had the opportunity not only to breathe again, but to have fun. So why not take it? Wasn't that the advice she just gave him? To live in the moment? In this moment, hot, fiery need swam through her veins until she thought she'd melt from the inside out. Her gaze drifted down and her hand followed, brushing over the swell of his pants. His harsh intake of breath caused her to look up to his face again, wanting to see desire in the devil.
You're playing with fire.
His voice was strained, his tone pleading. In that moment, she knew she couldn't deny him. She placed both her hands on his cheeks and pulled him in for a kiss. His lips consumed hers, hot and fierce, and a whoosh of heat inflamed her body when his tongue snaked in, invading her mouth with demanding sweeps. His hands pressed against the outsides of her thighs, sliding her dress up, and then lifted her to straddle his lap. He pulled her to him, nesting her, hot and needy over the hard steel of his erection. A moan filled the back of the limo. His, hers, she wasn't sure. She didn't know anything except the delicious feel of him between her thighs. She ground herself against him, wishing they were magic, and could instantly get rid of the clothing barriers that separated them. His hand slid up her back, unhooked the halter of her dress, and pulled the top down.
Christ, yes.
His gaze fixed on her breasts for a moment, just looking at them before he leaned forward to devour them with his mouth. Chelsea was sure she'd come right then. When his teeth weren't tugging at the sensitive tips of her breasts, his lips were sucking and his tongue made hot sweeps, all while his thick, hot erection teased at her cleft.
God, I want to see you come,
he said as his lips slid up to her neck. She gasped as he yanked on her panties and they tore away. It was a move she thought was dumb in the romance books, and yet here and now it made her ache with need and desire so fierce she thought it might consume her. In the back of her mind, she knew she should be doing something, touching him, but his hands and mouth worked her into a frenzy where all thought was gone. There was only Jagger, doing delicious things to her. His fingers slipped between her folds, wrenching a long moan from her.
Give it to me.
He took the taut pearl of her nipple into his mouth while his fingers slipped inside her. She had no defense against it. Every erotic part of her body was being assaulted by him. Oh, God!
It's Jagger, honey. Call my name.
With that, he slipped his fingers inside, up and forward as his thumb brushed over the hard nub between her folds. He touched a part of her anatomy she thought had been a myth, and it shot her to the heavens. Any control she had dissolved. His name initially tore from her lips in a scream and then became a chant as her body tensed from her fingertips to the end of her toes and then shuddered again and again as she rode his fingers. He let out an expletive.
Yes, Jesus, you're beautiful. even as she collapsed against him, drawing in heaving breaths. Her body continued to convulse and milk him.
"It's Chelsea,"
she said on a ragged breath. He laughed. "Chelsea, you're beautiful." Her cheeks flushed at the thought of him watching her in the throes of passion. At the same time, it was titillating. She rested her head on his shoulder, unable to make any significant movement. She looked at his neck, glistening with perspiration. She could still feel him hard and thick between her thighs. She really should return the favor. Before she could muster the strength, he leaned a little to his side. "Yes, sir." George's voice came over the intercom. Chelsea felt a moment of panic. Were there cameras in the car? Had George heard or seen what they had been doing? "Take us to the Talbot Lux. Call ahead and have them have a bottle of champagne chilling when we get there." "Yes, sir." Finally able to lift her head, she looked into Jagger's brilliant eyes, still cloudy with desire.
"Where are we going?"
"We're going to have a real honeymoon."
Chapter 12.
We're married. The mantra ran through Chelsea's mind as Jagger led her through the Talbot Lux Hotel to the elevator. What they were doing felt salacious, like an affair. After all, who else went to a hotel simply to have sex? "We're married." He said they were going to have a real honeymoon. Of course, it wouldn't be real. They were married, but it was a sham. So, really, they were only going to have sex.
"We're married."
Jagger put a special key in the elevator and turned it, and the doors shut. The car rose smoothly, quietly. He didn't say anything, but he took her hand and brought it to his lips, kissing the inside of her wrist. Who'd have thought that could feel so erotic? Then his tongue gently licked along her pulse, and she thought she'd melt right there. The elevator car stopped, and the doors opened. With his hand still holding hers, he led her out and to a private section of the hotel. Jagger opened the door, but stopped her when she started to walk through. "Honeymoon, remember?" He had a wicked grin that made her heart do handsprings in her chest. He reached for her, lifting her into his arms. She smiled. They were playing, because this wasn't a real honeymoon. But that didn't mean she couldn't enjoy him. Maybe they weren't in love and planning a real life for forever. But she was certain Jagger had some feelings for her. Respect and gratitude, at least. He carried her into the room. No, not a room. The moon shone through the large windows, casting a romantic glow over the beautifully furnished and decorated suite or apartment. She felt like she was in a dream, and only hoped she could stay asleep long enough to enjoy all the delights Jagger promised. He must have liked the moonlight, because he left the lights off. He carried her toward a table, by which an ice bucket with a bottle of champagne sat. He set her down and reached for the champagne. "Shall I pour you a glass?" What she really wanted was to get naked again, but at the same time she wanted to draw out the night. While it started out difficult, it was getting better, almost magical by the moment. She didn't want it to end. Jagger handed her a flute of the golden bubbly. "To living in the moment." His eyes glinted with a promise of sensual delights, sending a shiver of anticipation through her. "To living in the moment." She lifted her glass, clinking it with his and then sipping. The bubbles burst on her tongue, and although she hadn't had much, she felt a little giddy, although that was probably due to Jagger, not the champagne. She'd barely lowered the glass when Jagger's arms snaked around her waist and pulled her flesh against him. His lips, cool from the champagne, pressed against hers. By contrast, his tongue was hot as it teased her lips until she opened for him. He tasted divine, like champagne and danger and the promise of pleasure. He moaned and pulled away. That's enough of that.
He took her glass and set it with his in the bucket, along with the champagne. Then his hands went to her hips and pulled her against him as his mouth took hers more forcefully and thoroughly than before. This time she moaned as he overwhelmed her senses. His hands slid behind her and undid her dress. His tongue danced wildly with hers. His body pressed against her. It was like he was everywhere, touching every part of her, making her blood heat and her skin tingle. Her dress fell in a pool at her feet. Only then did he stop kissing her. Lifting his head and stepping back, he looked at her, his gaze raking over her body.
Holy Christ.
His voice was ragged. His gaze slid back to hers.
You're perfect.
She wouldn't have thought so, but the look in his eyes made her a believer. She felt his gaze sweeping over her body like a touch. It was more than she could bear, so she reached for him. She pulled him to her, kissing him, hoping he could taste her desire, her need. His hands were on her again. She reached out, fumbling with the buttons on his shirt, but he pushed her hands away.
I'm burning up.
He pushed her back against the table, lifting until she was perched on the end. His hands moved frantically, unbuttoning his pants, pushing them down with his briefs. She wanted to see and touch him, but he pushed her back, pulling a condom seemingly out of thin air and sheathing himself. Then he grabbed her hips, tilting them upward, forcing her to grab onto him to keep from falling back.
Hold on, Chelsea. You're going for a ride.
He shocked all her senses at once. In one hard drive, he was filling her, their moans echoing through the room.
God, Chelsea, you're so tight.
The scent of sex and Jagger swirled around her, heightening the sensations. She looked into his dazzling blue eyes, feral with a need and desire. His lips crushed hers, his tongue mimicking the movements of his body. He thrust, hard and deep, completely possessing her. As if she was a part of him. Somewhere in the back of her mind, red flags waved. This was sex. She wasn't a part of him, would never be a part of him.
Chelsea!
His cry was desperate. Her breath caught as his change in speed and intensity ratcheted her up and up. She wasn't a virgin, but she'd never had a partner push her need for release to the point of desperation. With other men, pleasure had built like an itch that needed to be scratched, ending with a little pop of relief. This was no itch, and she was sure that when the end came, she would shatter into a million pieces. He shifted, releasing one of her hips so he could touch her at the most sensitive spot.
Come on, come with me.
His thumb brushed and pressed the sensitive nub between her thighs as his lips enveloped the hard tip of her breast and sucked and sent her flying. Her release broke through with a cry, bursting from her center outward until she could feel it at the tips of her toes. He continued to pound her, and her body continued to respond, gripping and convulsing around his pulsing erection. An expletive escaped his lips just as he bucked, driving into her, grinding against her, and then driving in again. He threw his head back, exploding with a feral growl. He fell forward until he lay over her on the table. His heart hammered in his chest as it lay over hers. She was a little dazed by the intensity and ferocity of their mating. All she could do was hold on to him as her world started to right itself again. When he caught his breath, he lifted his head, his blue eyes filled with satisfaction.
You know, the whole point of coming here was to do this in a bed.
With his words, her unsteadiness dissipated. He was right. Sex could be athletic and fun, just like tennis. She laughed. There's always next time. He grinned.
You don't know how glad I am to hear you say that.
He helped her sit up and picked up her dress from the floor. Before he handed it to her, he kissed her.
Perhaps we can move this into the bedroom.
I thought men needed more time.
We do. But I still haven't tasted you. By the time I do, I'll probably be ready again.
He waggled his brows, his wicked blue eyes promising all sorts of delights. Then he licked his lips, and she couldn't stop the moan.
I'll take that as a yes.
She'd just managed to stand when there was a knock at the door.
It's pizza.
His voice held annoyance. Then he gave a slight shrug.
We're going to need it to survive tonight.
He gave her bottom a swat.
There's a robe in the closet.
He pulled his pants up, buttoning them, and, with a wink, went to answer the door. Chapter 13. Jagger felt good. Real good. Something that never happened after an encounter with his family. Chelsea had done that. He wouldn't have ever imagined the turn of events. She'd done a complete 360 on him. She'd initiated the kiss. She'd touched him, nearly making him come in his pants. The minute she'd done that, he'd let his restraint go. So much so that he'd torn off her panties. He told her he was sorry for ruining them, although he wasn't. Her smirk suggested she knew it was a lie, but he promised to buy her more. For now, no underwear was needed. No clothes, in fact. Only condoms. Lucky for him, condom carrying wasn't a habit he'd gotten out of during his long celibacy. So long that it had taken every ounce of control he could muster not to rip his pants off and plunge into her in the limo. Fortunately, with the way she moved against him, her gasps and how fast her orgasm was building, his own needs took a back seat to the desire to watch her come. And Jesus, was it worth it? Everything about her was stunning. Her breasts were perfect and, even better, real. Her hair was tousled just enough to have that sexy must look. As she rode the storm, he was sure he'd never seen anything so raw and beautiful in his life. When she collapsed on him, his edgy need worked its way to the surface again. He knew then, a single encounter in a limo wouldn't be enough. Now that she'd opened the door to a physical relationship, he was going to milk it for all it was worth, starting with a night in the penthouse suite of his family hotel. He really had planned to get her in bed and take his time, but the minute he'd tasted her sweet champagne lips, the hold on his control broke again. There was no putting off his need to sink into her any longer. He probably shocked her the way he'd pushed her on the table and drove into her. She'd been so damn tight for a minute he'd thought his head would explode. He had a nanosecond to consider whether he was hurting her, but then she wrapped around him and pulled him deeper, and all thought evaporated. There was just him and her. When it was done, he wondered if he should apologize. He was relieved when he didn't see fear or regret or anything to suggest she was upset in her eyes. Maybe she looked a little dazed, but in a sated way. He smiled and shook his head, both pleased and surprised by the turn of events. He opened the door to the smell of the hot pizza he'd asked George to order for him at the last minute when they exited the car. Knowing George would have already arranged to pay for it, Jagger simply handed the delivery boy a tip. "Thank you, sir." Jagger shut the door and made his way to the table. Chelsea stood in the room, buried in a large, fluffy robe. Knowing she had nothing on underneath it heated his blood again. He imagined peeling her out of the thick, plush clothing, finding her soft, lush, honeysuckle-scented skin. But when he made eye contact, he saw wariness. God, she wasn't regretting what they'd done, was she? "You okay?" She nodded. "Are we eating at the table?" Jagger couldn't imagine why that was a bad thing, but her tone suggested she didn't like that idea.
"Is there a reason we shouldn't?"
She shrugged. "It's just that we, on it." Jagger would have laughed if he didn't think it would embarrass or upset her.
"We could eat in bed instead."
She blushed, and it was incredibly sweet.
Or how about here?
He motioned with the pizza box toward the sitting area. There were 2 couches and a coffee table. She nodded.
Grab the champagne while you're at it. I'll get us some water from the bar. Unless you want something else. I've got the hard stuff or soda.
Water is fine. She pulled the champagne from the bucket, along with their flutes. Jagger set the pizza on the coffee table and went to the bar, where a mini-fridge held cold drinks. He grabbed 2 bottles of water. Returning to the couch, he sat next to her. He handed her a water. Thank you. He set his hand on her knee, wanting desperately to push the robe aside.
You're sure you're okay? I didn't hurt you, did I?
All of a sudden, he wondered if maybe he'd been too rough. She shook her head and gave a quiet laugh. Hurt was the last thing I felt. Relief washed through him.
But?
I'm a little overwhelmed, I guess. Jagger frowned, not understanding what she meant, but knowing he didn't like it.
Overwhelmed. Did I do something?
She shook her head and then nodded slightly with a small smile. Not something bad, but you don't have to do anything, Jagger. Just being around you overwhelms me sometimes.
Was that a compliment? I'm not sure what to say to that.
You don't have to say anything. I'm not upset, and I don't have any regrets if that's what you're worried about. This time he took her hand and squeezed it.
You're sure?
She looked at their entwined hands and nodded. Yes. He lifted her hand to his lips and kissed it.
Then how about some pizza?
Her smile could have lit the city with its brilliance. I love pizza. He laughed.
I know. Eat as much as you want. We'll need the fuel.
She blushed again, making him relieved she was still open to more sex. When the first bite hit Jagger's stomach, he realized how hungry he was. He never ate well when a family visit was involved. He devoured the first piece and took a second piece before Chelsea had eaten even a third of her first piece. She broke the silence. I hope I wasn't a disappointment. He stopped mid-bite. He set the pizza down, chewing and picking up a napkin to wipe his mouth. Once he swallowed, he turned to her.
Disappointment?
He shook his head.
Don't let the things my dad or any of them say get to you.
They get to you.
I know. And as you said in the car, I need to let it go. It's hard, because I've had it my whole life. God, Chelsea, don't let them hurt you. You're beautiful and kind, and I don't know what I'd do if something they said stuck with you.
She smiled. As long as I didn't embarrass or disappoint you, I'm okay. He studied her dark brown eyes, wondering what he'd said or done that had given her the impression he was disappointed.
No, you didn't. You were gracious and put up with much more than you should have. I'm so sorry you had to endure that. I wish I'd warned you.
You did.
Not well enough, I don't think.
She smiled reassuringly. I'm not sure you could have. It was hard to imagine the way you described your dad as someone being real. A book or a movie, maybe, but not in life. Jagger bit his lower lip, not wanting to ask the next question, but needing the answer.
Why did you change your mind? About the sex? Pity?
She flinched. No, I didn't feel pity. I felt angry at your dad and sad that he can't see the wonderful man you are. Even worse, he makes you forget how wonderful you are. She set her pizza down and gripped both his hands with hers. That's why I changed my mind. Because you're wonderful. You're generous and loving. What you're doing for Caden. That's what you're shielding him from, isn't it? I know you're safeguarding his trust, but what's really important to you is that your father doesn't hurt him emotionally or psychologically. I think that is so amazing. What you've done to protect Caden's self-esteem and let him be a little boy. Jagger let her words wash through him, cleaning away the hurt and bitterness from his father. He lifted her hands, brushing his lips along her knuckles. For the first time in a long time, he didn't feel alone in the world in his quest to keep Caden and defend him from his greedy father. Sure, Grayson, Miss C, and Mrs. Stanton supported him, but he was their boss. He supposed in some ways his relationship with Chelsea could be seen as a business deal, as he had paid all her debts. But Chelsea didn't say those words because she was playing the role of wife or earning her keep. They were real, and they touched him deep in his chest, in a place he'd never been touched before. That, and let's face it, Jagger, you're too sexy to resist. He laughed.
You did a pretty good job of it.
It was hard.
It was hard for me, too.
Her expression was dubious, which surprised him. Didn't she know how attractive she was? How hard it had been to agree to her terms? She withdrew her hands and reached for her pizza. I hope you weren't disappointed in that either. Her words came out in a murmur, as if she wasn't sure she wanted him to hear.
Did I act disappointed? Do you know how many cold showers I've taken to keep my word not to touch you?
Or maybe...
Damn it, Chelsea. I haven't wanted to touch another woman not because I agreed not to, but because you're the only one I wanted to touch.
Her eyes were round. The surprise in them baffled him.
Why are you looking at me like you don't believe me?
Because I'm not like the other women.
So?
Was she throwing his past at him again? She bit her lower lip as if she was uncertain about continuing the conversation. Knowing he wasn't doing a very good job of reining in his annoyance, he took a deep breath.
I like that you're different.
The tension in her features relaxed slightly. I don't think I'm ugly, but I'm not a glamorous beauty either. I don't have the experience. His irritation flared again, although Jagger wasn't sure if it was because she was selling her beauty short or once again highlighting his promiscuous past. He bolted upright, wanting to pace away his annoyance.
I can't change my past, Chelsea, but I'm not that man anymore.
I know. He whirled on her.
Then why do you keep throwing it in my face?
Her brows furrowed together. I'm not. I'm just saying I don't have the... skills.
You don't need skills.
He stared at her, hands on his hips. She looked at him like the proverbial deer caught in the headlights.
Do you want me to compare you to other women?
No. She looked down. He studied her for a long moment and then decided he'd end her self-doubt about herself once and for all.
Come here.
He reached out his hand to her. She looked at him, uncertainty and hesitation mixing in her expression.
Come on.
Tentatively, she reached for his hand, and he pulled her along with him back to the bedroom. He was making his way to the bathroom when he noticed the large mirror over the dresser.
This will do.
He stopped abruptly, and she ran into him. He took her shoulders and maneuvered him in front of her, facing the mirror.
Watch.
He stepped closer to her until his body pressed against hers. Her eyes flared with heat. His hands reached around to the front of her. Taking the lapels of her robe, he inched it open just enough to show cleavage. Her gaze went to his hands, and she lifted her own hands as if she was going to stop him. But he had a point to prove. He stilled his movements.
Watch me, Chelsea. Look at my face and see what you do to me.
Her gaze lifted to his through the mirror.
That's right.
His hands resumed pulling the robe slowly, exposing the area between her graceful neck and shoulders. His gaze held hers for a moment, to make sure she was doing what he'd asked. Satisfied she understood and would comply, he let his gaze drop, watching as the skin of her shoulders was exposed inch by inch. He took a breath, releasing the negative tension so he could focus on her, and a new tension tightened as her robe slid away from her. He inhaled, taking in her sweet scent.
Her skin was creamy with a soft, rosy hue that begged for him to touch and taste. He leaned forward and skimmed his lips from the curve of her neck over her shoulder. Her breath hitched, causing his blood to heat, running thick straight to his loins. Wanting her to know his reaction to her body, he slid one arm around her waist to rest his hand on her belly and pull her back against him. She let out an erotic sigh. He lifted his gaze to her eyes. They still watched him, making him harder and needier. He ground against her, wanting the friction. His other hand continued to pull away her robe until he finally exposed one breast, its nipple budded tight, ripe and rosy, begging to be suckled. Unfortunately, he needed to wait. Instead, he released the grip on her robe to slide his hand over her breast, holding it in his palm as his thumbs brushed over the sensitive tip. She gasped, and her eyes closed as her head fell back against him. "You're not watching." His voice sounded husky even to him. Her lids lifted halfway, and the desire swirling in her dark brown eyes made him want to end this little game to take her from behind right here. But he needed her to know for sure she was attractive. Sexy. "Your breasts are perfect. Round and soft. So responsive." She let out a soft moan. "Your skin is smooth and creamy." His lips brushed her shoulder again. "I love the taste." He lifted his gaze back to hers as he ground his erection against her and continued to knead the hard butt of her breast. Jagger had no idea if the women he'd been with before had ever watched him. He'd been more about the sex, the getting off, than the eroticism. But watching Chelsea watch him built the intensity of his need. He was harder than he'd ever been. Painfully so. "See what you do to me?"
Yes.
Her voice was barely a whisper, a sure sign she was as hot and bothered as he was. He used the hand on her belly to finish opening her robe all the way, letting it drop to the floor so she stood naked in the mirror. He used both hands on her breasts as he pressed his hips forward. His erection strained against his pants, and he cursed that he still had them on. She still held his gaze, filling the room with an erotic charge he felt straight to his groin, growing harder still. He felt like he was going to expand right out of his skin. He considered pushing her forward over the dresser, ripping his pants open and taking her. But from somewhere deep, he resisted the urge. "Do I look disappointed?" He hoped to hell she didn't translate the desperate need shadowing his features as disappointment.
No.
"Do you doubt that I want you?"
No. Jagger, please. She tried to turn, but he held her still. Don't tease me.
"If I wanted, would you let me have you here? Like this?"
Yes.
He smiled, realizing that while she thought she wasn't well versed in bedroom games, she was certainly open to learning. Because her need echoed his, he decided to give her more. He released one breast, letting his hand slide down. Her stomach quivered under his touch, her hips ground back against him, nearly making him forget the lesson he was trying to teach her. With a quick inhale, and hopefully resolve, he continued his quest. His fingers slid down through the auburn curls at the apex of her thighs. She let out a moan of anticipation, her eyes closing. "Watch, Chelsea. Watch what I do to you."
Oh, God.
She forced her eyes open, watching as his fingers slid between her folds. Her body jerked at his touch, her hips pressing back against him. This time, she wrangled a groan from him. Her brown eyes, dark with desire, held his gaze as he stroked her, focusing on the hard nub between her thighs. Jesus, it was hot and sexy, and it was all he could do not to take her. But that was the point, wasn't it? For her to see how crazy with need she made him. "Jagger!" Her words came out on a gust.
Her hands gripped the dresser and her knees buckled, so he tightened his grip around her waist. Her head dropped forward as she bit her lip.
Don't hold back. Let it out, Chels. Watch how I make you come.
He didn't think she would, as she was lost in the throes of passion, but her gaze lifted and caught his, and the fire and need burning in her eyes nearly undid him. She cried out, her hips gyrating against him, and he nearly let go himself. Gritting his teeth to help him stave off his need, he focused on her cries of pleasure, the way her sex worked the last bit of pleasure from his fingers, the way her eyes gave him everything he wanted and more. When her body went limp, he was unable to hold off any longer. He picked her up and brought her to the bed. Done were control and finesse. Now he just had to have her, to relieve the pressure that threatened to destroy him. If it weren't for these damn clothes. I want to turn. She pushed at him. At first he couldn't hear her through the roar of desire pulsing in his brain. She was petite, but strong, and was able to knock him off balance and onto his back. I want to turn. Her brown eyes stared down at him with hunger. I haven't even seen you yet. Now she was in control, as if he'd unleashed something in her. He'd known there was passion buried inside her. He'd felt it in that first kiss at the park, the few times she'd nearly given in to her desire. Finally, now she was letting herself go. The switch in her forced him to rein in his need to find out what she'd do. She straddled his thighs, and her fingers, more steadily than he felt, undid the buttons of his shirt, pushing it aside. Her gaze raked over his chest, followed by the whispery tips of her fingers. His entire body shivered at her touch. She stopped and sat back.
No, don't stop.
What's this? She pulled his shirt open all the way and undid his pants, pushing them down. But she wasn't focused on his erection, which was painfully bobbing and in need of attention. He glanced to where she was looking.
It's a tattoo.
He reached for her, but she pushed his hands away. Her fingers traced the outline, and he had a moment to wonder whether she liked it. Is it a phoenix?
Yes.
Still unable to decipher her reaction, his libido calmed. She studied the colorful markings like she'd never seen anything like it before. Her head lifted, her gaze capturing his. It fits your name. Maybe the sex hormones were addling his brain because he had no clue what she was saying. Jackers have tattoos. Usually they ride motorcycles and wear leather jackets, too.
I can get a bike, but it's a little warm for leather.
He cocked his head.
If I don't seem like a Jagger, what do I seem like?
She grinned. Lucian. Something the devil would be named. One brow rose, and finally he relaxed.
The devil?
She nodded. Sexy devil. Both brows popped up.
Sexy, huh?
Very. Extremely.
Are you sure? Because we're just sitting here talking when we could be doing something sexily devilish.
His hands gripped her hips, urging her to take control again. Her smile was coy and seductive as she leaned forward and kissed him. Taking charge, her soft, sweet lips glided over his. She slid her cheek along his beard. I love how your stubble feels against my skin. Her words sent fire through his veins. He gripped her tighter, wanting to take back control, but she stopped him. It's my turn, remember? He nodded, unable to speak because his throat had turned to sandpaper. Her fingers skimmed over his chest, flicking over his nipples until he thought he'd come out of his skin. Her lips and tongue followed. She wasn't the first woman to lead in bed. But this was different. Something shifted, as if his world had tilted off its axis. Her fingers traced the phoenix, gliding lower and lower until she brushed over the silken hard length of him. He groaned.
Chelsea.
She grinned at him. Fortunately, she didn't plan to torture him. She reached for one of the condoms he'd tossed on the bedside table earlier, tore open the packet, and rolled it over him. He checked to make sure she'd left room at the tip to avoid a mishap.
You've done this before.
The idea of it both excited and annoyed him. He knew he wasn't her first, but the idea of her toying with, teasing another man didn't sit well. I told you I wasn't a virgin. Pushing that thought away as well, he levered up, digging his fingers into her thick, wild hair.
What do you want?
His words brushed against her ear, as his erection, hard and hot, pulsed against her belly. You. He lifted his head, looking into her deep brown eyes, clouded with desire.
Show me.
Her eyes flashed with erotic heat. She gripped his erection, guided herself over him, and sank down.
Oh, Christ, yes.
A mixture of relief and desperation overtook him. The pleasure of her body wrapping around his, hot and pulsing, consumed him. Then she started to move, keeping her movements slow and steady, while what he wanted, needed, was fast and hard.
Are you punishing me?
His lips found her breast and bit lightly.
Because what you're doing is torture.
She slid her fingers through his hair, holding his lips close to her breasts. It's so good, she managed. Too good to hurry. He groaned, his hands coming to her hips, gripping tighter, but not pushing her to move faster. He'd let her set the pace, despite the fact that he was delirious with the need for release. She continued to move, slow and steady, but with each glide of friction she let out a gasp that told him her need for release was ratcheting up and up.
Let go, Chelsea. Please.
He'd never begged before, but he was quickly careening to his limit. She rose and dropped over him, harder. She did it again, faster. Harder, faster, harder, faster.
Yes, good Christ, yes.
Jagger's fingers kneaded the soft flesh of her hips, now helping her move in the sweetest friction he'd ever felt. Her hands gripped his shoulders, and her head dropped back as she let her body seek the release it needed. Her hair tumbled in messy, sexy auburn waves down her back. Her skin, damp with perspiration, held a rosy hue. He wished he could capture the image of her on canvas, as she was the most beautiful piece of art he'd ever seen. "Oh, God! Jagger!" Her breath bellowed in and out, and her fingers gripped his shoulders painfully. Then she reached the pinnacle and cried out. Her body clamped around him so tight he swore he saw stars. His release was barreling to the end like a speeding train that couldn't be stopped or controlled. Unable to hold off any longer, he let go, his own pleasure ripping through him in a violent burst. He chanted, "Yes," while she continued to milk him, and together they rode the storm until she collapsed. "No," she murmured and kissed his cheek. "No, you're not disappointed." Chapter 14. Chelsea's muscles felt like noodles. Her thighs burned from riding him so hard, so fast. Her lungs burned with the effort to pull in oxygen, but great day did she feel good. She'd always known Jagger would satisfy her, but she hadn't imagined how intense it would be. She started to roll off him.
Where are you going?
His eyes were closed as his breath continued to come in sharp gasps. "I'm lying on your lungs. It makes it harder to breathe."
I don't need to breathe.
His arm wrapped around her back, holding her in place. One blue eye peeked open.
I feel like I ran a marathon.
Me too. She wanted to ask him if he'd ever felt like that with any other woman, but held her tongue. She didn't want to reveal her insecurity. Plus, he was sensitive about his past. She shifted just enough that she could look down and see the colorful phoenix emblazoned on his side. She ran her fingers over the wings. "It's beautiful."
Thanks.
"How long have you had it?" He took in a deep breath. but she couldn't be sure whether it was part of the aftermath of sex or he didn't want to talk about his tattoo.
About 18 months.
She thought back to where he might have been at that time. He'd only been in Charlotte Tavern for a year, but she knew he'd moved there after his grandfather had died and he'd become Caden's guardian. He'd changed his life completely. Earlier in the night, he'd gotten angry at her for continuing to think of him as Playboy Jagger. His words came back to her.
I'm not that man anymore.
She lifted her gaze from where she traced the fire from which the phoenix was rising. You're a new man. The phoenix is a symbol of rebirth. He shrugged, and again she was left wondering why he seemed hesitant to talk about it. He sighed.
You're going to find this hard to believe, since my past was about partying, but I've always towed the Talbot line. I did what I was told, and lived the wild lifestyle of the other men in my family. Then I walked away from that. It makes my father nuts.
You're such a rebel. His lips twitched upward.
Yes, moving to a sleepy southern town to play father to a 5-year-old is rebellious.
In your case it is?
The tattoo I did on a whim. A symbol of leaving that life for a new one. Or maybe it was my last hurrah. I drank a little too much that night. What about you? What have you done that was rebellious?
She was going to say marrying him was her big rebellion, but was afraid he might misinterpret her. I just had sex on a dining table. He grinned.
Did you like it?
It wasn't bad. He growled.
Wasn't bad?
He grabbed her and rolled until she was underneath him.
I have some work to do then.
He ran his stubbled cheek along her collarbone.
I think you said you like my stubble on your skin.
Chelsea's heart rate shot up at his devilish tone.
I wonder if you'd like it along here.
He dragged his cheek lower and lower. Great day, she gasped.
It's gonna be.
He moved down her abdomen.
Open for me, Chelsea.
She did. And it wasn't bad. In fact, it was deliciously, mind-blowingly perfect. Chelsea studied herself in the bathroom mirror. As morning afters went, this one was a doozy. Her hips were sore, and she had love marks on her collarbone and inner thighs. Little red splotches marked her skin where he used his stubble to arouse her. She lifted her gaze to her face and couldn't stop a nervous laugh from escaping. She was shamelessly naughty herself, wondering if Jagger had love bites from her.
Chels? You okay in there?
Yes. She retied her robe, then reached over to open the door. As he came in, she picked up her brush to wrangle her mess of waves into order.
You're not going to give me the cold shoulder again, are you?
Jagger stepped behind her, watching her through the mirror. Does it feel cold? She let the robe drop from her shoulder. Jagger's hand caressed the smooth, exposed skin, following with his lips in gentle, seductive kisses.
Your shoulders are so soft.
Her hand reached behind her and cupped him. You're not. He ground his hips against her hand.
I never am around you.
He turned her in his arms, his hips pushing her back against the vanity. Her eyes widened in surprise and anticipation. She gasped when he lifted her to sit on the table and insinuated himself between her legs. His hands slid up her legs, pushing the robe open as they did.
Here.
All her girly parts fluttered to life. He grinned as he reached into his robe pocket, pulling out the condom he'd stored there. Were you a Boy Scout?
No, but I believe in being prepared.
She plucked the condom from his fingers. One dark brow rose at her action. Strip.
Yes, ma'am.
His robe pulled at his feet.
When we're done here, we can try the shower.
Her fingers traced the phoenix, sliding lower and lower until they brushed over the silky, hard length of him.
Chelsea,
he groaned, grabbing the condom back and with quick hands sheathed himself. She wrapped her hands around his shoulders. Somewhere in the back of her mind, the rational Chelsea was trying to warn her that letting down her guard with Jagger was a mistake.
But as Jagger stepped between her thighs and slid into her in one long, delicious glide, rationality was silenced.
Jagger followed Caden and Chelsea through the front door. After his and Chelsea's honeymoon night, they'd spent the morning naked until lunchtime. Then they returned to the penthouse and spent the day at the zoo and park with Caden. Jagger worried Chelsea's willingness to let him touch her would end once they left the hotel. But the next night, back at the penthouse, once everyone was asleep, she gave in to him again. Now, a day later, they were back at the estate in Virginia. He stopped in the middle of the foyer as realization hit. They were a family. Or at least a semblance of one. Caden wasn't his son, but the biology didn't change Jagger's love or desire to be Caden's father. Chelsea was his wife in every way except for one. They weren't in love. They liked each other, were working as a team to achieve their goals, and, even better, they were compatible in bed. More than compatible. Jagger had slept with many women, but none had ever so completely possessed him. Could this relationship grow into more? Forget something? Chelsea waited for him at the bottom of the stairs.
No. Just glad to be home.
Can we go swimming? Caden called from the top of the stairs.
I have to check on the horses, but after that we can.
Jagger started up the stairs behind Chelsea. I can take him. Jagger couldn't stop himself from grinning as an image of Chelsea in a bathing suit seared his brain. Yay! Caden ran off toward his room. Jagger and Chelsea continued up the stairs and toward their room. Once inside, Jagger took her arm and pulled her to him.
I'd like to see you in a swimsuit.
I'm swimming with Caden, so you'll need to keep your hands and ogling to yourself. He grinned, not remembering ever bantering like this with a woman.
Maybe we can go for a midnight swim when everyone is in bed.
Her brows drew together, and she looked to the side as if thinking about it. We could, but then I wouldn't have a suit on.
No?
In the South, midnight swims are for skinny dipping. Jagger's libido cranked up to 100 RPMs.
It's a date. Tonight.
She smiled. Right now, I have a date with another Mr. Talbot. She patted his cheek.
Give me something to tide me over.
He leaned toward her, their lips a whisper away. He saw a flash of heat and desire in her eyes. Sure. But she stepped away, walking around him to the middle of the room. Jagger turned to watch, a little bit disappointed, and a whole lot intrigued. Chelsea grabbed the ends of her shirt, pulling it over her head. Jagger put his hands on his hips to watch the show as she shrugged out of her cropped pants and kicked off her flats. With a gleam in her eyes, she reached behind her back to unhook her bra, tossing it at him. He caught it and groaned. Then she slid her panties down her strong legs. Here you go. Skinny dippin' preview. He couldn't hold back any longer. He stalked over to her. She held up a hand to stop him. This is just to tide you over. He groaned.
One touch.
She shook her head. You've got work to do, and in any minute Caden will knock on our door. Undaunted, he moved closer.
One kiss, then. A kiss goodbye to send me off to work.
Wasn't that what they did in real families? Her smirk suggested she didn't trust him. She probably shouldn't. But, with good intentions, he clasped his hands behind his back and gave her his most pitiful, needy expression. She laughed. You're as bad as Caden. She put her hand around his neck, pulling him to her. Once their lips touched, Jagger couldn't help himself, and his arms went around her. He prepared to be reprimanded, but she sighed and sank into the kiss. Miss Chelsea, I'm ready. Caden knocked on the door. That's my cue. She patted Jagger on the cheek. I'll meet you downstairs. 'Kay. Chelsea disentangled herself from Jagger. Have a good day at the office. Jagger climbed in his truck to drive the short distance from the house to the stables. He never thought of himself as a truck guy. Even now he didn't think he pulled off rugged truck-driving man. The truck was the most versatile and handy vehicle on the farm, so he put the truck in gear and headed out. The faster he finished his work, the sooner he'd be back with Chelsea.
He couldn't get the image of her strong, luscious body out of his mind. He had a great imagination, so he was able to conjure an image of that body gliding through the pool. How warm she'd feel in the cool water when he took her in his arms. Yep, he was eager to get on with the day. Jacker pulled in next to his foreman, Denny's truck. He slid out and made his way to the office. Jacker conducted most of his business from his office at the house so he could be close to Caden. The stable office was used mostly by Denny. Jacker walked through the stables. A few of the horses peeked out of their stalls, hoping for a carrot or apple. "Sorry, guys." Denny looked up from paperwork when Jacker pushed open the door. "Mr. Talbot." Like Grayson, Jacker couldn't get Denny to call him by his first name, but he knew that was a Southern custom. "Denny, how are you?" "Can't complain. That new mare has settled in real nice. She's as sweet as can be." "Glad to hear it." "Old Roscoe, he's taken to biting again." "We'll need to make sure Caden avoids him." "Yes, sir. Oh, before I forget, the sheriff delivered this yesterday." Denny handed Jacker an envelope. Even before he saw the Charlotte Tavern cord on the return address, Jagger knew what it was. It was as if his gut had a sixth sense. It clenched tight as he took the envelope. "You all right?" "Yeah." Jagger held the envelope as he felt his nearly perfect little family melt away. Like waking up from a wonderful dream to discover none of it was real. "I need to take care of this in my office. Is there anything pressing here?" Denny shook his head. "We're right as rain here, sir." "Good. Thanks." Jagger left the office, tossing the envelope onto the seat of his truck. He swore as he started the engine and headed back to the house. He wanted to call Tanya and promised to ruin her, except he didn't know her number or where she was living. Why hadn't he hired someone to find out sooner? He skidded the truck to a stop at the rear of the garage. He snuck in the house, not wanting to see anyone until he could look at the letter and know what he was up against. Fortunately, Grayson wasn't lurking. Jagger closed his office door. Sitting at his desk, he held the envelope, too cowardly to open it. He let out an expletive and ripped the envelope open. He knew what he was going to find, but seeing Tanya's name as the petitioner in the custody of Caden still took him by surprise. Fear, anger, and a profound sense of grief mixed in Jagger's gut. His worst fear had come true. He dropped the paper and sat back, wallowing in the torment of his emotions. But only for a moment. Jagger was a take-action kind of guy. He grabbed his phone and dialed Mrs. Monroe's number. Fortunately, she was in her office and agreed to stop by his home later that afternoon. "Do you know any good PIs in the area?" If she didn't, Jagger knew a few he could hire from New York, but he thought local PIs would understand the area and fit in better than New York PIs would. "Yes, she's out of Richmond." "I want to know where Tanya is and what she's doing. How is she paying for this? Dig up anything and everything. She can't take Caden." "I'll call her now. I'll see you in a few hours." Jagger hung up and hoped to hell Mrs. Monroe and her PI could do the impossible and help him keep Caden. Chapter 15. Chelsea poked her head into Jagger's office after her and Caden swam. She'd expected Jagger to join them, but once Caden's fingers started pruning, she decided something must have come up at the farm. She sent Caden upstairs to change while she checked on Jagger. "Caden's getting dressed. I'm about to head up to change, too." She glanced out the door to make sure no one was watching, and then she opened her robe. "You said you wanted to see me in a bathing suit?" Jagger's face remained impassive. In fact, although he'd looked at her, she got the feeling he didn't see her. "What's wrong?" She closed her robe as she walked farther into the office. He held up an envelope. Chelsea couldn't read the return address, but with Jagger's pained expression, it didn't take a brain surgeon to know what it was. "Jagger, I'm sorry." She reached out to touch him, but he withdrew. "She won't win. I won't let her."
The menacing promise in his voice sent a shiver through Chelsea. How far would he go to make sure Tanya lost? Have you called your lawyer?
She'll be here in 45 minutes or so.
I'll go change. Jagger finally made eye contact with her.
What for?
Chelsea frowned. To be presentable when she arrives? Is she local?
You're not a part of this.
His words felt like a slap, but Chelsea reminded herself he was in pain. We're married.
I'm in charge of Caden. Our being married doesn't change that.
Chelsea worked to tamp down her annoyance. Then why am I here? This marriage is all about keeping Caden. Jagger sprang from his desk, rushing toward the office door. He glanced outside the office before shutting the door.
Keep your voice down.
Why? You said we needed to act like this was a real marriage. In a real marriage, we'd fight this together. If we're not doing that, then why pretend anymore? He scowled.
We need to pretend so everyone believes we're a happy family. But we're not a team. Caden is my responsibility alone. I'll be making all the decisions about him.
While she cringed at the idea of being a subservient 1950s wife. This marriage was a business deal, so she needed to abide by his rules. Fine. She turned to leave, but his hand grabbed her arm.
I paid a fortune for you to act as a loving wife.
The mention of money shocked her, made her feel dirty. But she smiled sweetly, hoping she wouldn't lose her lunch. Why, of course, dear. My little old self couldn't possibly offer any help. I'll just run off and care for the chitlin. She glowered at him, yanked her arm free, and fled the room. Once in the foyer, she wasn't sure where to go. All of a sudden, the house felt like a prison. She considered leaving, but Caden appeared at the top of the stairs. I'm hungry. Want to make cookies? There was nothing like baking to take her mind off her troubles. Yay! Will Miss C let you use the kitchen? The comment reminded Chelsea that she was a guest in the house. None of Jagger's staff had warmed to her. Now Jagger was cold too, and the only friend she had was Caden. But she'd agreed to this arrangement, and so she needed to stick it out. We'll find out. What if she says no? Chelsea didn't have an answer. Let me get cleaned up, and we'll see what happens. After changing her clothes, Chelsea met Caden in the kitchen. Miss Z was nowhere to be seen. Chelsea checked her watch. It wasn't quite 4, so surely they had time before Miss Z needed to start dinner. You take a seat at the island, and I'll see if we have everything for snickerdoodles. Snickerdoodles? Caden laughed like it was the funniest word he'd ever heard. You've never had a snickerdoodle? I don't know. What is it? It's a cookie. We'll make my mother's recipe. You'll love it. Chelsea rummaged through the pantry looking for flour, sugar, and other ingredients. We're going to need a mixing bowl and measuring cups. I know where they are. Caden jumped down from the stool. Sometimes Miss C lets me watch her bake cookies. Well, this time you can help make them. Chelsea carried the ingredients to the island counter. She worked with Caden to find the needed bowls and measuring spoons and cups. Miss C usually uses that machine. Caden pointed to an electric mixer. This time we're going to use old-fashioned manpower. How strong are you? Caden held up his arm, showing off his bicep. Chelsea gave it a squeeze. You're strong enough to stir. Chelsea combined the ingredients to make half a batch and stirred enough so the flour wouldn't go flying if Caden's spoon slipped out of the bowl. Then she handed him the spoon. It's your go. He maneuvered onto his knees and, holding the bowl in one arm, began to stir. It's thick. His brows furrowed and his little pink tongue stuck out as he concentrated on mixing the dough. You're doing great. As he stirred, Chelsea gathered the cooking tools and set them in the sink. She'd wash them once the cookies were in the oven. She then went to stand with Caden. I used to make these with my mom. My mom is sick. Chelsea was surprised by his comment. She'd never asked Jagger what Caden knew about his mom. She only knew that Jagger didn't think Caden remembered her. I'm sorry to hear that. You're like my mom now. And Jagger is like my dad. There was a wistfulness in his tone, as if he wished she and Jagger were his parents. Families are made in all sorts of ways. Is this good? Caden showed her the bowl. That's pretty good. You've got a few clumps right there. Caden resumed stirring. Where's your mom? My mom died. Chelsea purposefully avoided saying she died after an illness so Caden wouldn't equate his mom with hers. Like your brother? Yes. What about your dad? He's gone too. At least you're not alone. You have us now. Chelsea smiled, even as her heart sank. She didn't have them. Not really. Soon she'd be back at her house, and if all went well, Jagger would continue to raise Caden. What are you doing? Chelsea jerked at Miss C's shrill tone. We're making cookies. Look, I'm stirring. Caden showed her the bowl. I see that. Caden missed Miss C's disapproving tone as he kept stirring. We have plenty of cookies. Now we'll have more. Chelsea worked to keep her voice unaffected. These are snickerdoodles. We don't have those. Caden pushed the bowl toward Chelsea. Is that good? Miss Z's lips pressed into a thin line. She inhaled a deep breath, turned on her heel, and left the kitchen. Good riddance. I don't think she likes us in the kitchen. You caught that, huh? Well, good thing we're almost done. Chelsea picked up the spoon, scooping up some of the batter. Then she dropped the dough in her hand and rolled it into a ball. Once you have a ball like this, we roll it in the cinnamon and sugar here, then put it on the cookie sheet. They're round? They'll flatten when they cook. She supervised as Caden worked to ball the dough and roll it in the cinnamon sugar. I never did this before. Cookie making is an important life skill. Caden had filled half the cookie sheet when Miss C returned with Jagger in tow. Great day, you tattled? I told you she doesn't like it. Caden dropped his spoon, looking reprimanded. Chelsea fisted her hands, hating that Miss Z could make a little boy feel he was in trouble simply because they were making cookies. Why would Jagger have hired someone so mean and insensitive? How am I going to make dinner in this mess? Chelsea took a deep breath to rein in her temper for Caden. If he hadn't been there, Chelsea was sure she would have let a few colorful words fly. Caden and I will clean up as soon as the cookies go in the oven. Jagger, we're making snickerdoodles. Miss Chelsea used to make them with her mom. Jagger's expression was a mixture of annoyance and anger. Her mom and brother and father died. We're her family now. Right, Jagger? Jagger jerked back, surprised by Caden's statement. He nodded.
I don't see what the problem is here, Miss C.
I can't cook in a crowded, messy kitchen. We're almost done. Chelsea then remembered the court letter. I'm sure Jagger has more important things on his mind than worrying about this. Miss C's nostrils flared, and Chelsea was sure she saw steam coming from them. Dinner will be late.
Then it will be late.
Jagger turned his back to Caden and Chelsea to give his attention to Miss C.
Chelsea is my wife. She is the mistress of the house, so you'll accommodate her.
Chelsea felt vindicated.
She's making cookies with Caden, for God's sake. It's not the end of the world.
Without a look back, he strode out of the kitchen. Miss Z shook with anger, and Chelsea was sure a litany of vile words was on the tip of her tongue. Fortunately, she turned and left the kitchen as well. Now what? Caden rolled the last cookie ball in cinnamon sugar. Now we put them in the oven to cook. I'm not allowed to use the oven. It can be dangerous. Chelsea put the cookie sheet in the preheated oven. Now move your stool to the sink, and we'll start cleaning our mess. She and Caden developed a system. She washed and he dried. 9 minutes later, they pulled the cookie sheet out and set it to cool while they finished the dishes.
Mrs. Talbot.
Chelsea turned to the voice of Grayson, who always managed to say her name with an air of disdain. What did these people have against her?
Mr. Talbot asks that you join in his meeting with Mrs. Monroe.
He does, huh? I'll be right there.
She turned back, handing Caden the last bowl. I got the impression it was urgent.
Grayson barely hid his irritation. Chelsea sighed. Caden, if Miss C comes in and fusses about the cookie sheet we haven't washed yet, tell her I'll be back after my meeting with Jagger. 'Kay. I'll help finish up. Mrs. Stanton appeared from nowhere. Chelsea always wondered how she knew she was needed. Chelsea dried her hands on a cloth and then followed Grayson to Jagger's office. She felt like she was in trouble and being sent to the principal's office. She racked her brain trying to determine why he and Miss C disliked her so much. Even Mrs. Stanton was cool toward her. Did they think she was low class? Were they suspicious of the quick wedding? They couldn't think she'd trapped Jagger, as she'd been clear she wasn't pregnant. Maybe they thought she was using some other ploy. Of course, that would mean they believed Jagger could be duped, but he was too worldly for that. So maybe they thought she was a gold digger, or were just overprotective of Jagger. Regardless, she was Jagger's wife. Shouldn't that come with some base level of respect from them? If she could pretend to be in a loving marriage, they could pretend to be respectful. Except she wasn't in a real marriage. Chelsea realized she wasn't any different from them. Jagger had even said so. I've paid a fortune to have you act as my loving wife. She worked for Jagger just as they did. The only difference was she was sleeping with him. She groaned at her stupidity. She'd told herself to keep the relationship businesslike, to not muddy the waters, but she'd tossed that aside when he'd looked at her with those mesmerizing, devilish blue eyes that promised sensual delights beyond her wildest dreams. She should regret having wild, wonderful sex with him, but she couldn't muster it. Every woman deserved to experience spectacular sex at least once in their life. She'd had her brief fling, and now she needed to put the kibosh on it. Grayson knocked on the door, opening when Jagger invited him in.
Mrs. Talbot, sir.
She was being announced to her husband. How surreal was that? She held back a snort. Grayson acted as if Jagger was king of the world.
Send her in, Grayson.
Plastering on a smile, Chelsea entered Jagger's office. He stood from his desk when she entered, looking like a ruthless businessman despite the fact he was in jeans and a t-shirt. An older woman with smart, shrewd eyes dressed in a light blue tailored suit turned from her chair.
Chelsea, this is Mrs. Monroe, my attorney in Caden's case.
Mrs. Talbot. Mrs. Monroe stood and took Chelsea's hand in a firm shake. Mrs. Monroe. Jagger motioned for Chelsea to sit in the chair next to Mrs. Monroe as he moved to stand behind her. He rested his hands on her shoulders, and she couldn't decide if it was meant as a loving, husbandly gesture or a way to let her know her role in this situation. You were just making cookies with Caden? Mrs. Monroe sat. Yes, I'm sorry. I should have brought you some. I'm on a no-sugar diet. My family says it makes me grumpy. Chelsea smiled, but wasn't interested in small talk. This is just the type of thing we need to make sure the court knows about. All the wonderful, enriching activities Caden has living with you. A mother who is a teacher and bakes cookies. I'm not Caden's mother. Jagger's fingers dug into her shoulders. She tried not to wince at the pressure. I know his birth mother isn't able to raise him, and I enjoy caring for Caden, but I don't feel comfortable erasing the fact that another woman brought him into the world.
He sees you as his mother.
Jagger kept a firm grip on her shoulders. She tilted her head up. He sees me as a mother figure, and you as a father figure. That's what's important, Mrs. Monroe said. You're the only parents he knows. That will count for something, especially since his mother abandoned him.
I'm certain he doesn't remember her,
Jagger said. Quite a way to start a new marriage, eh? Mrs. Monroe said. Chelsea nodded, unsure how to respond. Being married to you, a woman with deep roots to the community, a teacher no less, can only help his case. Chelsea smiled, but felt certain Mrs. Monroe was on to them. Or maybe Jagger had told her.
As his wife, it's important that you're involved in this as well.
I told you so, flickered through Chelsea's mind, but she kept her smile in place. Jagger is the one with guardianship. He makes the decisions regarding Caden, though, of course, I'll support him no matter what.
Excellent. You should attend court with him and be present when the guardian ad litem makes her visit to interview you.
Of course.
The birth mother will ask for visitation during the investigative period. No.
Jagger balked at the idea.
Mrs. Monroe raised a hand in a calming gesture. I'll work to stop it, but she is the mother. If she's able to prove she's made changes, it's likely the judge will allow some sort of visitation. I'll suggest it be limited and supervised. We'll ask for regular drug testing during the process as well. If she trips up, the case will be easily decided in your favor.
Caden doesn't know her.
Mr. Talbot, the odds of a judge granting some sort of visit with the birth mother are extremely high, unless she misses court or shows up on drugs. You need to be prepared to make some concessions.
Chelsea couldn't see Jagger's face, but she didn't have to know he didn't like what he was hearing. Tension radiated off him in waves. Maybe we can cross that bridge when we get to it. Chelsea placed a hand over Jagger's.
I told you, Mr. Talbot. Even with a wife, this will be an uphill battle if Caden's mom has pulled her life together. You need to be ready for that. In the meantime, I've got someone investigating her, and maybe we'll have something to use against her.
Chelsea frowned. An investigator. She supposed poking into the enemy's business was normal, but it felt mean and underhanded.
Her side will likely be doing the same. Granted, she doesn't have the financial resources you do, but every library has a stash of old tabloids filled with your exploits, Mr. Talbot.
Jagger flinched.
That's not my life now.
Immediately, Chelsea's mind flashed to the phoenix he wore like a talisman, a symbol of his new life, of his commitment to Caden.
No, but she's saying the same thing about her life. Also, Mrs. Talbot will be a target for them as well.
This time, Chelsea flinched. I've got no skeletons. Of course, that was partly why Jagger had chosen her. It was another part of her role. She worked for Jagger.
Good to hear. Mrs. Monroe stood. I'll be in touch before court next week. Just a reminder, Mr. Talbot, you'll want to wear a nice suit, but not one that makes you look like a ruthless businessman. Mrs. Talbot, dress like a mom.
Okay. Chelsea had no idea what that meant. Most of the moms she knew wore yoga pants and t-shirts. Certainly that wasn't what Mrs. Monroe was hinting at.
Let me show you out.
Jagger stepped from behind Chelsea.
No, I can see myself out.
She waved away Jagger's offer as she headed out the door. Chelsea gave her a head start before standing to exit his office.
Give me a minute.
Jagger went to the door, looked out, and then shut it so they were in private. I need to finish cleaning up the cookie mess before Miss Z gets all riled up again.
I'll handle her. You're my wife, and she needs to treat you as such.
Chelsea shook her head. Actually, I'm no different from her or Grayson or Mrs. Stanton. I work for you, just like they do. Jagger's brows pulled together in a frown.
That's not true.
It is. This marriage is a business deal. You paid a fortune for me, remember? He blanched at having his words thrown back at him. My part is to serve as your wife and a mother figure to Caden.
That's how you see things between us?
That's how they are. I suspect your staff knows or guesses at the truth. I got a big payday without having to do much. Mostly I play with Caden, plus I sleep with the boss. No wonder they don't like me.
Don't say it like that.
Anger reddened his cheeks.
You make it sound sordid.
His response made her think he saw this as more than a marriage of convenience. But she quickly dismissed the thought. He was attracted to her and probably cared for her as well, but it wasn't love. She couldn't let her silly dreams of a real family cloud the truth. Our sleeping together isn't sordid, but it's also not what this marriage is about. I forgot myself today. It's not my place to challenge you, as I did earlier, and I should have no expectation to be treated better by your staff, since I'm essentially staff as well." His jaw clenched.
You were right that you needed to be part of this custody case. You're my wife. You should expect the staff to respect that.
He stepped toward her, but she retreated. "I play your wife, so I need to look and act the part. But I'm not your wife in the real sense of the word. Not in a way that gives me any power." He stared at her as if she'd grown a third eye, but he didn't contradict her. He couldn't, because she was right. She'd simply reiterated all they'd agreed to when they concocted this crazy plan. He met his part of the deal, and she'd do better to meet hers.
I want you to share your ideas and opinions with me.
She nodded. "Okay."
I want you to feel comfortable living here. I want you to make cookies with Caden or do whatever you want without being hassled by the staff. I'll make sure they know that.
Chelsea nodded, but she wasn't going to hold her breath. Jagger stepped toward her again, and she retreated, lifting her hand to stop him.
We're back to that, then?
His dark blue eyes filled with fiery annoyance. "Yes." He stepped back, taking a deep breath. He stared at her for a long moment.
For a moment, it was perfect.
She wanted to ask him what he meant, but as soon as the words left his mouth, he turned away and headed back to his desk.
I've got some more work to do.
Yes, of course. The next week until the court date, Chelsea worked harder to project the air of a loving wife, and Jagger didn't push her to continue their affair. They were back to where they'd started. On the morning of the court day, she stood in the closet trying to figure out how to dress like a mom. Many of the moms she knew wore shorts, t-shirts, and flip-flops during the summer just like she did. Chelsea was certain that wasn't what Mrs. Monroe meant by dress like a mom. The problem was, Chelsea didn't have much else. As a teacher, she rarely had to dress up. Mostly she wore cropped or long pants. Her shoes mostly consisted of some variation of sneaker or flip-flop. Eventually, she chose a light blue skirt with a white sleeveless blouse and white flats. Jagger was quiet all morning and withdrew into a broody state the closer they got to the courthouse. His lawyer met them out front. "She's already here. There's something I want to ask you before we go in."
Is there a problem?
"Not a problem. She's got Jacob Masters as her lawyer. He's not cheap. I thought you said she didn't have money."
She drives an old car, so I didn't think she had much. Maybe she has some left over from what my father gave her.
She's working at a diner, so it's strange she'd have the money for that caliber of lawyer. "Does he work pro bono?" Chelsea asked. "Masters? No. I'll look into where she might be getting the money."
I don't think she's ever sold drugs, but maybe she is now,
Jagger offered. "I'll ask the PI. Now, when we go in there, don't say anything. The way you look now, it might be better not to look at her either." Jagger frowned. "You do look fierce." Chelsea threaded her arm through his, hoping to reduce the tension. "Let me do all the talking unless the judge speaks to you directly." Jagger nodded. "Remember, this is just a hearing. Odds are this will end with a trial date, okay?"
I understand.
Mrs. Monroe entered first with Jagger, holding Chelsea's hand, following. She glanced at Tanya. There was no way anyone would take her for a drug addict or a stripper. Chelsea wondered if her lawyer gave her the dress like a mom speech, too. She wore a light pink dress, and her brown hair was pulled into a loose braid down her back. Her head turned, her gaze stopping on Jagger. Chelsea would have expected a venomous glare, but Tanya's expression appeared more apologetic than adversarial. The court appearance followed exactly as Mrs. Monroe said it would, until the judge ordered a trial and a guardian ad litem for Caden. At that point, Mr. Masters asked for visitation for Tanya.
No.
Jagger's rough voice echoed through the court. The judge, who for the most part had appeared bored by the proceedings, sent him a chastising glare. Mrs. Monroe patted Jagger's hand. Your Honor, my client apologizes for his outburst. However, he does want me to remind the court Miss Gilson hasn't seen or even attempted to contact Caden Talbot for 2 years. The boy doesn't know or remember her. It would be disrupting to his life, not to say traumatic, to send him off to spend time with a total stranger.
So noted.
The judge turned back to Mr. Masters.
I have to agree. While I understand your desire to put your life back together, Miss Gilson, my job is to make decisions in the child's best interests. You haven't made a single attempt to see or contact your son in 2 years?
Not before now, Your Honor. Tanya looked down, and Chelsea could only imagine the guilt she was feeling at the dreadful choice she'd made 2 years earlier.
With that said, children have a natural curiosity about their parents. Regardless of the outcome of this trial, Caden should be reacquainted with his mother.
Chelsea squeezed Jacker's hand, hoping he wouldn't make a scene. His jaw tightened, and his hand nearly broke hers as the tension gathered in his fingers.
I'm ordering 2 2-hour supervised visits a week with Miss Gilson and Caden to be conducted at the local social services building.
Your Honor, Mrs. Monroe kept her voice neutral. We also applaud Miss Gilson's efforts to get her life in order. However, at this point, we have no proof that she has. How do we know she's not still using drugs or involved with people in that culture?
You should let me finish, Counselor. Miss Gilson will need to agree to drug testing over the course of the investigation period. My client doesn't object to that, Mr. Masters said. We do have one issue with Mr. Talbot. He's not originally from this area, and he has the money and means to flee with the boy.
Oh, please. Mrs. Monroe waved Mr. Masters' comment away. If Mr. Talbot was going to flee, he would have done it the first day Miss Gilson trespassed on his property, threatening to take the boy. Mr. Masters took in a calming breath.
He flies to New York frequently.
For business. And yes, he takes Caden as well as his wife and staff. However, he travels out of state only infrequently. He has lived full-time in Charlotte Tavern for over a year. He started a business that helps the local area. He's married and settled with a woman whose family has been in the area for over 200 years. More importantly, Mr. Talbot doesn't shirk his responsibilities. Mrs. Monroe looked at Tanya as she spoke the last words. She turned back to the judge. Mr. Talbot isn't going anywhere.
So far, Mr. Talbot has cooperated, but he needs to contact the court if he has any plans of traveling out of the Commonwealth.
He has no plans for such a trip at this time. The ride back home was silent. Chelsea wished she could do something to comfort him, but what could she say? There was nothing that could make his fear and pain go away except for Tanya to drop the case, or the judge to award custody to Jagger. Since neither of those were happening, all she could do was sit quietly and let him stew. Once home, he went straight to his office. Chelsea went out back, where Caden was playing some imaginary game involving a stick used as a sword. You're back. Mrs. Stanton launched herself from the chair where she sat supervising Caden. Where's Jagger? Did it go badly? There will be an investigation of all of us. The judge ordered visits with Tanya. No. Where's Jagger?
Allow yourself a moment of stillness, where time slows and the world feels gentle for just a breath.
He went to his office. Mrs. Stanton looked out toward Caden and then to Chelsea. I'll watch him. With a nod, she left. Chelsea tried not to think that a better wife would be comforting Jagger. Instead, she had to focus on what would best help him. Mrs. Stanton had raised Jagger. She'd know better than anyone how to get him out of his brooding mood.
Miss Chelsea!
Caden waved.
I'm playing pirate. Want to play too?
She trotted out toward him. Let me find my sword. Jagger was working in his office the following Monday when Mrs. Monroe called. For days, he'd been living with the fear of losing Caden. It wasn't right. No matter how much room Chelsea tried to give him to stew or Mrs. Stanton tried to placate him, they couldn't help him manage the powerlessness he felt. Damn Tanya! Seeing Mrs. Monroe's name on his caller ID only ratcheted up his agitation. The guardian ad litem will be Meg Carter. That's good. She's generally fair to dads, and we have a good case to depict you as a father figure to Caden. Jagger ran a hand through his hair, hoping she was good to nephews, too. The visitations are set up for Tuesday and Thursday from 2 to 4, unless there's some reason that can't be done. You told me your schedule is flexible.
It is.
Jagger sank back in his chair, feeling like every good thing in his life was slipping away. Even Chelsea was detached, despite her attempts to play her part, which she'd improved at. In many ways, she reminded him of the women he knew in New York. Not that she was shallow, but everything about her was an act. Of course, wasn't that what he'd asked of her? There's something else. Jagger sat up at the edge to Mrs. Monroe's tone.
What?
Mr. Masters' fee is being paid by an attorney in New York. A Ralph Johnson. Jagger went completely numb.
Are you sure?
Yes. You know him?
He's my father's attorney.
There was a pause. Your father doesn't like you, does he?
This is about money. He's probably worked something out with Tanya to get at Caden's trust.
Can he do that?
No. The trust is separate from the guardianship. I'm still in charge of it.
Still, a niggle of worry crept up Jagger's spine. If she's in cahoots with your old man to steal Caden's money, that's something the court should know about.
That would be illegal?
Depends. What's worse is that it would look like she was using her son to get rich. A part of Jagger believed his chances would be better if Tanya was using his father to get access to Caden's money. He wished she would just ask him for money because he'd pay any price to have her out of their lives. Another part of him was angry at the possibility that her quest was to get Caden's money and not to be his mother. Jagger knew firsthand the pain of parental rejection and didn't want Caden to experience it.
Can you use it?
I can certainly try. Jagger didn't hang up after talking to Mrs. Monroe. Instead, he immediately dialed Alexis and told her about this new situation.
I need you to go over those trust documents again and make sure there's no way my dad or Tanya can have access to Caden's money.
Your grandfather wouldn't allow for that.
I need you to make sure.
I'll get right on it. After that call, Jagger hung up, although he considered calling his father. It wouldn't do any good. Tipping off his father that he knew he was paying Tanya's legal fees could backfire if there was any way to use it against Tanya in court. Jagger had always known his father was a greedy bastard, but he hadn't known just how far he'd go to get what he wanted. His father hated Tanya and Caden, and here he was helping her to get custody. How the hell did he even know she'd filed? Maybe Tanya had gone to New York first, and Colin saw an opportunity in her effort to get Caden back. A little thing like a legal document wouldn't stop Colin from trying to get Caden's money. Wasn't that what he'd told him at Marlene's party? Jagger laughed at his father's idiocy. If he continued to spend money on legal fees to get Caden's money or fight GW's, well, he'd spend more than he'd get. But that was his father.
always wanting what he couldn't have just to spite people.
Chapter 16. Chelsea put a hand on Jagger's shoulder as he sat down with Caden at the breakfast table the next morning. He'd worried himself all night about how to tell Caden about his mom. It broke her heart. While parts of her believed Tanya deserved a second chance if she'd really gotten her life on track, she could see and feel Jagger's agony over the thought of losing Caden. He'd been in Caden's life since day one, and it would be a tragedy for the court to dismiss that simply because he wasn't Caden's birth parent. She wished she could wipe away his pain and worry.
Chelsea and I have something we need to talk to you about.
Are you having a baby? Chelsea gaped.
No.
'Cause Matthew said his mom and dad are having a baby.
I'm happy for them, but this is something else. Remember when you asked about your mom?
Yes. You said she couldn't take care of me because she was sick.
That's right.
Jagger paused. Chelsea squeezed his shoulder for reassurance.
She's gotten better, and she'd like to see you.
Caden's brows drew together. Do I have to live with her? Jagger stiffened.
This would be a visit, like when you spend the day with your friends.
Caden shrugged. Okay. Jagger turned back to Chelsea, his eyes seeking guidance. She shrugged. At 5, Caden had a limited ability to understand the scope of life. Jagger turned back to him.
The first visit is today.
Will you go with me? Again, worry tinged Caden's voice.
Chelsea and I will take you. There will be some other people and your mom, too.
You'll be there, too? Jagger looked down, and Chelsea knew he hated the idea that he couldn't stay with him during the visit, that Caden would likely be apprehensive about being with people he didn't know. When you see your mom, Jagger and I can't be there. Why not? Jagger took Caden's hands in his.
I wish I could be, buddy, but this is time for you to get to know your mom again. It will be okay, I promise.
Caden looked from Jagger to Chelsea. What if I don't want to go?
We don't have a choice. I'm sorry.
I bet they'll have toys there. Your mom is probably so excited to see you. To see what a great, fun kid you are. Chelsea hoped to reassure Caden. Do you think she'll like me?
I know she will.
Jagger pulled Caden into a hug.
You're the best thing she's ever done, and she knows it.
For all his broodiness, there was no doubt about his love for Caden. Chelsea admired how well he was able to relate to Caden and hold back his own feelings about Tanya in an effort to be supportive and reassuring. Jagger could teach a class to divorced parents on how to be a better parent in a custody dispute. She wished, more than anything, she could make this all go away for Jagger. That he and Caden could go on being the perfect little family unit they were. She pushed away the wish that she could join them permanently. Jagger and Chelsea flanked Caden and held his hand as they walked into social services. A woman about Chelsea's age met them in the lobby. Mr. and Mrs. Talbot?
Yes.
I'm Meg Carter, the guardian ad litem for Caden.
This is my wife, Chelsea, and this is Caden.
Meg shook their hands and squatted down to talk to Caden. I need to talk to your guardians for a minute. Over there you can see there are some Legos. Do you like Legos? Yes, I have Star Wars Legos at my house. How fun. I don't think there are Star Wars Legos there, but you can go play with them for a minute while I talk to Mr. and Mrs. Talbot. Caden looked at Jagger, who nodded. Caden trotted off to check out the box of Legos. I know this isn't an easy situation for you. That was an understatement. Miss Gilson is already here. There is a playroom set up for supervised visits. A social worker will be in the room with her and Caden, and they'll be watching through a one-way mirror.
What if he doesn't like it?
Jagger asked. We'll do all we can to make him feel safe and comfortable. I have your cell phone number if we need you to return sooner. Can I ask what you told him about this visit?
We told him his mom was feeling better and wanted to see him.
Feeling better?
When he was old enough to ask about her, I told him she was sick. It seemed like a better thing to say than the truth, which was she chose her drugs over him and left.
Meg's face remained impassive. Chelsea suspected she ran into many guardians and parents who weren't too happy to be in a custody battle. It's commendable you've been able to keep your resentment of Miss Gilson from him.
It's not his fault.
Right. Well, I'm going to take him back to the playroom. You can return at 4. Jagger went rigid. The moment had come. Chelsea looked at him. His face was as hard as granite, while his eyes shone with pain. Her heart broke for him. She reached out to rub his arm, offering comfort even while knowing it wouldn't help.
Hey, Big K.
Jagger's voice was tense. Caden looked up from digging in the Lego box.
Miss Carter is going to take you to another room to see your mom for a couple of hours.
Are there Legos in the room? There are. I'm sure your mom would love to see what you can build, Meg said. Caden walked over to Jagger and took his hand. Will you be back? Jagger squatted down so he could look Caden in the eye.
I'll always be here, buddy. Always.
Chelsea chanced a glance at Meg, who remained impassive. Chelsea wondered how she could close her heart to this, and yet knew she probably had to in order to do the job. Caden threw his arms around Jagger, the first sign since they'd left that afternoon that Caden might be nervous. Jagger hugged him tight.
You'll be okay. Afterward, maybe we can get some ice cream.
Dipped? Caden's eyes widened in excitement.
Whatever you want.
Okay. Caden turned to Meg, who held out her hand. Let's go see your mom. Jagger watched Caden as he walked through a door to a back hallway.
I hate this.
I know. I do too. He turned to her, his expression lost. Intellectually, Chelsea understood Tanya's desire to reconnect with her son, but in her heart, Chelsea hated what she was doing to Jagger. Why don't we get some coffee? He nodded, and they walked back to his SUV. They drove the short distance to the local Java joint where he ordered a regular coffee and Chelsea ordered iced tea to cool off from the heat of the June day. They sat outside at an umbrella-covered table that offered shade but little to protect them from the humidity. Jagger sat silently, his expression gloomy. Chelsea was still unsure how to respond to these moods. She'd only been able to break him of it one time by having sex with him. That was no longer an option. Jagger, if you want silence and to be left alone, I can do that, but brooding doesn't really fix or change anything. So, if you want, I can distract you from your doom and gloom and talk. He leaned his forearms on the table.
What do you want to talk about?
She hadn't thought that far ahead. She scrambled for something. Why did you decide to rescue horses? It was a dumb question, because she had already asked and knew the answer. He stared at her for a moment, but then sat back.
I own a horse farm. It seemed like it should have horses, but I didn't want to train or breed them. Alexis suggested I could offer boarding. In researching and talking to Denny, he suggested taking in retired horses. The rescue started after a local animal control called looking for a place to care for several neglected horses they'd taken into custody.
Do you like it? He toyed with his coffee cup.
Yeah, actually, I do. It's really the first thing I've done that's mine.
She smiled and, at the same time, felt sad for him. He was over 30 and only recently did something that was all his. Though he'd hinted earlier about the expectations placed on members of the Talbot family. Your dad doesn't like it.
My dad doesn't like anyone or anything except money.
When we went to pizza after Caden's conference, you said you weren't really settled in here, but seeing you in New York with your people, you don't seem to fit there either. He shrugged.
I don't belong anywhere.
He turned away, his jaw clenched as if he didn't like that he'd said so much. He turned back.
I left that life on purpose. I can't complain. I'm rich, I've got my looks, and I'm raising Caden. I've got everything anyone would want.
Belonging is fairly high on the hierarchy of needs. Jagger laughed, but there was no humor in it.
You learned that in teaching school?
I was a psych major in college. He shrugged. The nurturing part of her longed to soothe him, but another part of her was growing annoyed. He was right. He had a lot going for him. Yes, this situation with Caden was difficult, but there was still a lot Jagger could do besides lament over the current state of things. You know, if you got out more like we did the week of the engagement, people would know you and include you.
I tried that.
Chelsea scoffed. A date with Dana Dalton doesn't count as trying to assimilate into Charlotte Tavern living. Her comment reminded her that she and Mitch had failed him by not trying harder to include him. Maybe we can take Caden to the park or city pool sometime. Or the library has some great summer programs he'd probably enjoy.
Actually, that's a good idea. It could help my case, too.
Chelsea frowned and considered telling him that not everything he did had to revolve around this custody case. But it would fall on deaf ears, because the reality was that Jagger was 100% about this case. What if Jagger lost? What happened to a person who put every fiber of his being into a single goal only to lose it? Talking about summer activities was distracting him from his foul mood, so she pushed her worry aside. I promised you real honest-to-goodness Southern barbecue. If it wouldn't rile Miss Z too much, we could go for dinner tonight. The tension in his features lessened, although it didn't go away entirely.
I thought you'd make it.
It takes hours and hours to make authentic barbecue. But I happen to know a place.
I promised him ice cream.
So we'll have dessert first. By the time they were ready to get Caden, they'd decided on ice cream and barbecue for dinner, as well as made future plans to hike the Blue Ridge, go gem mining, visit the local caves, and participate in traditional summer activities, such as swimming and going to the park.
So, how was it?
Jagger kept his voice neutral as he drove them to the ice cream shop. It was okay.
What'd you do?
Built Legos. Chelsea glanced back at Caden. He was staring out the window. Clearly she and Jagger were more interested in his 2 hours with Tanya than he was. The good news was he didn't seem affected by the visit one way or another. He wasn't begging to stay, but he didn't appear traumatized by it either.
Did you talk?
Yeah, I told her about school and the horses and stuff. Jagger glanced at Chelsea. She shrugged.
What kind of ice cream do you want?
Swirl.
Swirl dipped, coming right up. Then Miss Chelsea's taking us to a real-life barbecue place.
Do I have to wear a bib?
Nah, we'll live a little.
Jagger winked at Caden through the rearview mirror. Over the next few weeks, they fell into a routine. Chelsea and Jagger played tennis most mornings, unless it was storming. He went off to work at the stables and later in his office. But he was never far away, occasionally joining in an activity she and Caden were doing. Chelsea couldn't remember ever having so much idle time, so she filled it with things she could do with Caden, such as vegetable gardening. A couple times a week, the three of them went out as a family, which was really the only chance Chelsea had to see her old friends. She could see how easy it was to stay isolated at the house, when just about everything she wanted or needed was there. The only difficult days were the mandatory visits with Tanya. A few times Caden didn't want to go, not because he didn't want to see Tanya, but because they interrupted a fun activity. After his visits, he indicated he'd had fun, but that was about it. He never asked about living with her or her coming to live with them as Chelsea might have expected. Not that everything was perfect in their fake world. Jagger's staff continued to give her the cold shoulder. Grayson always talked to her like she was something he'd dragged in on the heel of his shoe. Miss Z either ignored her or gave her the evil eye. Only Mrs. Stanton appeared to make an effort, but there was still a coolness in her demeanor. Mrs. Stanton had been Jagger and Caden's mother figure, and now here was Chelsea filling the role of wife and mother. For that reason, Chelsea worked to make sure Mrs. Stanton continued to feel needed. On a few occasions, Chelsea had lunch with Lexi and Sydney, or spent an afternoon helping Jagger at the stables, so Mrs. Stanton had something to do by caring for Caden. When Caden and the staff weren't around, and it was just her and Jagger, things were good. They fell into an easy friendship. When she'd first ended the sex part of their relationship, things had gone back to being awkward for a week or so. But after Caden's first visit with Tanya, when Chelsea convinced Jagger they needed to get out more, their relationship had improved. She wondered if sleeping with him had helped in some ways. He'd seen her naked and touched her in the most intimate ways possible. A little hand-holding and a kiss in public wasn't so strange after that. Another part of her thought it was more than that. Through this experience, she'd learned a lot about Jagger, how he was so much more than a former playboy trying to do right by his uncle. She respected and admired his honor and loyalty, especially where Caden was concerned. He was much deeper than people, including her at one time, had given him credit for. He was overly generous, not just with his money, but in other ways as well. He didn't make excuses or act annoyed when she beat him at tennis, although Chelsea determined it would take more than being beaten by a girl to make a dent in Jagger's masculinity. She was constantly fighting the desire to jump him. In public, she often initiated contact with him, and it was growing harder to resist the urge in private. Not just to comfort him when the custody issue weighed on him, but any time, like when they watched TV or when he was in the shower after tennis. He was like a magnet that was growing stronger, and her resolve was waning. She suspected Jagger could tell, although he still didn't push her for more. There was a knowing gleam in his eyes, and he often spoke in innuendo. In fact, she was pretty sure he was thinking it was only a matter of time before they ended up naked together again. Deep down, she suspected he was right. As annoying as her hormones were, Chelsea hoped that her attraction to Jagger would be obvious to Meg Carter during her home visit and interviews. The only bump in the interview was when Meg Carter brought up their marriage and how close it was to Tanya's arrival. Some may think it was your way of gaining points with the court.
That's insulting to Chelsea and me.
Meg Carter studied him as if that wasn't the response she'd expected. It wasn't a denial, and yet it had been said in a way that made any further pursuit of the question a personal affront. She must have not wanted to offend him as she let it drop. The rest of the interview covered Caden's daily routine and other aspects of its care. They also learned Meg was talking to the staff, which gave Chelsea concern. If they suspected the marriage was a sham, would they say so? In a final part of the interview, Meg observed them as a family. On that front, Chelsea thought they aced the test. There was no way to be with Jagger and Caden and not see the love and happiness that radiated between them. All that was left were the few weeks until the next court date. Mrs. Monroe warned that a decision probably wouldn't be made at that time unless Tanya's investigation came back with something glaring against her. Jagger, for once, didn't seem worried, which stumped Chelsea and made her wonder if he knew something he wasn't telling her.
"Hey, Caden, want to go riding?"
Jagger sipped from his coffee cup on Thursday morning. Caden was now into his 4th week of visits with Tanya and had a visit that afternoon.
Yay! Can I ride Mabel?
I don't see why not. How about you, Chels? Want to go for a ride?
There was a twinkle in his eyes that made her wonder if he was thinking of the ride he'd given her on the dining table of their hotel in New York. As usual, her insides fluttered at the memory. I always like a good ride. He grinned.
Why don't you come up around 9?
He set his cup in the sink, where Miss C immediately scooped it up to put it in the dishwasher. If we're riding, we need to change. Chelsea brought her coffee cup to the sink, rinsed it out, and put it in the dishwasher, because Miss C always fussed at her if she left dishes out. Okay. Caden jumped down from the table and ran out of the kitchen. I'll take care of that, Miss Z barked at Chelsea when she reached for Caden's breakfast dishes. Lifting her hands in surrender, Chelsea left the kitchen. Just before 9, she and Caden showed up at the stables in jeans and sneakers. There's Mabel. Caden rushed over to where a horse stood, already saddled. She's lovely. Chelsea petted the horse's neck.
This is Chester. Denny brought a bay-colored horse to her. I'm told you've ridden before, but it's probably been a while.
Yes. She took the reins from Denny and patted Chester. Will you help me up? Caden walked Mabel to Denny.
Sure thing, big guy.
Denny got Caden situated on the horse.
I can give you a leg up too, Mrs. Talbot.
Thank you. Denny walked Caden's horse out to the ring with Chelsea following. It had been a long time since she'd been on a horse. In fact, the last time she'd ridden was to exercise the horses for the Talbots the summer of her 16th year. Like with riding a bike, the memory yarn in her muscles kicked in and she settled into the ride. Denny walked Caden's horse over some cavaletti. Feeling confident, Chelsea took Chester to a trot and eventually did a loop of the ring at a canter. Wow, you go fast, Caden said as she brought her horse to stand with his. Someday you can go fast too. Is it scary? No, it's exhilarating, but you have to practice first. I'm gonna practice. When the ride was done, Jagger met them back at the stable.
You looked good out there, Red.
It was the first time he'd used a nickname for her. Chelsea didn't particularly like the nickname Red, and yet she felt a little warm and gooey inside that Jagger had given her one. She goes fast, Jagger. Did you see her?
I did. I didn't know I married a fast woman.
The banter felt so normal and real. More and more she wished it was. There's a lot you don't know about me. He flashed her a grin.
Maybe during the winter we can fly down to the Caribbean. There are places there you can ride on the beach. In your swimsuit, even.
Her heart stuttered in her chest even as her stomach fluttered at the gleam in his eye. They'd agreed this marriage would go as long as Caden's custody was up in the air, which could last beyond the winter. It could go on for a year or more. But he couldn't know how long the case would last. What if Caden's custody was resolved by the start of school? Would Jagger still want to take her to the Caribbean? His winter trip planning made her wonder if he saw their relationship as more than just a business arrangement.
Mr. Talbot, the vet's pulling up.
Denny pointed to a truck parking at the barn.
I'll be right there.
Chelsea shook her head of fanciful dreams. He was just being flirtatious. Hey, how about a snack, Caden? I can make us some ants on a log. Ew. Caden scrunched up his face. You'll love it, I promise. Back at the house, she and Caden washed their hands, then she sent him looking for celery, while she went to the pantry to find peanut butter and raisins. When she heard talking in the dining room, she initially ignored it, until she heard Miss Z say, "Have you seen how she eats? Someday that metabolism will stop and she'll get as fat as a pig. He won't want her then."
She's pretty active, Mrs. Stanton said. She and Jagger are newlyweds. Knowing Jagger, they probably burn calories in their private time.
Chelsea's cheeks burned. Was the staff really talking about her and Jagger's sex life? No, I've changed a lot of Talbot sheets in my day, and I can say for certain they're not burning them up. Chelsea gaped.
Miss Z.
Grayson's voice sounded affronted. I'm just saying. There's something fishy. I know you think it too. She doesn't fit. She's boyish. I think I can count on my hand the number of times I've seen her wear real shoes. Chelsea looked at her sneakers. Weren't those real shoes? Normally she wore flip-flops. She supposed those weren't real shoes either. She just doesn't have the grace and sophistication of a Talbot. Neither did Tanya, Mrs. Stanton said. And look what happened there. I can't imagine what he sees in her unless this is all about Caden's custody.
Mr. Talbot wouldn't do that.
Grayson's voice sounded sure. Oh, I don't know, Mrs. Stanton said. I think he'd do anything for that boy. Well, if you ask me, he should have chosen someone else to play wife and mother. She doesn't have grace or class. Normally, Chelsea could let such remarks roll off her, especially from snooty folks. In fact, she'd usually give them a piece of her mind. But this time, Humiliation struck deep. Did Jagger think she lacked class, too? She knew why he chose her. She was a teacher and had deep roots in the area. He was attracted to her and enjoyed spending time with her. But did he think less of her because she didn't have the grace and sophistication of Alexis? If Mitch hadn't intervened at the wedding, would Jagger have asked her on a date? Or would he have thought, as his staff did, that she wasn't Talbot material? "Miss Chelsea?" Caden yanked on her shirt. "The peanut butter is there." He pointed to the shelf. "Yes, thank you." She grabbed the jar and closed the pantry. Today they'd just have logs without ants. She'd just scooped out the peanut butter to put on the first stick of celery when Miss Z walked in. Chelsea looked up, caught her gaze, and was sure Miss Z knew they'd been overheard. "It's impolite to eavesdrop." Chelsea laughed, because the alternative was to cry. Miss Z stared at her like she'd grown a second head, and then left. "Caden, I just remembered I have something I need to take care of." "What about the ants?" "I'll find the ants." Mrs. Stanton entered. Chelsea hurried from the kitchen and rushed to her room. Or actually, Jagger's room. It didn't matter how much he'd done to make her feel at home. It hadn't worked. And now, more than ever, she needed out. She took a quick shower to wash off the horse dust and threw on shorts, a tank top, and flip-flops, her own special suck-it, Miss Z outfit, and then made her way to the foyer. She grabbed her purse from the hall closet, which was where it always ended up no matter where she left it.
"Where should I tell Mr. Talbot you're going?"
Grayson's monotone voice echoed through the room. Her mind wasn't nimble enough to come up with an answer, so she simply walked out the front door. A small wave of relief washed through her as she exited the driveway of the Talbot estate and headed toward town. She had no idea where she was going, but didn't really care as long as she was away from Snooty, Snootier, and Snootiest. She really wanted to talk to Lexi, but didn't know how she could get the help and comfort she needed without telling her the truth about everything. Since she'd promised Jagger she'd keep their secret, seeing Lexi wasn't an option. The other choice was to go to the only place that had ever been a comfort and sanctuary. Her home. As she drove down the tree-lined street of historic homes, she relaxed even more. Soon she'd be in her own home, the place she'd had love and support and a real sense of family. When she pulled in her driveway, though, she stopped and double-checked the house number. What was a work truck sitting in her driveway? She pulled in beside it and got out. Going to the side door, she called out, "Hello?" A young man opened the screen.
"Chelsea Beamer, or should I say Talbot?"
"Earl?"
"Yes, ma'am."
He pulled his ball cap off. She'd gone to high school with Earl, and while she'd gone to college, he'd gone right into his father's home renovation business.
"Where's Mr. Talbot? I told him to give me another week before giving you your surprise, but I guess he was too eager."
"Surprise? He's not with me."
"Oh. Well, uh-oh, then. But hey, it's not my fault you showed up."
"Can I come in and see what's been done?" She was having a hard time wrapping her mind around Jagger renovating her home in secret.
"Well, all right. But you act surprised now when he tells you."
"Yes, I will." She walked through the door Earl held open for her.
"We've done all your rewiring, and you'll be happy to know you've got a circuit box. None too soon, either, because your fuses were as old as dirt. We put in new HVAC and fixed up your plumbing."
Stunned, Chelsea walked into her kitchen with refurbished cabinets, new flooring, and new appliances in the vintage style she'd wanted.
"I hope you like it. Mr. Talbot was adamant we follow the specifications in your book."
"Book?"
"Yes, ma'am. That one there."
She looked to where Earl pointed and saw her house scrapbook sitting on the counter.
"The upstairs is done, but we still have to do a little more down here, mostly painting and trim."
It's wonderful. She hadn't left the kitchen yet, but if it was representative of the rest of the house, it had to be perfect.
Everyone else is cut out for another job. I was just putting in the new faucets in the kitchen. Looks right nice if you ask me.
She looked at the kitchen sink with the Victorian-style faucet. Yes.
I'm gonna head out now. Maggie May's folks are stopping by for dinner on their way to Hilton Head, and she'll skin me alive if I'm late.
Chelsea checked her watch, seeing it was just afternoon. You better get going, then. Thank you for this, Earl.
Why, you're welcome, Miss Chelsea.
He took his hat off and gave her a slight bow. Say hello to Maggie May for me. Chelsea had gone to school with her as well.
Yes'm, I will.
Once the door shut behind Earl, Chelsea stood paralyzed in her kitchen. It was like a dream, and Jagger had given it to her. But why? Their agreement was that he'd pay her debts. So why had he done this? How had he known? With the completion of the work only a week away, he had to have arranged for it weeks ago, shortly after their marriage. She propelled herself forward, touring the dining and living rooms, admiring the chandeliers, the crown molding, and the beautifully refinished pine floors. She made her way upstairs and found her black and white bathroom tiles scrubbed to a bright shine and the clawfoot tub looking brand new in the center. In the master bedroom, her furniture was still covered, but the window seat had been cleaned and painted, and new pillows offered an inviting place to read. Wanting to see the full effect, she removed the sheets covering her bed and other furniture. It was like walking back in time to when the house was new. Whirling with emotion, she sat in the window seat. How would she ever thank Jagger for this? Sure, he had the money, and so it hadn't been a big deal on his end. But for him to think of it, to follow through as a surprise gift to her, that was something else entirely. It made her feel inadequate, and petty, even. She'd withheld so much from him, not just sex, but herself. She couldn't hide her attraction to him, but she was constantly pushing down the emotions that ran deeper than lust. She couldn't do something as significant as this, but there had to be something that would mean as much to him as this did to her. She didn't know what it was, but she'd figure it out, and hopefully, he'd feel the belonging and gratitude he deserved. Chapter 17.
Where's Chelsea?
Jagger had made a beeline for the shower when he'd gotten back from the stables. Once dressed, he prepared to take Caden to his visit with Tanya. But as he walked through the house, there was one glaring missing piece. Chelsea.
She left, sir.
Grayson stood in the foyer.
Left? Where? We have to take Caden to his visit.
Jagger tried to wrap his brain around Chelsea's behavior. She wasn't one to run off, especially if she had an appointment. Granted, she didn't need to go with him and Caden, but he liked that she did. She had a way of keeping him centered. Even when she let him brood, just knowing she was there kept him from veering off too far into the darkness.
She didn't feel the need to tell me, sir.
Grayson's voice held condescension that irked Jagger. Was the staff still mistreating her? He was so preoccupied with Caden's case and work he hadn't paid attention.
What did she say?
Caden trotted down the steps with Mrs. Stanton behind him.
She didn't say a word.
I think she was sad.
Caden jumped from the last 2 steps to the foyer floor.
Sad?
Jagger turned his attention to Caden.
Yep, people were saying mean things.
What people?
But Jagger knew. He looked at Grayson, who avoided eye contact with him. Mrs. Stanton stopped short, her eyes wide with surprise and perhaps guilt.
Miss C said she ate too much and would get fat like a pig. And she didn't wear shoes, and they said something about the sheets. I didn't hear that part very well.
Miss Z!
Jagger bellowed from the foyer. Fury erupted from deep within him. How dare they say awful things about Chelsea? especially since the complaints they had about her were the characteristics that drew him to her. He loved that she ate what she wanted. She was the first woman he met who enjoyed food as much as he did. She wasn't glitzy or fussy with her dress or appearance, which he appreciated, especially since she didn't need to worry about how she looked. She had a natural, earthy beauty he found refreshing and so sexy it was often hard to keep to his no-touch rule. He didn't want to think about what the sheets comment was about. It couldn't have been good, and Caden had heard it all. More than that, Jagger hated that his staff, people he'd trusted, had hurt her. She was kind and gentle. She was sacrificing a lot living in a home that wasn't hers, pretending to be something she wasn't, which was hard enough. To learn she'd been mistreated made him feel guilty for not noticing, and angry at his staff.
I'll go. You stay right here.
Jagger pointed to Grayson.
Both of you.
Miss C hurried in.
What's all the commotion?
Jagger whirled on her.
Did you say Chelsea ate like a pig?
Initially, Miss C's eyes widened in surprise, but then she pulled her expression back to nonchalance. Eavesdropping is rude.
That's not what I asked,
Jagger roared at her. He'd never yelled at his staff, but then he never thought he'd have to. What's eavesdropping? Caden looked up at Miss C with wide, inquiring eyes. It's listening to conversations that don't concern you. Miss C was unfazed by Jagger's anger, which pissed him off more. We weren't listening. We were getting ants on a log for a snack. We could hear them in the dining room.
Did you say she ate too much?
Perhaps it was the low menace in his voice, as opposed to loud anger that caused Miss Z to step back.
We didn't know she was there. Why would you say that? What's wrong with you? Mrs. Stanton, you were a part of this?
It was one thing for Grayson and Miss Z to be mean, but Mrs. Stanton was better than that. Wasn't she? She's the one who had taught him right from wrong, about respect and kindness.
It was an unfortunate. It was more than that. Why are you talking about her in the first place?
Grayson finally made eye contact, but Jagger didn't think he looked nearly guilty enough. In fact, Grayson's narrowed eyes appeared to be accusatory.
We have always been of service to you, Mr. Talbot, so there's no reason for you not to trust us.
Jagger studied Grayson, completely stumped about what the man was saying.
How can I trust you when you hurt my wife?
Grayson huffed out a breath.
You can tell us the truth about this marriage.
What are you talking about? Except Jagger knew what he was talking about. Chelsea had already suggested his staff suspected something fishy about their marriage.
We know you didn't marry her for love. Since it was right after Miss Gilson showed up, we think you wanted a mother for Caden to help your case. Even if that were true, wouldn't that give you more reason to be nice to her?
Miss C scoffed.
You have something to say, Miss Z?
Her lips drew into a fine line.
I'm waiting.
Jagger realized that he'd never even talked to Caden this tersely. He certainly never thought he'd have to speak to his staff like they were children. She took your money and does nothing. Jagger put his hands on his hips.
Really? She puts up with you.
Miss C had the good sense to jerk back.
She spends time with Caden, and she's been an invaluable support in dealing with Tanya. She keeps me grounded, so it's too bad she's not here now because I'm about to go off.
He stepped away and paced the foyer. That was when he noticed Caden still standing there.
Get in the car. I'll be right there.
Caden bit his lip and looked to everyone with uncertainty in his eyes. I didn't mean to get anyone in trouble.
You didn't. They got themselves in trouble. It's okay. Go get in the car.
Jagger waited until Caden was out the door before turning back to his staff.
He heard you. You're supposed to be role models.
Finally, all three dropped their heads in shame. In some ways it angered Jagger more. They didn't feel bad about hurting Chelsea, only that Caden had overheard them. He took a deep breath.
I know it was a lot to ask you to move down here. It's been an adjustment for us all. If you want, you can go. But if you stay and continue to treat Chelsea poorly, I will fire you."
All three heads shot up, shock widening their eyes.
"I can always hire new help. Chelsea is irreplaceable."
His words weren't just to prolong the marriage ruse. In that moment, Jagger believed them and would follow through. He let his statement sink in for a moment.
"I'm taking Caden to visit with Tanya, and then I'm going to look for Chelsea. You better hope I can convince her to come back."
The only thing that prevented Jagger from getting too heated about dropping Caden off at social services for his visit with Tanya was his worry that Chelsea wouldn't continue to help him. As usual, Meg Carter met him at the door for the handoff. He told Caden to have fun and that he'd be back in 2 hours. Then Jagger was in the SUV, driving to where, he didn't know. He considered going to Lexi's. If Chelsea needed a friend to talk to, Lexi would be the one. But as he entered the historic section of town, he wondered if a woman who'd left her life and was in pain would return to the safest place she knew. She loved her home. As he made her way to her house, a new worry popped into his mind. If she'd gone home, she'd see the renovations he'd arranged. She'd be seeking refuge and instead would find a mess. He cursed that his good intentions would cause her more pain. When he pulled behind her car in the driveway, he steeled himself for her anger at his staff and the condition of her house. He was relieved that most of the debris was gone. The landscaping and exterior painting hadn't been done. He could only guess at the condition inside. Then he wondered where the workers were. Had she sent them home? He stepped up onto the covered porch and rapped on the door.
"Chelsea?"
The house was quiet. Testing the handle, the door opened. He stepped into the entryway, the scent of paint and varnish heavy in the air.
"Chelsea?"
He wanted to tour the home to see how it looked, but that could wait. Hearing movement upstairs, he made his way to the second floor. He headed straight to the master bedroom. She sat in the window seat, her eyes scanning the room until they stopped on him.
"Are you mad?"
"At you?" She shook her head. He nearly did a facepalm. Of course she'd be mad at his staff, but he'd been asking about the house.
"I mean about the house. The renovations."
She scanned the room again, her features unreadable. Then she stood and walked toward him. He prepared for her anger or disappointment, which was why she nearly knocked him over when she launched herself in his arms, wrapping him so tight he thought she might not let go. He hoped she wouldn't. "Thank you." Her words were hoarse in his ear, and he wondered if she was crying. He'd been able to go most of his adult life without having to deal with a woman crying, and he wasn't sure what he should do. Because he didn't know what to say, and because he was just so glad she was in his arms, he dipped his head to her neck, inhaling her sweet floral scent.
"I wanted to surprise you."
"You did?"
"In a good way, not by having my staff send you running."
She leaned back, and now he could look into her deep chocolate brown eyes. "This makes up for everything they've done or will do." The tightness in his chest finally loosened.
"There won't be a will do, Chelsea, I promise. I'll fire them before I let them hurt you again."
Her eyes watered. "You don't know how good you are, do you?" He shook his head. He didn't feel as good as the awe in her eyes suggested. How could he? Sure, he had money to pay her debts and fix up her house, but what kind of man didn't notice when his staff was mistreating his wife? She pressed her palms to his cheeks and brought her lips to his. Her kiss, so soft and gentle, was filled with something he couldn't name. Whatever it was, he liked it. He wanted to hold on to it. To her. "I don't know how to tell you how wonderful you are. What a good soul you are." He didn't know how to respond to that, but he didn't have to say anything as she kissed him again. This time she turned up the heat, and his body immediately responded,
liquid fire coursing straight to his loins. He didn't know her intentions, but the need to touch her, be a part of her, became vital, like breathing. A tight knot reformed in his chest, but it wasn't anger or fear. Instead, it told him that this, him and her, was so much more than a friendly marriage of convenience. She made him feel things he'd never felt before. For so long he'd been alone and untethered in the world. She was the anchor that kept him grounded. She looked at him with those dark brown eyes and saw things in him he didn't know were there. Less and less he thought about the day when this marriage would be over. And instead, nearly all his future plans had her by his side. His mind was a jumble of words he wanted to tell her, like how he felt whole and complete when he was with her, how full his life felt with her and Caden at his side, how he felt a part of something good and pure with her. Instead of using his lips to speak the words, he used them to show her. He kissed her, pouring every ounce of himself into it, hoping she'd know she mattered to him. He held her tighter, so she'd feel his need for her, not just the physical need, but the emotional as well. Tell me you want this.
His warm breath wafted over her ear. The sensation sent shivers over her entire body. I want you. He lifted his head, his eyes searching hers. To assure him she wanted the same as he did, she brought her lips to his and kissed him again. He groaned, lifted her, and in a few strides had her on the bed. He took his time, pushing off her tank top, sliding her shorts down her legs.
You're so beautiful, Chelsea.
His lips captured hers as his body pressed her into the mattress. There was something different this time about the way he kissed and touched her. An awe and reverence she hadn't seen the last time. She wanted to believe it meant something, but was too afraid to let her mind go there. But she wasn't afraid to show him how much she admired him. Despite her attempts to keep her heart safe, the truth was, she loved this man. How could she not? It wasn't because of his looks or money or incredible bedroom skills. It was because of his innate goodness toward her and Caden, his unfailing loyalty. He was a man who deserved to be loved deeply and without conditions, but hadn't received it. He may not love her, but he cared for her. Why else would he have fixed up her house, or threatened to fire his staff? So she'd give all of herself to him for as long as he wanted her. She'd show him love and make him feel as if he belonged. She took control long enough to get his clothes off. She ran her hands over the hard planes of his chest and over his shoulders. Strong shoulders that carried so much. She'd help him carry that. She caressed his chest down to the symbol of rebirth branded on his side. She kissed him there.
Chelsea, he started to roll away. I've got to get a condom.
No. She pulled him to her. I'm on the pill. Both of us had doctor checkups before we married. His hands stilled on her back. His eyes flashed with heat.
Why, if you planned to keep this a strictly platonic marriage?
It was her turn to smile sheepishly. I figured I wouldn't be able to resist forever. His grin was wicked and filled with promise.
So you do want me?
She snorted. Yes, of course, that was never in question. Then he frowned.
You didn't mention it in New York during our honeymoon.
Chelsea tilted her head to the side, searching for words to tell him she hadn't been comfortable revealing her secret then. In New York, it had been just an affair. In her mind, only when love was involved could all barriers, physical and emotional, be dropped. Before she could explain, he shook his head.
Never mind.
He levered up, his lips wrapping around her breast as his fingers slipped between their bodies to find her ready and waiting for him.
Chelsea.
His fingers snaked around her neck, tilting her head to look at him. His eyes were hot and filled with emotion that made her heart stutter.
Are you sure?
Jagger. She raised herself over him and then took her time sliding down, taking him in. He let out a long, feral groan while his fingers bit into her hips. She took him in deep, and, once rooted, his hands held her still. He felt magnificent, his arm banded around her, preventing her from moving over him.
Wait.
His other hand snaked up her back, pulled the band from her ponytail, and tangled in her hair. He pulled it slightly, causing her head to drop back. His lips found purchase on her collarbone, suckling, then licking, before trailing along her jaw to her ear. He lightly bit her lobe, tugging on it.
Rock against me.
It took a moment for his words to break through the erotic haze in her brain. The arm banded around her back tightened and released, cluing her into what he wanted. She tilted her pelvis forward and up, then rocked it back. He let out an expletive, or maybe it was her, because, good golly, did that feel good.
More.
His strained voice urged her on. She moved again, the exquisite pleasure forcing a shuddering gasp from her.
Can you feel me?
Yes. He throbbed, touching every intimate spot inside her.
You feel so good. It's never been so good.
His words wrapped around her, making her wish again it meant even more.
I want to feel you come around me.
Oh, God! It was too much. The feel of him moving inside her, his erotic words sending a shiver over her skin. The need built and built, but he held her close, preventing her from riding him the way she wanted, needed. It was torture. Jagger!
Don't stop, Chelsea.
His words came out on a growl. So she kept rocking, back and forth, the tension building. But it was different than before. Usually the sensation was like being coiled tight and then released like a firework to fly and burst in the sky. This was pressure, building, blooming, hot and intense. He groaned.
Yes, more.
He released her hair, his hand sliding down and between their bodies.
Let me feel you.
His thumb slid between her thighs, brushing over her most sensitive flesh. Oh, God, Jagger! The pressure released, not in a burst, but in a fierce tidal wave of pleasure that radiated from her center outward until every neuron in her body was firing in pleasure. Her moan was feral, filling the room. He was saying something, but she couldn't decipher it with the roar of blood in her ears. The spasms went on, and even as she went boneless, she continued to pulse. She clung to him, dazed. He rolled and pulled her underneath him.
Look at me.
She worked to open her eyes at his harsh demand. His blue eyes were fierce, filled with unsated desire.
See what you do to me.
She reached up and cradled his face in her palms. The words, "I love you," hung on her lips. But she swallowed them. Instead, she pulled him into a kiss. Show me. With a growl, he levered himself up on his hands and pounded into her. She gasped at the force as he withdrew and surged in again. He moved with power, slow and steady. The sensuous pleasure built again. She wrapped her legs around him, urging him to take her, to take whatever he wanted.
Chelsea.
He lowered his body onto her, took her hands in his, and slid them over her head. His lips consumed hers in a fiery heat. Hands, lips, and body joined. For her heart and soul were involved as well. He tore his lips from hers, letting out a long groan as he bucked and his body convulsed. She let go too, riding the storm of pleasure with him.
Jesus.
He collapsed onto her, his heart hammered in his chest in time with hers.
He held her close and rolled her like a rag doll until she was sprawled on top of him. He managed to laugh. Chelsea. His hands grabbed her buttocks and squeezed as he groaned again. Jesus, you're still going. I can feel you.
She didn't know what to say to that. A part of her felt embarrassed about it, but she couldn't control that part of her body. Besides, he was the one who made it do what it did.
You feel amazing.
She smiled, running her hands through his dark hair. I was going to say the same about you.
I wish we could stay here all night.
He kissed her again, this time softly, tenderly.
All the nights.
She tried to process that, but he kissed her again.
But I've got to get Caden in about 45 minutes.
Guilt rose. I'm sorry I wasn't there to go with you.
Shh. Don't. Just kiss me a little longer.
She pressed her lips to his, giving in to his command. When they came up for air, he was grinning.
Since we can't stay, do you think we can reschedule that midnight skinny dip we canceled the day we got back from New York?
Absolutely. Chapter 18. Something changed between them that night in her house. Chelsea wasn't ready to believe Jagger loved her as she loved him, but it didn't really matter. She was his, for however long he wanted her. They had a marriage contract, but she behaved as a real wife in every way. Not just for show, not just in the bedroom, but with her whole heart and soul. Jagger was different too, not just toward her, but toward life in general. He was less tense and didn't brood as much, even when they were taking Caden for his visits with Tanya. While Jagger might not love Chelsea, she was sure he felt something more than just lust and appreciation. Whatever he could give, for however long he could give it, she'd accept it. Honor it. He wasn't the only thing that changed when she returned home. While she couldn't say Grayson and Miss Z were friendly to her, they definitely weren't mean, abrupt, or rude anymore. Mrs. Stanton was much more open and giving. Chelsea almost felt adopted by her. So the next few weeks were filled with a bliss Chelsea had only imagined before. So much so she felt comfortable going to lunch with Lexi and not worrying about revealing the true nature of her marriage. "Great day, Chelsea. I thought maybe you got lost in that house." They sat on the outside terrace of the local bistro, despite the oppressive heat. "No, life has been busy. You've heard about Caden's mom, right? I can't imagine how poor Jagger is taking it. You're fighting it, right?" "Yes, Mrs. Monroe is his lawyer." Chelsea sipped her iced tea. "She helped Michelle Lassiter keep her kids. She must be good." "I hope so." "Mrs. Talbot?" Chelsea looked over to where a woman had called her name. Immediately she went still. "We haven't been formally introduced, but I know who you are." "I don't." Lexi sized the woman up. "This is Tanya Gilson, Caden's mom." "Oh." Immediately the air chilled. Chelsea appreciated Lexi's loyalty. "Look, I know I shouldn't be talking to you. My lawyer says not to contact Jagger, although he wouldn't listen to me if I did. I don't know how else to do this. You can drop your suit." Tanya looked down. "If you were a mother, could you drop it?" "No, but I wouldn't have left my child." Tanya scraped her hands over her face. "I don't want to fight with Jagger on this." "Good, because you'll lose," Lexi said. Chelsea loved how Lexi was right there to stick up for Jagger. "I know what he's done for Caden, what he tried to do for me. I want Jagger to know I've turned my life around. I've been clean for nearly a year. I have a job. I'm single and not dating, if Jagger is worried about that. Most importantly, I want Jagger in Caden's life. I just want to be there too. It doesn't have to be either or. Then sue for visitation, not custody." Chelsea wondered if that was even a possibility. I'm his mother. I want to make it right. Look, I can see now this was a mistake. Maybe you can tell Jagger what I said. That I don't want to take Caden out of his life. I know he loves Caden, and Caden thinks the world of him. Chelsea gave her a curt nod. She was pretty sure Jagger wouldn't have a good response to Tanya's message. Also, tell him I'm not taking any more of his father's money. What? Chelsea sat up. Colin said he'd help me get Caden. I know he doesn't care about me or Caden, but I took the money because I needed a good lawyer. You're fighting for custody of Caden with money from Jagger's father? Chelsea couldn't believe her ears. Tanya had to know the kind of man Colin Talbot was, and that Jagger would see her actions as the ultimate betrayal of Caden. There was no doubt that Colin's intentions were to get Caden's trust. I know it wasn't right. I needed the money to fight, but I knew even if I succeeded, Colin wouldn't get what he wanted. GW and Jagger would have seen to that. Please, will you tell him? I love Caden. I don't want a penny from Jagger or from Caden's trust. I just want to be his mom. Chelsea nodded, absently, because her mind was filled with a ton of questions. Did Jagger know that his father was involved? It seemed the sort of thing that would anger him, but he'd been in good spirits. She watched as Tanya walked away. She actually seems kind of okay. Lexi watched her too. I mean, she doesn't look strung out, and she seems sincere about wanting Jagger in Caden's life. Chelsea thought so too. Except Tanya had gone into league with Jagger's father. She couldn't imagine Jagger ever forgiving something like that. It made her think of Alexis's statement the day Chelsea signed the prenup about how Jagger never forgave a betrayal. Already Tanya was on the never-forgive list for abandoning Caden. What would Jagger do with the knowledge Tanya was in cahoots with his father? Chelsea didn't bring up seeing Tanya until they were getting ready for bed. Jagger was brushing his teeth when she walked into the bathroom and sat on the vanity. Tanya showed up during my lunch with Lexi. She decided the news was best delivered like removing a Band-Aid. Quick. He stopped mid-brush to look at her. She had a message for you. He spit out the toothpaste.
Can't wait to hear this.
She says she doesn't want to take Caden from you.
That's not what it feels like.
He washed his mouth out with water. She wants custody, but also for you to still be in his life, like an uncle or something.
That's not happening.
She seemed sincere about it. Jagger looked at her, his eyes annoyed, almost like she was betraying him for thinking Tanya might be an okay person.
Did she tell you she's using my father's money to pay for her lawyer?
You knew about that? He cocked his head to the side. You never told me. I learned about it when she asked me to tell you she's not taking his money anymore. She felt the same as when Jagger first got the custody petition and told her she wasn't a part of it. His keeping information from her was a reminder that this marriage was fake, no matter how real it felt, or how much she wished it were real.
Only because she knows it will look bad in court when it comes out she and my dad are trying to take Caden's money.
Chelsea picked up a towel and wiped toothpaste from the corner of Jagger's mouth. Do you think that's what she really wants? He stared at her.
What do you think she wants?
I think she wants Caden.
Well, she can't have him.
He left the bathroom, and she knew she was pushing his buttons. What if Caden wants to keep seeing her when this is over? He whirled on her.
What do you want me to say, Chels? I don't trust her, especially after taking my father's money.
If his money was the only way for you to keep Caden, would you take it? He shook his head.
Jesus. What's this all about?
She shrugged. Maybe there's a compromise here. Caden knows her now. Maybe he'll want to continue that relationship. You can't hold it against her that she's doing anything she can to get him back when you do the same. For heaven's sake, you married me for that purpose. He scowled. She thought he was going to say his actions were different, but he only stared at her. Finally, through gritted teeth, he said,
The difference is, I've never left him. I have nothing to prove, and yet I'm being forced to. Meanwhile, she abandoned him. Now you want me to give her credit for getting her life together, after I've already rebuilt a life for Caden and me?
She shook her head and stepped to him. No. I'm asking you to think of Caden. What does he want? What will he want? Maybe you compromise for him. Jagger's features softened, but only slightly. She'd pushed about as far as she could. Come on. Let's get some rest. In bed, Jagger lay on his back, his hands behind his head, his mind a jumble of thoughts. It was bad enough that Tanya was seeking custody of Caden, but to have Chelsea suggest he consider some sort of visitation blew his mind. She rolled to him, resting her hand on his chest.
I'm not in the mood to talk, Chels.
No, I'm sorry about that. I was just thinking of Caden. He sighed.
You think I don't?
Caden was all he thought about except in the few blissful moments when he was lost in Chelsea's body. Chelsea laughed softly. That's all you do. He lifted his head to look at her.
What do you mean?
What do you do for you? You've built your life around Caden, and I think that's wonderful, but you're more than just what you do for that little boy. Maybe he helped you get perspective and set a new course in your life, but you can't build your entire life around him.
So you think I should give up and arrange visits?
Jagger couldn't wrap his mind around what Chelsea was trying to say. She shook her head and rubbed her hand on his chest. No. But maybe you can think of something in your life beyond him. His hand rested back on the pillow and his eyes shut. After a few moments, he looked at her again.
I suppose I appear obsessive about Caden. I probably am being unfair to Tanya, but I don't want to risk her leaving him again.
That's what burned the most. Tanya might be talking a good game, but she'd taken his father's money then and now. What would happen when the money ran out? Or she relapsed? Jagger couldn't risk Caden ever feeling the rejection of a parent. I know. I'd hate for him to be hurt, too. She kissed his chest and rested her head over his heart. When she was kind and sweet like this, he wanted to run away with her. The three of them could live their days without the drama of custody cases and difficult servants. The reality was that life was messy and hard. Chelsea knew that better than most.
How did you do it?
Jagger stroked her back. She lifted her head. Do what?
Go on without Brian. Your mom.
He knew if he lost his custody case, it wouldn't be the same as Chelsea's loss, but it didn't change the fact that he wasn't sure he'd be able to manage the grief. It was hard. Sometimes it still is. They won't be at my real wedding or play with my children.
Jesus, Chels.
His heart clenched hard in his chest at the anguish she must feel. It's okay, Jagger. She scooted up his body, allowing him to see the dark brown of her eyes. Because I have a life. Granted, right now it's a little off the beaten path, but even that's okay. I've got the house with all the memories of them, thanks to you. There's my teaching, which I love. I've got Lexi and Mitch and their families. I'd like to think that even after this is all done, that we can be friends.
Friends.
He hated that word because it had become abundantly clear to him that he wanted more from Chelsea than just friendship. He wanted to say something, but he was too much a coward. She looked up at him, her brown eyes filled with emotion he wished meant she wanted more than friendship as well. She didn't say a word. So he did the next best thing. He rolled her under him.
I wish I'd never listened to Mitch.
Then he kissed her, and did his damnedest to show her how much he wanted her in his life. Jagger slammed down the phone. He considered throwing it across the room.
Mrs. Monroe had told him he had a good case, had said that Tanya taking his father's money could look bad for her. So why was she now talking about working out a joint custody and visitation schedule? Jesus. She sounded like Chelsea the night before, suggesting it would be best for Caden. Had the world gone mad? Had it forgotten what Tanya had done? The worst part of the call was the idea that he might lose the case. Working a compromise now was like taking a plea deal. It's the best way to make sure you can stay in his life. Why? I thought we had a good case. Yes, well, we did, but she's the mother. The visits with Caden are going well. Apparently she stopped taking money from your father. But she originally took it. I know my father. He'll expect something from her in return. Maybe. But it won't be Caden's money, right? The PI is still looking into it, but I don't think it's enough to discredit her in court. So how is she paying for her attorney? Well, she's a bit brilliant. She got as much money from your father up front as she could. We could still work to draw out the case until she runs out. Good Christ, did his lawyer tell him Tanya was brilliant? The call had only gone downhill from there. Jagger didn't like feeling he was backed into a corner, but that was just how he felt. What the hell would he do if he lost? He'd built his entire life around raising Caden. Chelsea was a part of it too. He'd given Caden what he'd never had. They were a family. He sat back in his chair, racking his brain for an answer. The only one that came was the one with the biggest risk. He'd take Caden and run. He supposed he'd have to thank his lawyer for preventing the court from taking his passport. Now he was free to put Caden on a plane and go somewhere they couldn't be found. Would Chelsea go too? Since the day he'd found her in her home after his staff sent her running, things had been nearly perfect between them. When they made love, he hadn't used words, but he'd done all he could to let her know she mattered to him. He no longer thought about when their marriage of convenience would end. When he thought of the future, she was in it. That had to mean something. She never said the words either, so maybe it was wishful thinking on his part. But he thought for sure she cared for him. The way they were with each other now felt real, not like an act. She'd promised to support him in his quest to keep Caden. Just how far was she willing to go to help him? Jagger opened his laptop and began to research. He didn't want to leave. He hoped to hell he didn't have to. But if it was a matter of handing Caden to Tanya or running, he'd run. Chapter 19.
I've reviewed all the reports of the cases, and I have to say, this is one of the harder cases I've had to decide. There is an idea that the court favors mothers, but I can't deny all that Mr. Talbot has done for young Caden Talbot. That, coupled with his resources and the fact that he's settled, are all in his favor.
Chelsea watched the judge and tempered a brief fluttering of hope, knowing there had to be a but coming. The custody trial for Caden had come quickly. Too quickly. They had all settled into a life that felt real and nearly perfect. While she knew Jagger cared for her, the truth was, their marriage was about Caden. Today, the decision about Caden's custody could be made, and with it, Chelsea's life could change again. No matter what the judge decided, once custody was determined, Jagger wouldn't need her anymore. There had been a few moments when she thought he might want her to stay with him, but he'd never said the words, and finally she had to recognize that it was her own wishful thinking. After today, her time with him could be over. If not today, sometime in the near future.
At the same time, Miss Gilson is the child's mother. While she made bad choices, all reports indicate she's done everything asked of her to prove her fitness. She has a stable job and home, and all her drug tests have come back clean.
Jagger shifted and tensed. Chelsea reached out to hold his hand.
Your Honor, there were some... Mr. Masters, you're interrupting. My guess is you're wanting me to deal with the issue of the questions raised about Mr. Talbot's marriage.
Chelsea flinched. She had thought Meg Carter had been fooled.
If I give weight to that, then I have to consider the question of whether or not your client is simply after her son's sizable trust fund and her willingness to make a deal with her former stepson to get that money.
Mr. Masters didn't press. Chelsea glanced at Mrs. Monroe, who wasn't making an attempt to respond.
I've reviewed all the information and determined Miss Gilson is sincere in her custody case, and in fact knew she wouldn't ever have control over Caden Talbot's trust. I can't fault her for accepting financial help. Lawyers aren't cheap. While the timing may be suspect in Mr. Talbot's marriage, that's not a concern of the court either.
The judge paused, looking first at Tanya and then Jagger.
My decision will be viewed as unusual, but my burden is to do what is best for the child.
Oh, please, ran like a mantra through Chelsea's mind.
Jagger Talbot is not Caden's biological father, but he's done everything a father would do and more. Miss Gilson is Caden's mother, and children have a need and right to know their natural parents. Therefore, I'm ordering joint custody of Caden Talbot to Jagger Talbot and Tanya Gilson.
No. Mrs. Monroe put her hand over Jagger's. She leaned closer to him and whispered. Chelsea couldn't hear what she said, but she suspected it was a warning.
Each will have equal responsibility and custody of Caden. Miss Gilson, that means you need to meet half of Caden's financial burden.
Yes, Your Honor.
How the visitation will be set up will be determined in mediation. Since you're both in town, it should be easy to design a plan that gives him equal time at both homes. Prior to mediation, Miss Gilson can have overnight visits with Caden starting tomorrow for 2 days.
Tanya, don't do this. Chelsea heard the desperation in Jagger's voice, and her heart went out to him. She wished she could hug him or do something to stop the pain that had to be crushing him. Jagger,
It's not your turn to talk.
The judge's voice was firm, but he seemed to show sympathy for Jagger's situation.
Mr. Talbot, I'd be well within the law to award full custody to Miss Gilson.
Your Honor, Mr. Masters started. The judge sent him a chastising glare. Then he returned his attention to Jagger.
You've been a wonderful parent to young Caden. Might hate for him to lose you to that.
He appreciates your concern, Your Honor. Mrs. Monroe patted Jagger's hand again. The judge banged the gavel to adjourn their hearing.
Tanya, you can't do this.
Jagger's voice shook as he stood for the judge's exit.
He's all I have.
Chelsea felt the sting of his words even as she hurt for him. Caden wasn't all he had. He could have her. She'd tried to tell him that so many times. When she encouraged him to find purpose beyond Caden, she was telling him he could build a life with her. Mr. Talbot, let's go. Mrs. Monroe ushered Jagger from the court, leaving Chelsea to follow. But she was too stunned to move. Mrs. Talbot. Tanya made her way toward Chelsea.
Miss Gilson, we can repetition and...
No. Tanya waved her attorney away. I don't want to hurt him. I've always wanted Jagger to stay in his life. You can make him see, right? He gave up everything. Everything for Caden. To give him a life he never had. You don't know the lengths he's gone to give that little boy a normal, happy life. He's good at it. This will destroy him.
He should be happy with joint custody.
Mr. Masters finished putting his papers in his briefcase.
Half time is better than no time. If he was smart, he'd see that. In a few years, if Miss Gilson continues to do well, she'd be well within her right to repetition for full custody.
Tanya looked down. When she looked up, her eyes shone with sympathy, but also resolve. Caden is my son. But Jagger is the one who's been a parent. In a rush, she felt the need to leave the court. It wasn't like anything she said to Tanya would make a difference. It was Jagger who needed her. She hurried out the door, finding Mrs. Monroe talking to Jagger on the front steps.
You should have him ready tomorrow to go with her.
Jesus. Jagger walked away, His arms flailed like he wanted to hit something. Then he stopped, facing away from them for a moment. Mrs. Monroe looked at Chelsea, who felt helpless as she watched Jagger. He just needs a minute. When he turned back, the anger and hurt in his eyes was gone. Chelsea frowned. That didn't seem right. He gave Mrs. Monroe a curt nod.
Come on, Chelsea. Let's go home.
She followed him to the car.
How fast can you pack?
Jagger steered the SUV into traffic. What?
Pack. How fast can you pack?
Chelsea's mind started spinning and her heart, already breaking for Caden and Jagger, now shattered. The past weeks between them that had seemed so real had all been a part of the marriage deal. She should have known this was coming. The case was over. So now it was time to pack up and go home. Still. You're kicking me out tonight?
What?
He glanced at her, his brows furrowed in confusion. You want me to pack and leave tonight?
No, I want us, you, me, and Caden, to pack and leave.
One part of her wanted to be happy she was included in his plan. The problem was, the law-abiding part of her was waving red flags all over the place. You want to run away?
It's the only thing I can do to keep Caden.
No, it's not. Didn't you hear the judge? You still have rights to Caden, just not all the rights.
I didn't go into this to get part-time rights. I'm the one who's been there. I'm the one who's sacrificed everything for him. She doesn't deserve him.
What about what Caden wants?
Caden is 5. He doesn't have a say.
What about when he's older and learns you kept him from her? Jagger's menacing eyes glared at her.
I thought you were on my side.
I am.
It doesn't sound like it.
I'm on Caden's side, too. You said yourself you want a normal life for him. What's normal about running? About visiting you in jail when you're caught? Jagger slammed on the brakes in the driveway.
Are you coming or not?
She studied him, trying to find the man she'd spent the last few months falling in love with. She'd admired his commitment and the steps he'd go through to keep Caden. This was too much. Too far.
Stay then.
He got out of the car, slamming the door behind him. Chelsea sat, waiting for her heart to stop racing. He was going to run. He invited her to go, but she loved both Jagger and Caden too much to break the law. Jagger had the means to run now. But once he was gone, all his assets would be frozen. His father would likely get control of all their money. It would be more difficult to keep running without Talbot money to fund it, which meant, eventually, he'd be caught. She had to stop him, but didn't know how. He was too deep in his anger to see reason. She made her way into the house. Grayson and Miss Z stood with stunned expressions in the foyer. "Where's Mrs. Stanton?"
Packing for Caden.
Why wasn't she stopping this? Finally, Miss Z grabbed Chelsea's arms. "You have to stop him." "I don't know how. You're his wife. He'll listen to you." So they'd finally bought the scam, and now she'd have to admit her deception. "Nothing, not even me, trumps Caden." Grayson shook his head. Jagger hurried down the stairs, carrying a large duffel bag. Mrs. Stanton appeared a few minutes later. The worry etched on her face told Chelsea she didn't like this plan any more than the rest of them.
Where's Caden?
Jagger dropped his bag by the door. "He's coming." Mrs. Stanton set a small suitcase and a backpack next to Jagger's duffel. "Jagger, are you sure this is the only way?"
"I won't let her take him."
Chelsea wondered what Jagger had explained to them about the outcome. Did they know he retained some rights? "The judge awarded joint custody." "Joint?" Mrs. Stanton's gaze went to Jagger. "You said she won." Jagger whirled on them all.
"Caden is staying with me."
"What's going on?" Caden stood at the top of the stairs, his eyes wide and fearful. "It's okay, Caden." Chelsea tried to reassure him, even though the situation was dire.
"Come on, Big K. We're going on an adventure."
Caden descended the stairs, looking at each person in turn as if he knew something was up. Jagger, don't do this. You'll lose him for sure, Chelsea pleaded again.
Get in the car, Caden.
Once Caden trotted out the door, Jagger turned to her.
Last chance. You coming?
Jagger. He shook his head and then rushed out the door. You have to stop him, everyone chanted at once. How? Chelsea looked to Mrs. Stanton for help, but she only shook her head.
He'll be calling Alexis to liquidate funds,
Grayson said. Will she do it? Yes. She won't want to, but she will. Mrs. Stanton then covered her mouth to stifle a cry. Even so, once it's known he's gone, he'll be running from the law. Chelsea bit her lip. She understood his pain and how it was driving him to break the law, but she had no idea how to help him see reason. Miss Z pressed a hand to her chest.
There must be something that can be done.
For the first time since she'd met him, Grayson's voice shook with emotion. Chelsea took a deep breath. There's one thing. He won't like it. Will it keep him out of jail? Mrs. Stanton asked. If it works, do it, all three said in unison. Chelsea pulled her cell phone from her purse and dialed. Hello, Mitch.
That's the police.
Grayson's expression showed panic. Chelsea nodded, hoping that Grayson and the others understood that Mitch was probably their last hope for stopping Jagger from making the biggest mistake of his life. Jagger pulled the SUV into long-term parking at the local county airport. The pilot had said the plane would be ready within the hour. By dinner, he and Caden would be in New York. After getting as much money and assets as he could carry, he and Caden would be flying out of the country. Where, he still hadn't decided. Some place that was easy to get lost in, yet still allowed for a semblance of normal family life. He pushed away the disappointment that Chelsea hadn't come with him. All those weeks he'd thought there'd been something more between them, he'd been wrong. He'd been ready to make her a part of his life, but she didn't even think twice before telling him she wouldn't go with them. He mentally kicked himself for forgetting that he wasn't a man woman loved. At least not in the long run. Jagger exited the car when a police SUV pulled up behind him, blocking his vehicle. Mitch. Jagger knew in an instant Chelsea had called him. His disappointment turned to rage. He hadn't anticipated she'd betray him by calling the police. Mitch took his time walking over to the car. He looked in the backside window where Caden sat.
I've got to go, Mitch. You know I can't let you do that. While I will arrest you, I'd much rather follow you back home to your loving wife and stuffy servants.
Jagger scoffed. There was nothing loving about Chelsea's actions.
You can't arrest me. I'm not actually doing anything illegal. We both know that technically that's not true.
Mitch's features softened.
Jagger, man. This will only end badly. You'll lose him for good.
Jagger? Are you gonna let me out? Caden knocked on the window, unable to exit the car because of child-proof locks.
Give me a minute, buddy.
Jagger turned back to Mitch.
You don't understand. I don't understand losing a child, no. But from where I stand, he's not lost. Chels says you have joint custody. That's good. It's not good. If his mother messes up, you'll be there. You'll probably be able to get full custody if that happens. If she doesn't mess up, then he gets a loving mother and a father figure. What kid doesn't deserve that?
There was a part of Jagger that could see Mitch's point. The part of him that had worked so hard to give Caden what he'd never had, who felt betrayed by the system and his wife, couldn't quite let go.
There is a third option here.
Which is?
You let me take Caden home, and you can run off to wherever you plan to go. Although, in that scenario, Caden loses you. He'll lose you if you run, too. You'll be found and put in jail. All rights, even these part-time ones, will be terminated. Plus, you run the risk of Caden someday resenting you for trying to keep him from his mother.
Jagger sagged against the car as all the fight evaporated from him. Mitch put a hand on his shoulder.
You're a great dad, Jagger. Caden needs you in his life. Don't let him down.
Jagger knew there was no way Mitch was going to let him go. The last thing he wanted was for Caden to watch Mitch arrest him. He nodded and got back in the car.
Change of plans, buddy. We're going home.
No adventure? Caden's voice sounded disappointed.
Not today.
Jagger waited until Mitch moved his vehicle, then he pulled out. As he took the road leaving the small county airport, he realized he needed to tell Caden about the new custody arrangement.
How about ice cream?
Can I get dipped? Jagger's voice caught.
Yeah, buddy. You can.
He pulled into the ice cream shop with Mitch right behind him. He let Caden out of the car. When Mitch rolled down his window, he told him,
I need to tell him what's going on.
Mitch nodded and killed the engine, then exited his vehicle.
I'll get one too and wait here.
Jagger ordered 2 swirled, dipped cones and led Caden to one of the outside tables.
I need to talk to you about something.
Okay. Caden climbed into the seat, then took his cone from Jagger. Jagger sat across from him and wondered how the hell he was going to explain the situation to Caden. Worse, how would Caden take it?
You know how you've been visiting your mom?
Yep. Caden took a bite of ice cream, breaking off a big chunk of chocolate. Jagger reached over, taking the big hunk hanging out of Caden's mouth with a napkin. Yum. Jagger laughed, but it was bittersweet.
About your mom. She loves you a lot, just like I do.
I know.
She'd like to spend more time with you. Like have you stay with her at her house sometimes.
Caden looked up from his ice cream. Why?
Because she loves you. She's your mom.
The words tasted bitter in his mouth, but he reminded himself that Caden was an innocent bystander. Caden bit his lip, and Jagger wished he'd made that plain.
The thing is, I want you to stay with me always.
Me too.
We went to a judge, and the judge said we have to share time with you.
Why can't I stay with you and visit like I have been? Jagger's heart shattered in little pieces.
I wish you could. I wanted you to. Caden, look at me, okay?
Caden looked at Jagger.
I love you, and your mom loves you. We have to share because we both love you. I don't want you to ever think I don't want you with me because I do.
Johnny Lee's parents live in 2 different homes.
Yes, it's like that.
I've never been to her house. What if I don't have a bed? What about my toys? Tears filled Caden's eyes. Jagger's stung with them as well.
I'm sure you'll have your own room. You can have toys for her house and my house. Or you can take some of the toys you have there.
I don't want to go. Jagger blew out a breath. He stood and walked to Caden's side of the table, squatting down next to him.
It will be okay. No matter what, I'm always going to love you and be there for you, okay?
Caden nodded, but his tears continued to flow.
We'll be okay, Caden.
He hugged the boy, not caring when the ice cream cone fell down his back. He offered to buy Caden another one, but he'd withdrawn. Jagger felt the same, and tossed his ice cream into the trash.
We're going home now.
Your house? Caden looked up, panic etching his tiny features.
Yes. Tonight you're with me.
He strapped Caden into his booster seat and then headed home. When they walked in the door, he told Caden to bring his backpack upstairs. Caden was barely on the first step when Chelsea, Grayson, Miss C, and Mrs. Stanton rushed into the foyer. Oh, thank God! Chelsea launched herself at him, but he took her arms and pushed her away.
Don't.
Jagger heard Mitch walk in the door behind him. He turned his wrath on him. The anger he'd hidden from Caden burst through.
I'm home. You don't need to babysit me anymore.
Mitch stood near the door like a guard. Jagger, you did the right thing. He whirled back on Chelsea.
You betrayed me. I was ready to give you everything, all of me, and you betrayed me.
She retreated from him, fear shining in her eyes. He wouldn't hurt her. The fact that she seemed to think so reminded him what a fool he was to think she might love him. And then she pulled in a deep breath and stepped toward him again. I know what I did. But I did it because I love you. Because I couldn't let you ruin your life, or Caden's.
No. You were supposed to support me. Help me.
I did. He might have admired her strength, but he couldn't get past her betrayal. You want Caden to have a real life. That would never happen on the run. Do you think Tanya would bring him to visit you in prison? He hated that she made sense. Don't you see, Jagger? You still have him. Not just visitation, but joint custody. Mrs. Monroe had said the same thing. She'd told him the decision was better than she'd hoped, which pissed him off even more. His lawyer didn't think he'd had a chance. Tanya is on board. She wants you in his life. Jagger sneered. I should have known when you suggested I listen to her that you were a liar.
Careful, Jagger.
Jagger had almost forgotten Mitch was there. She wasn't alone. Mrs. Stanton stepped forward. We wanted her to call Detective McKenna. We did it to protect you.
Then you all betrayed me.
Chelsea reached out to place her hands on his chest, but he pulled back, shaking his head in disgust. We love you, Jagger, and Caden. This is the only way you two still get to be together. Jagger looked at the woman he'd nearly let himself love, at the staff who he thought had his back no matter what. He felt dead inside. You broke my heart. Chelsea closed her eyes. When she opened them, there was fierceness in them. I know you're hurting, Jagger, but this isn't the end of the world. You haven't lost, Caden. You don't even know loss. This time she pushed him. You have a wife and staff and uncle who think the world of you. A friend who wants you to have freedom and happiness. And all you can think about is yourself. About what you lost. Except you've lost nothing. Caden is here. You're still in his life as long as you don't do something stupid. You don't know what it's really like to lose the people you love. To not be able to tell them you love them. To hug them. To see them live life. You're so rich on love, but you don't see it.
Get out.
She jerked back. It took her a second, but she gathered herself. That was the deal, wasn't it? She shook her head and walked out the door. A moment later, she walked back in. I need my purse. Grayson went to the closet and retrieved it.
Shall I get your car, Mrs. Talbot?
She shook her head. No. Thank you, Grayson. For some reason, that pissed off Jagger even more. His staff was siding with her. Chapter 20. Chelsea wasn't sure how she made it to her car. Her legs wobbled, threatening to give out with each step. It was like she'd lost control of everything as she fought to reach her car. Pull it together, Chels.
Chelsea.
Mitch trotted up next to her.
Why don't I take you to my place?
She shook her head. No, I'm okay. You should probably stay and make sure he's okay.
He's just hurting. Men say dumb things when they're hurting.
She looked at him, trying to muster a smile. You say that like you have personal experience.
Tons of it. Just ask Sid.
His eyes softened.
I mean it. I'm worried.
I'm okay, Mitch. Really. I'm going to my house. He nodded.
I'll stop by your place later.
Somehow she made it to her house. The beautiful renovated home Jagger had given her. The magnitude of her loss overtook her in a whoosh. Her knees went out from under her and she dropped to the floor and wept. She didn't know how long she was there. But eventually she managed to make it to the couch. She didn't bother to take the cover off and instead crawled onto it and cried some more. She thought maybe she'd cry forever. Curled up on her couch, it was as if all the life had been sucked out of her. All that was left was an empty heap. She had no energy to get up when a pounding sounded on her door. It wasn't like whoever was insistently knocking was Jagger. No, whatever affection he might have had for her was not only gone, but replaced by a deep-seated hate. She squeezed her eyes shut to rid her mind of the look in his eyes as he told her to get out. No one had ever looked at her with such hate. She shivered at the memory. But they'd had a business deal. Regardless of her feelings for him, she would always have ended up right where she was, in her own home, crying because, despite her best intentions, she'd fallen in love with him. She'd even told him she loved him, but he hadn't heard it. She chastised herself for the umpteenth time for letting her feelings and fantasies get away from her, for letting herself forget the marriage was a sham, even if her feelings for him were real. So real she swore she could physically feel the tear in her heart.
Chelsea, open up.
Mitch. She should have known. A pang of guilt stabbed at her for the lies she'd told her friends, lies she'd now need to confess. She didn't need to talk to them to know what they'd say. They'd tell her she should have come to them for the money to save her home. What was she thinking? There would be pity and disappointment.
Chels, please.
Knowing Mitch wouldn't give up, she dragged herself from the couch and to the door. She opened it. I'm okay. I just want to be alone. And there it was. Pity etched on his handsome face.
I know, but I can't leave you.
She nodded. He was filling in for Brian, who'd have come to her side and not left. She appreciated Mitch's dedication to being her surrogate big brother, even as she wished he'd leave. She left the door open as she shuffled back to the couch. She was so tired. She just wanted to climb in a hole and sleep. She heard the door shut and knew he was behind her. She sat back on the couch, curling her feet underneath her. He sat next to her. You don't have to do this. You have your own family, your own life.
You're my family, too. Sid knows where I am.
Chelsea shook her head. By now, everyone in Charlotte Tavern would know what was going on. She imagined even more expressions of pity, maybe even judgment. How could she betray her husband like that? Mitch took her hand.
We don't have to talk. We can just sit.
His kindness and understanding touched her, and the tears started to flow again. She leaned her head over to his shoulder as the crying became weeping. His free hand reached over and cupped her cheek. His lips kissed her head. It was exactly what Brian would have done. So she let go and let all the grief out. She didn't know how long she cried, or how long she sat once the tears were gone. It was possible she'd fallen asleep. But when she finally became aware, Mitch was still there. She looked at him. Thanks. He nodded and smiled.
I would have been here sooner, but I wanted to make sure he wasn't going to do anything stupid again.
She rested her head on his shoulder, her grief now for Jagger. He's devastated.
It doesn't give him the right to treat you like that.
He was hurt and angry and desperate. He kissed her head again.
You're such a forgiving soul, Chels. He's lucky to have you.
His words reminded her that he didn't know of her and Jagger's arrangement. He thought they'd eventually kiss and make up. Not wanting to face Mitch's disappointment, she opted not to say anything. Not yet. She needed to prepare herself for the aftermath of her marriage to Jagger and the loss of not just him, but also Caden from her life. She swallowed the lump in her throat as tears formed again. When she'd entered into this agreement, she hadn't considered the consequences too deeply. She knew there was a possibility she'd have feelings for Jagger, feelings she'd tried, but failed, to fight. She knew she'd be attached to Caden as she already was. At the time, the fear and guilt of losing her family's home had the stronger emotional pull. Now, coming out the other side, she had to wonder if it had been worth it. She scanned the room, painted and decorated by the man who now loathed her. Why had he done it? She wanted to think it was because he cared about her, but it wasn't love. After all, he was fixing the house she was going to come back to once their farce was over. Still, he'd had to have felt something to hire contractors and renovate the home as a surprise for her.
The house looks nice. You've been working on it.
Mitch's voice drew her out of her thoughts. Jagger arranged it.
You going to sell it? Or maybe rent it out?
She looked down, not wanting to tell him the truth. She'd saved her house by selling her soul to the devil. Jagger sat alone, the dark storm outside casting a gloom that echoed in his heart. He wanted more than anything to return to New York, to get lost in the city, to dull his pain. It hadn't worked when he was younger, but it was better than being surrounded by all that he'd lost. The only reason he hadn't left already was he'd made a commitment to Caden to stick around. The day following the court hearing, Tanya showed up to take Caden overnight until they could meet with a mediator to decide on how to divide up their time. Caden threw a tantrum, not so much at having to see Tanya, but from fear of being in a new place without Jagger. If only the judge and guardian ad litem were there then. It was Caden's behavior that prompted Jagger to offer Tanya the house. Caden could stay in his room and not have to go back and forth. She could have his staff, although they'd probably treat her worse than they did Chelsea. At least they'd be there to watch and make sure Tanya didn't relapse. Jagger would move to the guest cottage. It was ideal, actually. Caden didn't have to be the one moving around, and both Tanya and Jagger could be there with him. In fact, in the 2 weeks since the court date, Jagger had seen Caden every day. Tanya worked during the day, so Caden spent the day with him, helping at the stables or playing. On the weekends, they had a sleepover in the cottage. He had to hand it to Tanya. She was working hard at keeping her life together. She was now living in a guest room of the Talbot estate, but she still went to work at the diner, not expecting Jagger to give her the life of luxury she'd had with his grandfather. He knew he needed to be grateful to Tanya that she wanted him in Caden's life. He was grateful, but beyond the time he could spend with Caden each day, there was only emptiness. He hadn't been able to fit in Charlotte Tavern, so now he was a recluse on his property. Once the town found out what he'd done to Chelsea, they'd probably run him out of the state. He was surprised Mitch hadn't done it already. A knock at the door interrupted his pity party. With effort, he lumbered from his chair and opened the door.
Speak of the devil, Jagger mumbled. You look like hell.
Mitch glared at Jagger, who rolled his eyes.
If you came here to hassle me, you can save your breath. I came here to talk sense into you.
Jagger would have argued, but he didn't have the strength. He couldn't imagine what sense he needed. He'd given up his plan to run. He'd made arrangements to share custody with Tanya. What was left? Jagger left the door open, returning to his chair. Mitch followed him in. He stood looking down at Jagger, pity and annoyance etched in his features. Finally, he sat on the couch opposite Jagger.
Look, I'm sorry the case didn't go the way you wanted.
You and me both.
But wallowing in self-pity is pathetic.
The heat of anger rose in his chest, nearly strangling him.
You wouldn't understand. I understand that while you may not be the sole guardian of that little boy, you can still see him every day. That if you weren't so self-absorbed and cruel, you'd realize you can have a family of your own.
Jagger shook his head, wishing he'd had a drink. Only fear that he'd turn out like his father kept him from pouring shots so early in the day. Mitch sat back, his brows knitted together as if trying to figure out the best tactic to reach Jagger. There was no tactic that could pull him from the abyss.
I appreciate your concern. I'm not here for you. I'm here because of Chelsea. I know you feel what she did was a betrayal, but if not for her, you'd be in jail.
Jagger looked away. He knew it was the truth, but his heart still ached at what she'd done. Why hadn't she run with him? He'd give her anything. He'd tried to give her all she wanted. Mitch leaned forward.
I get it, Jack. I really do. I felt like Sydney stabbed me in the heart, too. But the anger I carried, all it did was make me a bitter man who missed out on life. When I think of all the years we didn't have together because I was too pig-headed, it kills me. Don't be like that. Forgive her and get back to living. You were right about us, you know.
There was no sense in hiding anymore. He was sort of surprised Chelsea hadn't told him of their marriage deal already.
What? Us? This marriage? It was a sham. All done to look good to the judge. I don't believe you.
Jagger laughed derisively.
You never believe me about anything. I've seen you two together. I see you now. I see her. You're both miserable and broken-hearted. You can fix it. Jesus, Jagger, a perfect life is sitting right there, and all you have to do is reach out and grab it.
Mitch made a grabbing motion with his hand.
I'm telling you, it was a marriage of convenience.
Mitch sat back.
If that were true, you wouldn't look like this.
Jagger's gaze was red-hot.
I lost Caden. No, you didn't. He's right out there.
Mitch pointed back toward the big house.
So this pity party you're throwing can't be about that. You're making the biggest mistake of your life if you don't fix this. Trust me on this, Jagger. I nearly lost out, but I got a second chance. You may not get another chance at the happiness I know you've been seeking out all your life. Go to Chelsea.
Jagger didn't say anything. He knew Mitch would keep harping on him, but it would be a waste of breath. Mitch studied him a little longer. He stood, disgust etched on his features.
Then why couldn't you have left her alone like I asked you to? You're a selfish jerk, you know that? How much loss can one woman take?
That last statement sent a pang of guilt through Jagger. Chelsea had lost more than her fair share. Her brother, her mother. But Jagger couldn't let the guilt affect him. Finding his inner bastard, he turned his cool gaze on Mitch.
She still has the house.
If Mitch was ever going to punch Jagger, that moment probably would have been it. His fingers balled into a fist, and his green eyes turned dark and hot.
You're an ass. So you've said. And a coward.
Mitch gave Jagger one last glare, and then stormed from the cottage. Jagger should have felt relief at Mitch's departure. Instead, he felt guilt and agitation. He was seriously rethinking the drink. The truth was, he wanted to go to Chelsea. He wanted... no, needed her. He knew she'd be able to support him through this change of custody. She'd distract him from his feelings of failure that he'd let Caden down. But he couldn't learn to rely on that. All his life he'd longed for love, to be a part of a family that genuinely cared for each other. For a short time, he, Chelsea, and Caden had had that. That was until it imploded. She'd betrayed him. But he knew, deep down, that was only part of what kept him away. He could forgive her, and maybe they could forge a real relationship. But what happened when she betrayed him again, for some other reason? Or maybe he'd betray her? The truth was, while love was nice when it worked, when it failed, it cut through the very soul. He didn't think he could risk that. He'd put everything he had into caring for Caden, into keeping him as his own. By the end of their sham marriage, he'd begun to think of it as real. Now both were gone. No. It was easier to not love, to not risk. Chapter 21. Chelsea let her friends in the house and then resumed her spot on the couch. She only left it to get food and take care of nature. She slept there because her own bed reminded her of that perfect afternoon with Jagger. She showered, but that was about as far as her personal care went. She knew she looked it, too, in an old pair of sweats and an army shirt of her brother's, and her hair looking like it had been combed with an egg beater. Over the last few weeks, her depression had taken on a life of its own. She had no energy. At times, she'd felt physically ill. All she wanted to do was sleep. "You look terrible." Lexi entered the living area with Sydney following her. "Thanks." Lexi planted her hands on her hips and gave her a "get your lazy ass up" look. "Have you talked to him?" Chelsea shook her head. Why would she talk to Jagger? He'd tossed her out. She expected divorce papers to arrive any day. She couldn't figure out why they hadn't come yet. It had been 2 weeks since he'd kicked her out of his house and his life. Sydney sat on the coffee table in front of Chelsea. "We're worried about you, honey. Mitch is beside himself." "I just need time." "For what?" Lexi sat next to Sydney on the coffee table. "Because as far as I can see, you have way too much time. This is not the Chelsea Beamer I know." Chelsea wanted to pull her blanket over her head, but it wouldn't do any good. "Why don't you get dressed, and we'll take you to lunch?" Sydney patted her arm. Chelsea shook her head. "I don't feel like it." "Have you been eating?" Sydney stalked her eyes, inventoried Chelsea. "You do look like you've lost weight." "I'm okay. I just don't feel well." "Like sad don't feel well, or sick don't feel well?" Sydney reached out to touch Chelsea's forehead. She pushed Sydney's hand away. "A little of both." Sydney sat back, her brows pulled together in thought. "Is there any chance you could be pregnant?" Chelsea shook her head. "No." Lexi snorted. "Seriously? You were married to Jagger Talbot and you never had sex with him?" Chelsea couldn't decide if Lexi's doubt came from her belief that no one would be able to keep their hands off him, or that Jagger couldn't go that long without sex. "We did, but most of the time we used condoms, and I'm on the pill." "You know that's not foolproof." Sydney shot Lexi a look that said, "You're not helping." Or maybe it was, "Back off." Not that Lexi would. Then Sydney sighed. "Lexi's right. No birth control is foolproof. Did you miss any pills?" "No, I took as directed." "It's still possible. It does happen sometimes." "It worked when I was in college." Sydney shrugged. "We don't completely know why it doesn't work all the time. Changes in hormones, misuse, interactions with medications." Chelsea's senses were overwhelmed. She was barely coping with the loss of Jagger, with all that had happened. How could she be pregnant, too? "They should put a warning on the label." Sydney's eyes were sympathetic. "They do." Chelsea's eyes closed, wishing it could block out the world. "Maybe it's something else." Lexi took Chelsea's hand. "It probably is something else. Depression can have physical symptoms, too. To be sure, you should take a pregnancy test." Chelsea rubbed her free hand over her face. Just what she needed. The thought of going into a custody battle with Jagger over a baby was more than she could handle. "Chels?" Lexi squeezed her hand. "Are you worried about Jagger?" Chelsea nodded. "He won't want it?" "No, he'll want it, but he doesn't want me." Chelsea blew out a breath and then looked to Lexi and Sydney. "I know firsthand what he'll do to have custody. I don't think I can fight that fight." The thought of it sickened her. Lexi's eyes narrowed. "First, it's not the same. You'll be a terrific mom, and he knows it. Maybe, if there is a baby, he'll finally realize what he's lost." Chelsea bit her lip to keep from sobbing. Jagger was just the guy to do what was right, but that wasn't what she wanted. "I don't want him back because of a baby.
I've already married him once for a child's sake. I want to marry for love. I want what you two have. Someone who will love me first.
Jagger didn't love you? Lexi cocked her head to the side. It was finally time to tell the truth. We married to help him with Caden's case. In return, he helped me keep the house. The disappointment she'd expected crossed Lexi's face, but then she softened. But in the end, you loved him. Chelsea nodded. And he loves you. At least that's what Mitch says. If you love each other, then you both deserve to be happy. Sydney patted Chelsea's knee. But first, you need to find out what's going on. It could just be depression, which should be treated as well. However, it could be pregnancy or another medical issue. She's right, Chels. You need to get your health back, and then you can get Jagger back, if that's still what you want when you feel better. If. There was one thing Chelsea knew for certain. Despite everything, she still loved him. She was sure she'd never love another like him again. Which made her decision to finish things with him, once and for all, even more difficult. I'm going to call a lawyer tomorrow. There were those expressions again. Pity, worry, concern. Maybe you shouldn't decide. No. Chelsea waved Sydney's remark away with her hand. It's time to move on. He made his feelings clear and hasn't done anything to suggest they've changed. If I'm pregnant, we'll deal with that. But I don't want him just because of a baby. Have you tried to talk to him? Lexi asked. She hadn't, but she knew he wouldn't speak to her. There was no way a man who held her in such disdain, who believed she'd committed the ultimate betrayal, would give her the time of day. One thing she'd learned in her few months with Jagger was that he was unforgiving and willing to do anything to protect what he believed was his. Chelsea followed through, calling a lawyer and making an appointment to meet with him the following day. She brought the prenup papers, but told the lawyer she didn't want Jagger's money. He looked at her funny, as if she was an idiot, but all she wanted was to get out of the marriage. She could move on, and he could too. She wondered how he was doing. She'd heard through Mitch that he'd let Tanya live in the main house so Caden's life wouldn't be disrupted. Jagger was in the guest cottage, and apparently seeing Caden nearly every day. Why he didn't see how great that was, she didn't know. Neither did Mitch, who insisted that eventually Jagger would realize his malaise was due to the loss of Chelsea. She didn't believe him. After seeing the attorney, who promised to deliver the papers to Jagger, she bought a pregnancy test, but couldn't bring herself to take it. She'd eat right and take care of herself in the meantime. Right now there was too much going on to add that knowledge to the stack weighing her down. Once her errands were done, she headed back home, to her couch. Jagger pushed Caden in the tire swing. Higher!
You'll get stuck in the tree if you go higher.
Caden laughed. Here are cookies, Miss C called from the terrace. I want cookies. Jagger stopped the swing, and the two of them ambled to the terrace and sat in the wicker chairs. I wish we had Miss Chelsea's snickerdoodles. I do, too. Miss C gave Jagger a chastising glare. How was he now the bad guy? Is Miss Chelsea coming back? I miss her. Caden grabbed a cookie.
I don't think so.
Why? Don't you like her anymore? Jagger took a deep breath. He didn't know how to answer. His feelings for Chelsea were a messed-up jumble that he couldn't sort out. You were mean to her, too. Jagger closed his eyes, trying to hide from his guilt that Caden had seen how vile he'd been to Chelsea.
I was angry.
You should say you're sorry. Miss Chelsea says when you're mean, you say you're sorry. But you have to mean it. Jagger? Tanya appeared on the terrace.
Yeah.
This came for you. She handed him a manila envelope. He had a profound sense of déjà vu. The return address was a lawyer in Charlotte Tavern.
Caden was having some cookies. Why don't you join him? I need to run back to the cottage.
Will you be back later? We can go swimming, Caden asked.
For a moment, Jagger watched Caden. Although the routine had changed, Caden had adapted very well. Only Jagger was still struggling with the changes. He rubbed the top of Caden's head.
We'll see.
Then he headed to the cottage. He sat on the chair, not wanting to open the envelope, and not sure why. If he was right, Chelsea had done what he hadn't been able to bring himself to do. They agreed to a marriage of convenience. The terms of the deal had been met, and now it was time to terminate the relationship. So why couldn't he open the envelope? Odds were he simply needed to sign the paper. He'd agreed to the prenup. He doubted she was asking for anything extra. In fact, knowing her, she'd refuse the money. He swore and tore open the envelope. Reading the divorce papers, Jagger's heart tore in two. Chapter 22. Chelsea hung up the phone. That was the 5th time in several days Sydney had called and insisted she take the pregnancy test. Eating right isn't enough, Chelsea. What if you're not pregnant? What if it's something else? Take the damn test. She was right, of course. It wasn't fair to the baby, if there was one, to ignore its needs. If she was pregnant, she'd just deal with it. She'd hoped she'd have heard from her lawyer by now that Jagger had signed the papers. Actually, she'd hoped Jagger might show up and sweep her off her feet. Idiot. The lawyer said he'd follow up in the next day or so. In the meantime, she'd take the pregnancy test. She'd left the test in her bathroom, so she made her way to the stairs. A knock on the door interrupted her plans. Chelsea opened the door, and her heart stopped. Jagger looked as handsome as ever, even with dark circles under his eyes. Hope rose, but she pushed it down. He should have gotten the divorce papers, and all he had to do was sign. Unless he was planning to take her to court. Maybe he was going to ask for his money back. Her stomach pitched at the idea. How would she ever get the money?
I want to talk to you about this.
He lifted a manila envelope that had the return address of her attorney. She nodded and opened the door to let him in, even as fear gripped her. She knew firsthand the lengths he'd go to in order to get what he wanted, and she'd never be able to compete with him. If he wanted his money back, the only thing she could give him was her house.
Are you all right?
He stepped into the house.
You don't look well.
I'm fine. She wasn't sure how she managed to get those words out. Do you want something to drink? I've got lemonade or sweet tea. The thought of both made her stomach churn. He studied her for a moment before declining. She motioned him into the living area. Jagger, thank you again for all this work on the house. What she wanted to say was how much she loved him. Except they were there to talk about divorce. So what was the use?
It turned out nice.
His voice was tight, and she wondered if he regretted doing it. She motioned for him to sit. He selected a chair. She sat on the couch, wanting to lie down, but she managed to stay upright.
Is this what you want?
He waved the envelope and then tossed it on the coffee table in front of her. She looked at the envelope, and then to him. It was a strange question, considering what he'd said to her the last time they were together. It's what we agreed would happen.
That's not what I asked.
His eyes flamed with anger as he asked again,
Is this what you want?
Chelsea closed her eyes, hoping that by not looking at him she could make heads or tails of why he was so mad about the divorce. You told me to go. She opened her eyes. He just looked at her for a moment, and then he raked his hands over his face. He sat back, turning to look out the window as if he was gathering his thoughts. Finally, he turned back to her.
I was angry and took it out on you.
Her heart did that little jump again, almost allowing hope to enter. She clamped down on it. She was already broken by the loss. She couldn't hope again, only to have her heart broken. I betrayed you. He gave a curt nod.
If you hadn't, I'd be on the run or in jail. I see that now.
Are you able to see Caden?
I gave Tanya the house and have been staying in the guest cottage. I get to spend time with him every day. She's been great. You were right about that, too.
There was a part of Chelsea that wondered if maybe Jagger and Tanya shouldn't get together. They both wanted Caden and could make a happy family. I'm glad you could work it out. He's still in your life. You must be happy about that.
Yeah, well, you'd think so, wouldn't you?
He looked at her this time not with anger or bitterness, but with such sadness.
So why am I miserable?
Chelsea swallowed. I don't know. Her words came out on a squeak.
I'll tell you why.
He stood from his chair and sat on the coffee table in front of her.
It's because of you.
Chelsea stared at him blankly. She wished he'd get to the point of the visit because she was tired of trying to decipher it.
I don't want this.
He picked up the envelope and waved it at her again. You don't? This time she wasn't able to completely push away the hope that filled her heart.
I've been a jerk and a fool when it comes to you, but I'm also selfish enough to go after you even though I don't deserve you.
Chelsea didn't know how to respond. It sounded like he still wanted her.
I'm a little dense about these things because I'm new at them. What do I know about love or making relationships work? Nothing. What I do know is that something is dying inside me, and it feels like you're the only one who can stop it. Is that love?
She inhaled deeply, but was still unable to respond. He stood and paced the room.
It has to be.
He stopped and looked on her.
I know we went at this backward. It's supposed to be first love and then marriage. But maybe that is how it happened, because I think I loved you the moment I saw you at Mitch and Sydney's wedding.
Chelsea closed her eyes, savoring the warmth and life that filled her chest cavity. He loved her, or thought he did. Yet there was so much more to talk about.
I get that I hurt you, and you probably want nothing to do with me.
Jagger,
please, let me finish. I want to get this out.
He sat on the coffee table again.
What I want is to tear this up and for you to come home to the cottage with me, or I'll move here. The other option is that I sign this, but you let me show you I can be a man worthy of your love, and we get married again when you feel I've proven it to you.
Tears streamed down her face, but she was too stunned to wipe them.
Please tell me those are happy tears, because I don't want to even speak option 3 out loud.
He pulled a handkerchief out of his pocket. In a tender, sweet gesture, he wiped her tears before handing it to her.
Tell me you can work with option 1 or 2, preferably number 1.
She wanted option 1 and to throw herself in his arms, but it wasn't the time for that. Not yet. She gathered herself together. Before I answer, there is something I need to tell you. He took a sharp intake of breath, as if bracing himself. She hoped what she was about to tell him wasn't going to be taken badly. She bit her lower lip as she gathered her courage. There's a possibility that I'm pregnant. He blinked, which was his only response. Had he hurt her? Then his eyes studied her as if he was trying to figure out what she was telling him.
Would it be mine?
His voice was hopeful. She jerked back in surprise. Yes, Jagger, who else's would it be? He shook his head.
Yes, of course, I'm sorry. It's just that your tone sounded negative, and I'm not seeing the downside unless you don't love me too. Why would you telling me this make you nervous?
Then he stopped, and his brilliant blue eyes darkened.
You weren't going to tell me, were you?
I don't have anything to tell right now. I was going to take a test, and if it was positive, I would have told you. Of course I would. You made it sound like you didn't want kids, to risk the whole custody thing again. I was afraid you'd think I did it on purpose, that I lied about being on the pill. He was shaking his head before she finished.
I know you wouldn't have lied about that.
His brows furrowed.
I guess that would put us in the 1%.
He smiled.
I didn't think I wanted my own children, but that was before I realized I love you.
There it was again. He loved her.
What I haven't heard, Chels, is how you feel about me. What are you going to do if you are pregnant?
Remember how I fought so hard to keep our relationship platonic? Businesslike? He nodded, and she saw dread fill his eyes. I did that because I knew doing all the things married people do wouldn't be for fun like an affair. I knew I wouldn't be able to keep my feelings from being real. I didn't want to come to the end and discover it really was all a farce. I've always been attracted to you, Jagger. Every woman is. But when I saw you with Caden, when I got to know you deep inside, I couldn't help but love you. It was difficult because I couldn't tell what was real and what was fake between us sometimes. His head dropped, and when he looked up, his blue eyes were filled with tears.
You're the only one who ever really saw me.
He reached over to pick up the envelope.
Can we tear this off, Chelsea?
She smiled. Yes. He tore it up and tossed each half to the side. Then he reached for her, pulling her into his arms and wrapping her in his love. His kiss was tender, thorough, and filled with such love she nearly wept. When he pulled away, he pushed the red tendrils of her hair away from her face.
Is there a reason you've been waiting on this pregnancy thing?
I didn't realize it until now, but yes.
Will you tell me?
She snuggled into his arms and looked into his face. I was hoping you'd come here and tell me you loved me and wanted to be with me. His expression showed confusion.
What if I didn't?
I'd have told you, and you would have probably insisted we tear up the divorce papers.
I don't get the
He stopped. His expression turned sympathetic.
You wanted to make sure I was here for you, and not just because of a baby.
She nodded. I'd finally decided I couldn't wait any longer. I was just getting ready to take the test when you showed up. His eyes lifted, and a brilliant smile spread across his face.
Can you take it now?
She nodded, blissfully happy. She stood, taking his hand to lead him upstairs to her bathroom where she'd left the test.
If you are pregnant, when do you think it happened?
I was thinking it was the afternoon we spent here. He tugged her, pulling her to him, his eyes filled with love and awe.
The first time I ever really made love.
His words made her heart soar.
No way any birth control could stop that kind of love from creating life.
She nearly swooned. You're a poet. He gave her a quick kiss, and then urged her forward. He was as eager as she was to learn about their parental status. She entered the bathroom, picking up the box and rereading the directions. You'll need to wait out there while I go. She started to close the door on him.
Wait.
He pressed a palm to the door to keep it from closing.
What if you're not pregnant?
At that moment, she realized how badly she wanted to be pregnant. His hand cupped her face.
If you're not, we'll just dedicate ourselves to making a baby.
She grinned. So if it's negative, we'll go to bed.
Oh, honey, we're going to bed either way.
The wicked gleam in his eyes heated her body. Then his smile faltered.
Unless it will be bad for the baby.
She shook her head. No, it won't be bad for the baby.
His smile returned. Well then, go take care of business.
She shut the door, her gaze holding his until the crack in the door no longer allowed her to see him. Jagger paced the room. He felt high, not drug high, but euphoric. He'd showed up that day hoping to win Chelsea back, and the fact that he'd succeeded made him feel over the moon. But a baby. He hadn't been expecting that. The idea of it. It blew his mind. He tried to temper his excitement to avoid disappointment. It wasn't easy. The thought of a baby, created with Chelsea, growing inside her was like a dream come true. A dream he didn't even know he wanted. When the door opened, he swung around.
Well?
It takes a few minutes. She set the box with the pregnancy stick on the side table next to her bed. Unable to keep from touching her, he took her hand and pulled her to him. He sat on the edge of the bed, tugging her onto his lap. Together, they watched the little window.
Chelsea?
She turned to him, her brown eyes filled with love. He knew he didn't deserve it, but he vowed to work every day to earn it.
I think we should get married.
Her smile made his heart swell until he thought it might burst from his chest. We're already married.
A real wedding.
Wasn't ours real?
It was legal, but I want to do it all over. A wedding where the vows are true, where I can say in truth how much I love you.
Tears filled her eyes. I'd like that.
And new rings. Not an engagement ring, but a wedding band. You can keep this one for now. I want everything this time to be genuine. Not because of a baby either. We do this no matter what the stick says. Because I love you.
She nodded. I love you, Jagger. Her words swept over and through him like a comforting blanket, pushing the bitterness and fear away, leaving only what was important. His love for her. She kissed him. Should we check now? He took a breath and nodded. She reached for the pregnancy stick, and together they read the results. Then they looked at each other. You're going to be a daddy. He thought it wasn't possible to be happier than he'd been the second before he saw that blue plus symbol. He pulled her to him, cradling her, his hands stroking her belly, hoping she knew she was the most important thing in his life. Thank you. Thank you. She was laughing, giddy with excitement.
Thank you for giving me all this.
You deserve this, Jagger. All of it. You're a good man. Then her eyes turned feral, and her smile seductive as she pushed him back. My hormones are raging. He was gentle when he rolled her, bringing their bodies into perfect alignment.
I can help you with that.
Epilogue. Chelsea stood at the end of the aisle, staring up into Jagger's brilliant blue eyes. His gaze shone with such love, her knees were weak. He looked devastatingly handsome, but it wasn't his white shirt or dark slacks that added to his allure. It was the baby pack slung over his chest, where baby Annabelle, their sweet daughter, born just 8 weeks earlier, slept. Standing next to Jagger stood Caden, holding the pillow bearing their rings. Tanya sat in the front row, a wide smile on her face. A year ago to the day, Chelsea had stood in this same spot, overwhelmed with doubt and worry as she married a man in a fake ceremony. Today, there was nothing fake about their love or commitment. After discovering the pregnancy, they'd decided to wait before renewing their vows, wanting to share all their joy with friends and family. So now, on their first anniversary, they were doing it all over again.
Ready?
Mitch stood by her side, taking the traditional role of the father and giving her away. She nodded. I've never been more ready.
Brian would be proud of you. He'd be happy for you and Jagger. I wish he was here.
Chelsea choked back tears. not wanting to start blubbering before she made it up to Jagger. "Thank you, Mitch." He nodded and took her arm, and they made their way up the aisle. The first time, each step closer to Jagger brought doubt and worry. This time, it seemed to take forever to reach the man she loved and wanted to spend the rest of her days with. Lexi stood on the other side of the minister, grinning, while Drake and their housekeeper Claire held the twins, now nearly 18 months old. Sydney stood next to them, holding her and Mitch's 5-month-old baby boy, Brian. The sight of everyone she loved and cared for sharing in her happiness, and also having their own happiness, was almost more than she could bear. She finally reached Jagger, taking his hand and leaning forward to kiss baby Annabelle, who was sleeping peacefully against his chest. When she looked up into his eyes, they held love and awe and a few tears. She smiled, lifted herself onto her toes, and kissed him. "We're not at that part yet," Lexi laughed. Chelsea didn't care. As far as she was concerned, it was always time to kiss Jagger, to show him how much she loved him, to help him see he deserved to be loved. She turned to the minister, who began the proceedings. The first time, they'd gone the traditional vow route. How could they have done anything else when love and commitment hadn't been the goal? This time, they had each written their own vows. The minister directed Jagger to start. He looked at her, his eyes watering, his voice choking up, forcing him to start over. There was an audible sigh from the guests. Chelsea sighed too. There was nothing sweeter than a man overcome with love. Even better was that it was her man, and his love was for her.
Chelsea, a year ago I stood here and spoke many of these same words. At the time, they were empty, and I'm ashamed of that. I had no idea that love and happiness existed. You showed me that. You loved and protected me, even though I didn't deserve it. You brought love and light and laughter into my life. And I'm forever grateful that you said yes a year ago so that we could be here today, having you say I do again.
Chelsea smiled, wanting to kiss him again as his words wrapped around her.
I promise to love you forever and beyond that, if God will let me. You'll never want for anything, and especially for love. I vow to make sure you know every day how beautiful you are, how much you are loved, and how thankful I am that you've given me a life and Annabelle, and a future I never dreamed possible.
He looked down and bit his lip. Returning his gaze to her, he shrugged.
I just love you. I always have, even when Mitch tried to run me off.
There was a laugh, and Mitch, sitting with Sydney, had the good grace to look chagrined.
I will always love you, Chelsea. Always.
He lifted her hand to his lips. Annabelle made gurgling noises, snuggling into Jagger as she settled deeper into sleep.
Chelsea?
The minister directed her to proceed with her vows. She'd worried over her vows because the words to express her love and devotion didn't seem to exist. She'd finally put a few things together and hoped he understood the depth of her love for him. Jagger, as beautiful as your eyes are, so is your soul. An awe sounded from the congregation. You have shown me what true love is, how deep and pure it can be. He shook his head, so she reached out and pressed her palms to his cheeks. You have. I want to spend every day for the rest of my life showing you just how much you're loved and appreciated. She looked down, again feeling like her words were falling short. She let her hands fall from his cheeks to rest over their baby. Looking up at him, she finished her vows. You will never feel alone or abandoned as long as I'm with you. It will be my goal every day to remind you what a treasure you are. I love you, Jagger, with everything inside me. They exchanged rings, and finally, the minister was announcing them as husband and wife. Jagger's fingers brushed her cheek as they made their way to cradle the side of her head.
I love you.
He dipped his head, brushing his lips over hers. Careful not to crush or wake Annabelle between them, Chelsea kissed him back, hoping beyond hope he could feel the depth of her love. Around them, friends and family clapped and cheered. Jagger and Chelsea made their way up the steps of the Beamer home. They'd left the party, which was still going at the Talbot estate, to start their honeymoon. Annabelle was spending the night with Lexi and Drake. Jagger opened the front door and swept Chelsea into his arms to carry her over the threshold of their home. Since the day Jagger had shown up in August to declare his love for her, they'd lived together in the house she'd grown up in and loved, the home he'd saved and renovated for her. Since that day, they'd built a nursery and fixed up a room for Caden during the days he lived with them.
I love you.
Each time he said it, her heart filled. She reached out a hand and stroked his cheek. She was going to return the sentiment, but then decided to act instead. She leaned toward him and pressed her lips to his. Without another word, he carried her up the stairs to the room they'd made their own since they'd reunited. The room in which they learned they would be parents. The room they'd make more children in. The room they'd share for the rest of their days. The moon shone through the window, casting enough light to see while still keeping the room dark and seductive. Jagger set her on her feet near the bed and pulled her into another long, slow kiss as his fingers unzipped her dress. They hadn't made love since Annabelle was born, which was 2 weeks beyond what their doctor said they had to wait. Granted, they'd done it a day before her birth, but 8 weeks was a long time to wait. There had been some difficult moments avoiding the temptation, but Annabelle's intermittent sleep schedule and the desire to make their official wedding night special had helped them both put off sex. Now the wait was over. Jagger slid Chelsea's dress off her shoulders, lips trailing on her skin as the silky fabric slid away.
When I saw you at the end of the aisle, you took my breath away.
She smiled, letting her fingers run through his hair as his lips continued to caress her shoulder and then back to her neck.
You did the first time, too.
She leaned back, wanting to look into his eyes. I did. He nodded, his hands cradling her cheeks.
It's always been you, Chelsea. I didn't know it at the time. I wish I had.
She shook her head, knowing he was thinking of all the pain they'd endured. We're here now. That's what matters. He nodded. I used to curse my hormones for going wild whenever I saw you. You probably didn't realize this, but you're very handsome and too sexy for your own good. Her fingers undid the buttons of his shirt and pushed it off his shoulders. He flashed her his wicked grin. You won my heart with all the love you had for Caden, for what you were willing to do to give him a happy life. Jagger kissed her.
I'll do anything for you and Annabelle, too. You know that, right?
Yes. She ran her fingers over his abdomen, tracing the phoenix. I'll do anything for you. Right now, I want to do things to you.
I love how you take charge, Mrs. Talbot.
They disrobed quickly, and Jagger lifted her and laid her on the bed underneath him. She looped her hands around his neck, pulling him down, loving the feel of his strong body as it pressed her into the mattress. A year ago, she wouldn't have ever imagined her life could be so perfect. She'd been overwhelmed with work and debt, making a deal with the devil to secure her future. Now, a year later, she'd saved her family's house. Only now, it was a home, filled with love and hope and dreams. All because of Jagger. Because of his generous heart and a love she couldn't have imagined. Wanting to be sure he knew the depth of her feelings, she pushed him until he was on his back, and she straddled him. She leaned forward, brushing her lips over his chest and higher until she hovered over his lips. Jagger. His devastatingly gorgeous blue eyes opened and shone back at her. In them she saw happiness, love, and desire.
Chelsea.
His hand slid up her sides. Let's start the ride of our life. This concludes Wed to You by Jenna Harte. Narrated by Ali Shea. Copyright 2022 by Jenna Harte. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Jenna Harte, care of Blue Ridge Literary Agency, LLC, and was produced in the year 2023 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.